Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. It is Sunday, baby. We have had a wild weekend of sports. It's May 15th, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION and WSF on the YouTube Super Chat right here. And if you look for merch, Northwest Sports Fanatic merch, link is below every video on the YouTube page. You can follow me Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram at NW Sports Fanatic. So right now, I got the Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills. It's AFC Divisional 2021. Kind of just like recap of one of the number one games of last season. And then I also have some hockey on the Calgary Flames and the Dallas Stars. Hop in the room and join your boy, and hopefully we'll get a few people to hop in and kind of go over the wild weekend in sports. Sarah is in the building. What to do? And like I said, I don't know if a lot of people really thought that these game sevens were going to go the way that they did. Obviously, we had a couple on the NHL side, some on the NBA side, and let's kind of review everything that's going on, obviously, in sports from the last few days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Sarah's in the building. What to do? Let's get to 100 and donos. Let's do it. Air Giannis Game 7 Sunday. $7. Bang, 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 bang. But I told you guys right from the very beginning, when everything started from the very, very beginning. I know Air wanted Milwaukee to try to go all the way, and Giannis is the best player in the NBA. I mean, hands down. We already got a lot of other guys that are making names for themselves, like Embiid and Luka and the Joker. I get that. All right. But it is a team sport. And obviously, before the playoffs started, I thought, okay, Warriors, Celtics, to me, maybe the best offensive, high-powered team. And since Milwaukee made it last year, it's hard to make it back-to-back. So I was thinking maybe, the Celtics have a chance to be able to get there with their defense. And they found a way to be able to get it done. My boy Julio ended up going off, and they ended up winning a big, big game with the Mets when they were up 8-5, then it went down to 8-7, and they had bases loaded. So it was a wild, wild weekend in sports. So we can kind of review everything in the building. So Celtics 109, Bucks 81. They win the series 4-3. Air, I told you, after that one loss, you knew, once it went back to Boston, I think a lot of people did, that chances are with Uncle Mo and Uncle Momentum and the way that the games are going to go, usually that home team in Game 7, most of the time, steps up. But in the Phoenix Suns case, maybe it's just history of choking. I don't know what it is about CP3, Devin Booker, and just that team right now. But it seems like every single year, the Suns choke. They could have the best record in the NBA, and they got fucking mollywopped 123-90, and you were at home. But I don't think that if Phoenix won, that they were going to be able to beat someone like the Golden State Warriors. To me, it's destiny, and I think Golden State's going to win in 6. Possibly 7 if Boston can push it. But I think Boston's defense is great. But I mean, we are talking about a team, with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond, Jordan Poole. I just don't think anyone's going to be able to keep up with them in a best of 7 series. But we'll have to see on how it goes. And I know a lot of the NHL fans, if you're a big Sidney Crosby guy, obviously the Rangers ended up winning 4-3 in OT. What a brutal way to lose. Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, probably not too happy about that. 4-3, the Rangers win. And we had some wild matchups yesterday as well. Hurricanes and the Bruins. Obviously, they win the series 4-3. And then the Lightning win against the Maple Leafs 2-1. That was on Saturday night. And then the Oilers beat the Kings 2-0. So, what a wild, wild weekend in sports. It's nice to see Julio finally get kind of going too for the Mariners. Obviously, we're struggling. We're not winning a whole lot of games. But he ended up going off, obviously, today. So it's great to see. And obviously, his whole family was there. And then with his stat line, I know Julio still has a way to kind of get things going. But, hey, 8-7 against the Mets, perennial World Series, front runner. Pete Alonso, had obviously a chance with bases loaded to get it done. But with Seattle, all right, you got Julio Rodriguez, 4 at-bats, 4 hits. You don't get any better than that. So definitely it made me feel good. I even caught up on a little bit of NASCAR as well. And I ended up seeing the Jordan brand with Kurt Busch finding a way to be able to get one of his first dubs with the new company and the new driving scheme and ownership that they have there as well. So I've been trying to keep up on everything that's been going on. But again, anything that you guys want to touch on and go over, I got the Flames and the Stars on right now on the computer. And then I got the Chiefs and the Bills from last season. Obviously one of the best games of all last season on TV as well. Let's see here. Arianis, appreciate you. Game 7 Sunday. It was big, big, big. $7 in donos. Let's get to a hundo, baby. Let's do it. And I don't think it's not one of those things that no one really disrespected the Bucs. I just thought that after, winning that one on the road, and then obviously Boston winning the one on the road when it went to, Game 7, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be the home team. But obviously with the Phoenix Suns, they have a history of choking, and they found a way to choke again. Boston did not, and it is what it is. I did see that Cardinals, they were on TV there, and I did see that, man, they were mollywhopping. Who are they playing there? I saw that on there. Let me flip through here. I know I saw it. They won 15-6 against the Giants. So, and then the Dodgers ended up coming back, winning 5-4. Love that. Ooh, going long, going deep. Oh, baby. Go. Touchdown. Gabriel Davis. AFC divisional matchup. Oh, baby. Let's go. You change your username on Twitter for baseball. I know you're moving on already. Oh, baby. Philip Jacoby, Giannis flopped, and the Suns. I don't think Giannis flopped. Giannis played great. I think it's just one of those things. It's a team effort, and if you don't have a healthy team all the way around, obviously with Middleton not being healthy, that was a big blow for them. But, when you're on the road in Game 7, you're not supposed to win. The Dallas Mavericks were, they found a way to get it done. But a guy that flops doesn't put up 25, 20, and 9. So, Philip, I don't think you know what you're talking about, buddy. Okay, 25 points, 20 boards, and 9 assists. Giannis did his part, obviously. But with Holiday, Lopez, they didn't really have a whole lot, besides those 3 guys. So that's big facts. Michael in the building. What to do? I'm doing well. Toby is in the building. What to do? You happy that the Suns lost? Well, it would have been exciting to see what they could do and match up to the Warriors. But personally, I don't think the Warriors are going to have any type of competition with either team. You know what I mean? Whether it was the Suns, whether it's the Mavericks, I would assume that, the Warriors will win that in 6. And then obviously with Boston and the Miami Heat, that one will be a little bit closer. I could definitely see that one going 7, but it will probably go 6 as well. But I'm still thinking it's going to be, the Warriors and the Celtics in the NBA Finals, which I predicted before the playoffs even started. Let's go. Prayers to the lives lost in the Buffalo shooting, and also the ones that happened in Milwaukee after that loss in Game 6. It's just crazy when you have a lot of people, maybe not using their heads and, just doing random acts of violence, which is very, very sad. And that is big facts. Yes, exactly. 200 points, 100 rebounds, 50 assists. He's the best player, obviously, in the world right now, but it is a team sport. He can't do it by himself. That's facts. Oh, baby. I wonder if Holly Hundo is going to come in. I got the picture here on the computer as well when she ended up meeting Tommy Townsend. I think we talked it into existence. It's like that ESP. She said that she never, ended up going in, to any of these normal liquor stores in this general area. She had a gut feeling to go in to the liquor store. Okay. She goes into the liquor store, goes into the beer cooler, and lo and behold, who is it but Tommy Townsend, her favorite player. And it could have been any player, on the Chiefs that she could have met. Lo and behold, it ended up being, her favorite, Tommy. I can't believe that. What a cool story, for Holly Hundo to be able to, go to the liquor store, had that weird feeling to go inside. It's that ESP, those instincts. And then she ends up meeting her favorite player, gets a picture. It doesn't get any better than that besides having a little bit of a conversation. So I have talked to Holly over the last couple days. We will see if she ends up hopping in the room. I would like to talk to her a little bit more about it, and that is big facts. 3 separate shootings resulting in 21 injuries. Crazy, crazy stuff, right? Let's say happy Jarvis Landry Day. Drew Brees coming out of retirement. Yeah, not happening. It's Jameis's team. He's going to probably go to a different network from NBC, maybe to Fox. You know what I mean? But Jarvis Landry addition was huge. And then obviously with that, you got to talk about Saints, and, maybe OBJ will be the last one, and maybe they can end up getting OBJ over there as well. But I think we need to go and start talking about the Saints being a Super Bowl contender, because I think at this point, when you're adding a lot of firepower like this, I think you can definitely admit, hey, this team looks like, on paper that they definitely are one of the top 3 teams. And I'm excited to see where it goes. Let me actually get on here, and one sec. And I'm going to try to see if I can find a picture of Jarvis. one that I like. I'm going to get one from LSU days because obviously that's kind of a throwback look. Let's do this one. But him joining the Saints is huge for that organization. I'm excited to see where it goes. I mean, obviously Tampa Bay, we're going to be the biggest threat in the NFC South. But awesome for them to be able to stack chips and to get another piece at the wide receiving core, totally revamping everything that they have, from last season to this season. And that's big facts. Let's see here. I'm going to scroll down here and see if we can find something. But I hope everyone had a good Friday and Saturday. Obviously took Friday off, and I was going to end up recording yesterday, but I decided to, hang out and just spend some time with the fam. And, sometimes you can take a couple days off, but you can't take too many days off. You want to make sure you're putting in that grind and putting in that work. So here I am. But Jarvis Landry, I see you, joining the Saints. Nice photo from the LSU days. Can they bring in one more piece and maybe take OBJ, on a cheap contract and have him join? Obviously, that would get the fan base even more excited than they already are. We already know what Tampa is going to be able to bring to the table. But, hey, I got to be able to give a big shout out to the Saints. They're doing big things moving forward into the 2022 season. That's big facts. All right. I'm getting a lot of messages here. All right, let's go, baby. But I hope everyone is having a good day. Like I said, it is Sunday. I got the Dallas Stars and Calgary on here. It's 2-1, game 7 in the first round. Lots of game 7s. Normally you're going to have maybe like one, typically 2, but you're not usually going to have a bunch, with the NHL side and the NBA side. So definitely exciting to see where it goes. But let's see here. Let me scroll down. Toby, Orion, a lot of people have Jags beating Commanders in week 1. And a lot of people, do you mean you? Do you mean you, Toby? Maybe you and your fam? I don't think anyone thinks the Jags are beating Commanders. I know you're a Jacksonville fan, brother. All right. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think anyone thinks the Jags are beating the Commandos. I mean, if you guys do, congrats and hats off to you. But I don't think anyone on planet Earth, even Jags fans, thinking they're going to win that first week. You got to understand, though, Toby. All right. You got the first pick in the draft 2 years in a row. And if you miss on that first pick this season, guess what? You're going to get probably the first pick 3 years in a row. So, I mean, there's going to be a timetable where you're going to have to wait. All right. It's not going to be like, you're a top dog, like you're the Rams or you're the Bucks or the Saints or the Packers or the Niners, or the Buffalo Bills or the Broncos or the Chiefs or the Raiders or the Chargers. You know what I mean? You're going to take some time. Okay. I mean, if you guys do, that would be great. But I don't think anybody is saying that. All right. Oh my goodness. You got a lot of holes though. I mean, you have to admit you can be biased as hell, just like a lot of people, that love their teams. But we're talking about Washington. That's a team, that definitely could win the NFC East. You got Antonio Gibson, you got Scary Terry McLaurin. Offensive line is decent. You got Carson Wentz. You got a good defense, by lots of different pieces up front. With the weapons that you have on offense and defense, there's a reason why you guys gotten the first pick in the last couple seasons. You're not a good football team. Okay. Now, it's not me being a dick. It's just me being real. Okay. They don't have a very good football team. And typically when you get the first pick in the draft, that means you don't have a very good football team, let alone from last year and then coming into this year. So, and it might be first pick again if Trayvon Walker doesn't pan out for you guys. So, hey, I'm hoping that it works out for you guys, but I don't see you guys winning that first game of the season. You guys are probably only going to win 5 games all year or less. I would really be shocked if you guys end up winning more than that. So I'm just saying. Let me see here. Prince Fielder's inside the park home run. I think I've seen this. Ooh. And I know now, if you're a Milwaukee Buck fan, like Air, obviously you're getting to a point where you're transitioning now to baseball. And I know it's tough. Everyone's got their favorite teams and favorite players, but, sometimes you got to be able to transition and understand you're not going to win, every single season, even if you got the best player. That's facts. All right, so we got 23-21. All right, fourth quarter, 13:40 left. And this is AFC Divisional, obviously the best game of last season, the Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills. And we'll see if we end up getting some type of rematch, going into next season. We'll have to wait and see. Derek Tyler in the building. What a deal. Yeah, you don't want Breeze coming back. I mean, people with the rumors and whatnot, hey, I mean, you guys ended up getting plenty of pieces with Honey Badger, and you got Jarvis Landry, and who knows, maybe you'll end up getting OBJ. You know what I mean? I'm a Bucs fan, but I'm not going to be biased. I think you guys are Super Bowl contenders. I mean, you're starting to add those pieces now, and besides the Rams and the Bucs, I think you're the third best team in the NFC, and I even thought that even before you added Jarvis Landry. You guys have started to make some good moves. It's just a matter of health. And getting hot at the right time and seeing what Jameis looks like, full strength moving forward. But the offense, the defense, everything has been revamped. Everything the Saints needed to do for the offensive weapons at wide receiver and tight end, they did. Taysom Hill, you move over to tight end, you end up getting a whole brand new core. You got Michael Thomas coming back. You got Olave, obviously, in the draft. Which is nice for Jameis Winston moving forward. To be able to add a piece like this, it's going to be very exciting. Tampa will have their hands full with the weapons that you guys have. All right. But adding a key piece like Honey Badger is going to be very crucial to their success on that back end. And it's going to be very, very exciting to be able to see a healthy AK-41, a healthy Michael Thomas, and hopefully for Saints fans, a healthy Jameis Winston. But it'll be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. And like I said, the winner of the division, it might only be like a one-game thing. One team might win 12, the other might win 11. But I think both NFC South teams can make a deep, deep run. And if the Rams, if they don't end up making it, it's probably going to be the Bucs, the Saints, the Packers, Niners, probably one of those teams that steps in to be able to take the role. And then the AFC will have to wait and see what happens there as well. Do you think the Jags beat the Texans twice? Well, the Texans aren't very a good football team either. You guys are kind of in rebuilding mode. Davis Mills actually isn't that bad of a player, but I don't think if you're the Jacksonville Jaguars, I don't think you have really room to say that you're going to sweep anyone, let alone win any game really this season. You got to take it step by step. I mean, this team doesn't have Blake Bortles. It's not Leonard Fournette. You don't got Bouye, Calais Campbell, Jalen Ramsey. This isn't the same team that you guys had when you were a half away from making the Super Bowl. So you have to understand that. But I don't think even as bad as the Texans are, you got to look on the outside picture. Maybe the Texans are horrible, but the Jags might be worse. You know what I mean? Obviously, we know the Jags aren't very good. The Lions aren't very good. The Texans aren't very good. Jets improved, but I don't know how good they're going to be. You just have to take it one game at a time, and hopefully they can build the right pieces. And we'll see what happens. But I wouldn't be betting money that the Jags win even twice against the Texans. It's possible since the Texans aren't really that good either. But realistically, probably splitting would be more accurate. That's facts. JT in the building. What to do? Yes, a lot of weird and maybe disappointing game sevens to some people. I knew Boston would win. I think most people thought, the Suns would find a way to win at home, just like Boston did. But I think the Suns are kind of perennial chokers. CP3 seems like he always has an opportunity on whatever team he's on, Houston or whoever, and they always have a great regular season. It's almost kind of like the Packers. You know what I mean? You have a great regular season. You're great. And then it comes to the big games. And then for whatever reason, the Aaron Rodgers and the Packers can't get it done. The same thing goes for CP3's career. He just can't get it done. And that might have been his last chance to be able to actually get, a championship under the belt. But honestly, even if they would have won that game and blew out Dallas, I don't see them beating, Golden State in a 7-game series. I think it's destiny. I think we're going to get Warriors and Celtics, and I think Warriors are going to win it all. And I said this, obviously, before the playoffs even started. Warriors and Celtics, high-powered offense versus the high-powered defense. If Boston had maybe one more weapon that was really, really strong, that maybe would even the odds a little bit to make it go 7, but I would assume that it'll probably be the Warriors in 6, and they'll be holding the Larry O'Brien at the end of the day. Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow. Toby. All right, Joe Burrow might be able to get there. Trevor Lawrence may never get there. I know you love your Jags, bro, but you have to understand you're the worst team in the NFL. Okay, you're not going to hear anybody with the worst team in the NFL make make something like this up. But hey, maybe one day, if they can build the right squad for like 5 to 8 years, and before Trevor Lawrence is going to, after maybe he re-signs his contract through his rookie deal, if he's still there, maybe you'll have a chance to do something like that, but it ain't going to be anytime soon, brother. A Pizzle in the building. What to do? Blake is in the building. What to do? I didn't expect the Mavs or Celtics to win, but it's exciting that they did. I think that most people thought Boston would win that game, just being at home, but I think definitely the Mavs winning by blowout fashion, that definitely surprised a lot of people. And I would say probably about 80% of America was thinking that the Suns were winning at home. But the thing is, anytime Stephen A. Smith right, who absolutely knows nothing about sports, when he says Phoenix is going to win and they're going to win by a blowout, it almost is always the opposite. Stephen A always gets picks wrong. He might be probably the most famous sportscaster on TV and in podcasts that is always motherfucking wrong. He's like a weatherman. You know what I mean? You can't trust him. Sometimes they say it's going to snow, then it's sunny. Sometimes they say it's going to be sunny and it snows. But I already knew there was something weird going on when he said that. And then obviously I saw the score in the first quarter when I was talking to Sarah, and then I knew it was over. And that's big facts. Let's see here. Let me scroll down. Marcos Pineda in the building, my brother. How are you? Hi. Marcos, how you doing? I saw that you went to the Hops game. Hey, I know you're going through some of the ups and the downs. If you need to be able to, reach out to me by, Instagram or anything or Twitter, you can reach out to me. We'll try to maybe, have a beer or go to Maxwell's or something. Hopefully we can end up spending a little bit of time. But obviously, I saw that you went to the Hops game and looked like you guys had fun. They won, 3-2? So it's sometimes good to get out of the house, get away from everything, and just be able to hang out with one of your buds, Rick. So I'm happy that you got a chance to do that. Holly Hundo in the building. Let's see. We got my girl Paisley just walking in the room from playing in the park. Bye. She's excited. Holly. We did not get a chance to talk on stream on Friday since I ended up taking Friday off. I was going to stream yesterday. Okay. But I wanted to spend time and, watch, Better Call Saul and watch a few shows and, spend time with the fam. And, obviously if you guys aren't aware of the story. So Holly Hundo, we always talk about, a certain individual, one of her favorite players in the NFL. She's a special teams gal. I am a defensive guy, but, we've been always, talking it into the universe. We've been talking about Tommy Townsend. We talk about him pretty much every show. And we must have talked it into the universe. Holly decides, hey, I'm going to go to a liquor store. I haven't been to this one before. You know what I mean? And lo and behold, your gut instincts, decided to come true. And then you ended up meeting your idol, your hero, your heartthrob, Holly Winchell. And oh my God, Tommy Townsend. Did it really happen? Oh, let's take a look. Yes, it did. Oh my goodness. How cool is that? What a great shirt right there. Kind of like you got the Chiefs Kingdom representing there as usual, always. He's got the Grateful Dead, but it's Florida Gators wrapped around. Very, very cool shirt. What an amazing thing. I ended up getting the Julio Rodriguez foul ball, when I ended up going up to Seattle. I told you guys I was going to get a foul ball. Sometimes you got that ESP and then you find a way to make it happen, right? Julio went off today, 4 for 4. They beat the Mets. It was a great feeling. But you know what? A greater feeling might have been Holly meeting Tommy Townsend. How awesome is that? I definitely want to pick your brain. I know you only got to talk to him for a little bit, but unbelievable that you were able to have that happen. And I don't believe in coincidences at all. You know what I mean? Sometimes, people think, hey, is it the Matrix? Do I take the red pill? Do I take the blue pill? What I do know, if you're a good person, karma has a way and the universe has a way to talk back. And, and maybe we just talked into existence, but I know you've never been in there. Something told you to go in, and lo and behold, it could have been anybody. Andy Reid, any of the players, a bench guy, the water boy. What are the chances that it ended up being Tommy Townsend? I imagine I probably would have been on cloud 9 and I wouldn't have been sleeping very, very much, but unbelievable. I hope that you feel a little bit better. I know with the weather changing, obviously from hot to cold, maybe a lot of y'all aren't feeling the greatest, but man, unbelievable. Blake Middleton playing would have won Milwaukee the series. Probably, it would have been a little bit closer. I said Celtics Warriors before the playoffs started, and obviously, I got the ESP, and ESP is real, and we'll see what happens. But, you're not going to be able to go, every single year. Sometimes there's going to be another team that matches up well, and when you got the Defensive Player of the Year and Marcus Smart, Tatum taking his game to the next level, Jaylen Brown, I mean, it just kind of felt like this Boston's year as far as representing the Eastern Conference, and that's big facts. That is big facts. Paisley, yeah, I took her for a walk earlier today, and then the girlfriend went to the park for about an hour and a half. And so, it is what it is. Joey in the building, what to do? What's popping, man? Let's go. The only time you can trust Stephen A was when there's a Cowboys game. True, obviously, because he knows he wants to roast Skip Bayless, and he wears a cowboy hat, and he laughs. But when he said the Suns are going to win, and they're going to win in blowout fashion, I was like, is he talking this into the universe? Because he's always wrong. Always Always, always. Jameson Meza, what it do? Holly Hundo. Man, can you believe that? I mean, and on Friday the 13th of all things. But I think it was like, I know you ended up being on a different live stream late at night with one of the Chiefs Kingdom members, and it was like a midnight stream. But I don't know, maybe it's just all the Tommy Townsend talk that we talk about. But it could have been anybody, and it was him. Very, very cool. And like I said, once you go to the front row and you end up going to a game, he'll remember you. You know what I mean? He'll definitely remember you. And what are the chances of, meeting someone, him as a punter, and that you actually do own his jersey? And he has no idea who you are on the YouTube circuit. You know what I mean? Because you are one of the more well-known mods across the board. You know what I mean? As if you're talking about sports channels, you might be the most famous one. You know what I mean? You are definitely well-known, not only in the Grossi Posse, but the Fanatic family. And obviously, it's not necessarily about status or anything like that, but that's just the truth. You're a real kind-hearted person that would give the shirt off your back, and that's proven. But obviously, in the YouTube world, you're very well known. If Tommy actually knew who you were, he'd probably be excited to meet you rather than you being excited to meet him. But very, very exciting. It made me excited when I ended up seeing that, and I imagine a lot of the Fanatic family was very excited as well. Big, big facts. So it definitely was not a coincidence that I guided to do too many things that day I wouldn't have ordinarily do, and the timing was just so weird. And you've never been in that liquor store right before. You've never been there at all, right? And something told you to go in. And like I said, sometimes that's the intuition that I have with sport picks. I'll just have a dream, or I'll say something, I'll hear something, I'll feel something, and then it ends up happening very shortly after, or maybe the next day. But very, very cool. I imagine that's, something that if it happened to me, I would be like, wow. I mean, I'm probably not going to be able to sleep for a day or two, but that was incredible. Got the photo, got a chance to talk to him a little bit. But yeah, like I said, it'll be very, very special for you for the rest of your life. And that's big facts. They put a hold in your account for ordinary transactions. No worries. No worries. That's all right. I mean, you always support very, very heavy, you and Cyberpunk. So we'll try to get to a good number, obviously, with the donos there. But once you get your bank issues straightened out, we'll be back to normal. No worries. Don't apologize for that. Like I said, you're the number one contributor to the channel besides Cyberpunk 53. So I'm just excited about this. I'm excited about this. Unbelievable. I can't believe this happened. I can believe it, but I can't believe it. This is awesome. Made me smile, made me happy, and I imagine it made you even happier. Shout out to the GOAT, Holly Hundo, as well as Tommy Townsend, a.k.a. Tommy Winchell. Wow. Unbelievable. Yeah, you'll get it worked out. You always do. You always do. No problem, no problem. And it's crazy, too, how the banks will do that. Obviously, if you have a credit union compared to Chase or Wells Fargo, I mean, even the bigger banks end up sometimes doing that. Unfortunate, but, I guess, the fraud stuff is kind of a big thing now. So you got to be able to make sure you get that taken care of. But unbelievable. Unbelievable. I even shared it with Elliot. And when I shared it with Elliot on Instagram, because he has Twitter, but he doesn't check it, but he was like, oh my God, really? I was like, yeah, look at the photo, dude. And yeah, he was pretty excited too. So we'll see if he ends up getting in there. Let's see here. Yeah, right. And obviously, maybe being able to, talk to him when you're in the front row, like at a Chiefs game, that's one thing. But to be able to have just a moment at a liquor store when it sounds like there wasn't a whole lot of people in there. So it was just like the owner, or someone at the register that took the photo for you. But it sounded like there wasn't really a whole lot of people in there when it happened. But yeah, unbelievable. No problem, man. Yeah, I know things can get tough. We all go through the ups and the downs. We'll be doing mental health Monday. We'll be doing that tomorrow, and we'll be talking about sports and talking about mental health and things that we can do to, support each other. And that's a big part of this channel. You know what I mean? Sometimes even myself, I get to a point where I'm riding the highs, but then sometimes, you feel like you either eat too much or you just get lazy or you just rather sleep. But sometimes you just got to push, you got to push yourself. And, once you actually get up and you get a shower, a shave, get maybe an energy drink or some kind of refreshment in you. And then you feel, you're ready to get things, going. Sometimes you just need that little kick in the ass to kind of get going. And, sometimes, I feel, up and down and, maybe I'd just rather sleep or not do anything. But most of the time is once you actually just start the process, then you'll be good to go. And it sometimes takes a little bit longer for people to get going in their days, either at work or school or whatever they're doing. But like I said, we got a good supportive group here with the Fanatic fam, and I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Let's see here. Joey, right? Seriously, very, very cool. You know what I mean? And obviously being able to go to different, grocery stores, liquor stores, you're probably not going to meet up with that many Chiefs players in your lifetime, but just the fact that it was him, that's what makes it so, crazy. But I feel that the, universe does listen, and we talk about him literally every day on this show. So and it definitely makes me feel very, very happy about that. Counterfeiter documentary. Oh, I might have to end up watching something like that as well. Literally, Tommy and I were only customers in the sea. One of the store owners offered to take photos. He was happy to do it. Unbelievable. What are the chances a liquor store only has 2 people in it, and the 2 people are you and him? It almost was too good to be true. Brute saying, hey, the juice is home. When we talked about the Saints, right? When we talked about the Saints, they are a top 3 team in the NFC prior to even the Jarvis Landry signing. Can they get OBJ as well? Because if you guys get OBJ and you get the full family to come home on the LSU side with Honey Badger and Landry, you guys are a Super Bowl contender, okay? I'll be the first one to say it, out of any YouTube circle, TV, podcast, anyone that's out there. The Saints are a Super Bowl contender, and I thought they were already a Super Bowl contender after not necessarily the Landry pickup, but with this right here. Okay, so you got to feel really excited that as long as Jameis can stay healthy, Taysom Hill at tight end, you revamp the whole wide receiving core. It's going to be exciting to see AK-41 full strength as long as that legal stuff with the guy in the elevator, nothing happens there. You got Michael Thomas with something to prove. You ended up getting Olave in the draft, and then now you end up adding a piece in Jarvis Landry. Maybe get OBJ on that too. But you got the Rams, right? You got the Buccaneers. You got the Saints. Packers, Niners, Vikings, those are kind of the dogs right there. Cardinals maybe. And then on the AFC side, you got the Bills, the Chiefs, the Broncos, Raiders, Chargers, and maybe a few other teams like the Colts, the Titans, the Ravens. It's going to be exciting, but I definitely think that you guys are a top 3 team in the NFC. I would take you guys over, at least at this point on paper, over the Packers, Niners, Vikings, and all Cardinals, all the other teams. But hey, you never know. Maybe you can match up. I mean, you already match up really, really well with me, right? You guys already kind of have our number, right? And you match up very, very well with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So I'm not really too sure what's going to happen during the regular season, but if we both go to the playoffs, we'll have to wait and see. But congratulations on the signing. And obviously we know the Rams on paper look very, very good, but it tells us, right? It tells us that once you go right to the Super Bowl one year, you typically don't make it the next year based off injuries or whatever happens. So if that's the case, the Bengals and Rams are out. Who's next up? Who's next up is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And guess who? The New Orleans Saints. Could you imagine the Saints and the Bucs in the NFC Championship game in 2022? I mean, that would be something else. I mean, the Rams and a lot of other teams are going to have something to say for it. But could we end up getting OBJ to be the last piece? Maybe he takes the bare minimum just to add on that extra sauce, right? To be able to get him to come home with Jarvis. I mean, you never know. I mean, I don't know if I'm talking it into existence or not, but anything is possible in the NFL. I don't necessarily think they need OBJ, but how cool would it be for OBJ to join the Saints and then to pair up with his best friend, Jarvis Landry? That LSU fam is very deep. Man, unfucking believable. Congratulations to all the New Orleans Saints fans. I see you guys. Super Bowl contender. Write it down. Take a picture. It is facts. I'm really excited to see where it goes. Big facts. Let's go. The juice is home. Yes, sir. Thomas, Olave, Landry. Best wide receiver trio in Saints history. Well, we don't know how good Olave is going to be rookie season, but if he plays anything like we've seen him play at Ohio State, it's going to be very, very good. That's facts. 22 minutes. I might have to take a look at that as well. Caleb Tibbs, you are the 3rd best source of content on YouTube behind Bengal and Goat House. Hey, I'll take that. Yeah, everyone's got their favorites, based on research and, obviously being entertaining and whatnot. I've seen Bengal. I haven't watched any of his videos, but I've seen him pop up on my timeline, and I do know who Goat House is as well. Appreciate that. The kind words. Caleb Tibbs in the building. What to do? Let's see here. Scrolling down. Marcos Pineda, thank you, Ryan. Really pours his heart out, straight goat. Yeah, and I do. You know what I mean? No matter what, if you're my friend, you definitely, I got your back. And like I said, I know sometimes financially things can get tough, and I'll do whatever I can to be able to help you out, in times of need. But also, you know what I mean, mentally for you trying to be okay. I don't know if that means, maybe you trying to find, another place to live, to get maybe like a 1-bedroom studio, find a roommate, try to find maybe a new beginning. But it sounds like if things are kind of rough, mentally, you might have to start considering saving some money up and to be able to, have something there. Obviously, if I was, single and I wasn't, with anyone and didn't have my puppy Paisley and all that situation, me and you, we might be able to work something out, but obviously that's not going to be something we can do at this time. But I am praying that things get better for you, my brother. Let's see here. The Bucks. Yes, that was tough, right? But obviously game 7, you typically know what's going to happen with that home team. One team stole one. Obviously, they're in Boston. Then they end up stealing one in Milwaukee, obviously in game 6. But game 7s usually are going to go to the home team 90% of the time, unless you're CP3 and the Phoenix Suns. And that's big facts. Let's see here. Let's scroll around. MT got all-around skill. Olave will be the deep threat. Olave's route running is very underrated, too. Jarvis will be in the slot. I love it. I bet you do. I bet you do. He said, don't forget about Deontay Hardy and Marquez Callaway, too. Right, but remember when you had those guys and, people were like, oh, these guys could be, one of the top receivers now. We already knew that, on the depth chart, this is where they should be falling, 4th, 5th string behind some other guys that are a little bit better. That's facts. Saints will be on my radar next season. We'll continue to follow Honey Badger. Yeah, and I watch all their games, so I usually try to pay close attention and scout. And it's nice for the Saints fans through all the ups and the downs. Except for maybe the rumors that Drew Brees, even though the NBC maybe doesn't want him, he can go to Fox and hold it down, until maybe, I don't know, Tom Brady comes. So he'll be able to find a job. And obviously, it's not going to be an easy thing to get into broadcasting. I mean, some guys, it's really easy to do, but, since Tony Romo did it, maybe Breeze is like, well, I'm a Hall of Famer. I'm a better player. Maybe I can do it, but you have to be able to know people. It's not necessarily knowing the game, but talking to players in the huddle is different than talking on TV or on a podcast as well. But I think Drew can find a job. I think he's talented. So it's just a matter of time before a network snatches him up. And that's big facts. There you go. A little weight training, a little yoga. Nice. Getting ready to go out west to North Dakota. Living the farm life. Living your best life. I love it, man. My boy Joey in the building representing the Vikings. Oh, baby. Skull in the house. I see you. Let's take a quick look and see what we got. I mean, I don't really know if Cyberpunk will be in the building tonight. Usually Sundays are the day that he takes off. But hopefully we can end up getting to a decent number by the end of the stream. And then, I'll be back on Monday for Mental Health Mondays, and we'll be going over everything here as well. So I got the Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills on TV on NFL Network. They actually have a game on. This is the number 1 game of last season, AFC Divisional. I mean, we seen this one go back and forth. 26-21 Chiefs are up with 4:54 left in the 4th quarter. Man, what a wild weekend in sports, huh? That's crazy. And I want to be able to get back to starting doing some NASCAR. I saw Kurt Busch obviously win with Jordan Brand. Pretty cool, to be able to see drivers switch teams and, a guy like Kurt Busch, to be able to win races, I think with 4 or 5 different teams and different car manufacturers. It really shows you it's not necessarily about the car manufacturer anymore. It's a driver. And when you have someone like Kurt Busch with his brother Kyle, they're not really loved, I think, across, the nation. Those are kind of like the heels. A lot of people don't like those guys. They'd rather, root for guys like Chase Elliott or, some of the newer guys that may be a little bit more popular. But it was cool. I ended up watching the last 30 laps. Kurt Busch found a way to get into the winner's circle. Congratulations to him. I see you, Kurt Busch. But I definitely need to get back to trying to doing some of these NASCAR races because I do miss them. That's big facts. Suns scored 27 points in the first half. It happens. You know what I mean? Like I said, I think it might be the CP3 curse because it seems like every time CP3 has a chance to make a name for himself, he always chokes. And that's facts. Breeze and Brady, never going to happen because they're not good enough to call play-by-play. So you have to understand when you're talking about sports, you got to have a Jim Nantz type of figure right? To be able to do the play-by-play, which is the hardest thing in sports. All right. So you can't have two color guys, just talking about random facts and, talking about audibles and predicting plays. You can only have one of those guys, and neither Tom Brady or Drew Brees is good enough to be able to do the live play-by-play. But if it was a 3-man booth, and you had someone, being able to do the play-by-play, of course, you could have those two guys in the booth chime in, and that is facts. Let's see here. Yes. Obviously, you don't know the real story with all that. We're not friends. He's never going to be on this channel ever again. And it's not about his work schedule. That's just lies that he told people on his channel to get subs and views. Yeah, he quit the channel. He's not going to be on this channel ever again. Yeah, so, like I said, honesty, loyalty, respect is one thing. But yeah, obviously there's a lot of lies and a lot of deception, to try to get subs and to try to get views with the comments on, on his particular channel that he tries to do. But yeah, never going to be on this channel ever again. We are not friends. It's not happening. Let's see here. Jeremiah, the annual Kurt Busch win. Yeah. And obviously I think you'll be able to get more than one with that as well. Let's see here. Let me scroll down. Hey, you can't have two color guys. You can't. You got to be able to have the play-by-play. That's facts. Tommy's very humble. Yeah. Well, I imagine, obviously when he said that you have his jersey, he's like, you know what? I'm just an average Joe. Well, probably because no one really, let's be honest, like how many people really have punter, T-shirts or jerseys, even if they're one, maybe one of your favorite players. I mean, it's kind of an uncommon thing to be a special teams gal or be a defensive guy like myself. But it obviously shows that maybe he's got more fans than he knows of, and maybe just being that forgotten guy. Because I think a lot of kickers and punters probably feel that way. They know they're good. They know they're in the NFL or if they played on the college level, but they probably feel like a little overshadowed by the Mahomes and the Kelseys and the big names, on the team. But that's cool that, he ended up being kind of that down-to-earth guy. That's awesome, and I'm really happy for you. That's big facts. Yes. Well, it's like your idol, and it's like the, person you love the most on the team, right? It's the person that you gush over, Mr. Tommy Winchell, okay? Pretty sweet. Read one time they had two color commentators in a game, and it was bad. I mean, you're not going to be able to do it because I think people don't realize, even on YouTube, on TV, when you're watching a game, to be able to have the energy is one thing, but it's enunciation, pronunciation, being able to know the coaches, the players, being able to know the scheme of football, not anybody can do it. And there's a reason why we're so critical of the people that are on TV, because a lot of them aren't very good at it. You know what I mean? And the GOATs that are really, really good, like John Madden and Summerall, were excellent, right? Jim Nantz is awesome, and he makes it look effortless, right? But he's the best, right? Him and Gus Johnson are by far the best. Gus will give you that energy, but there's nobody better than Jim Nantz. And as much as we complain about Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, they're a little bit better than we give them credit for. It's just that they're not our favorites. And there's someone else I would rather be listening to. And it's also good for people like me and, Grossi Posse, where, we can actually show our, flavor of how we would call the NFL games. And I think fans kind of relate more to people like Tom and myself and some of the other channels out there that do it rather than the people on TV. And that's a good thing. If they suck on the TV side, they can mute the TV or turn it low, and they can listen to someone like me call a game, or, someone like Tom. And I don't think anybody does it better besides me and Tom on YouTube. I mean, I think with the energy, the knowledge, and just being able to have that passion, for the game, there's not very many people I feel that are great at it. And I think that we're two of the best on YouTube, and that's big facts. Let's see here. So I think Brady will transition to commentating just fine. He's just smart and charismatic. Sure, he'll do great. And he'll be doing color. So he's not going to be doing the play-by-play. Like I said, you could try to do play-by-play, but like I said, for some people, it might come natural. But there's a lot of preparation. Like a lot of times you guys see the effort and the energy and the grind that I put in, when I'm online and I'm doing a show, right? I have no notes. Everything is up here. It's on the fly, one take, okay? But all the stuff behind the scenes with the reading and the film study, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours a day, being able to keep up on things, you guys don't really see that aspect of it. So just as hard as I work, when I'm doing 4 to 8 hours on here, just imagine how hard I'm working outside of that as well. You know what I mean? Like that's like where a lot of the greats, end up doing that. Like, when you see people like For example, like basketball players like Jordan and Kobe and Larry Bird, we all saw how great they were, on screen, like on the games. But did you ever see like the preparation and the shit that they would do behind the scenes? That's what made those guys great, because they put in so much work that for everything that you saw on the court, there was a lot of shit behind the scenes that no one really saw. And that is big facts. So nope. Yep. There is no love. It's all lies. Like I said, there is no love. When you say that you're trying to be a part of the NWSF and you quit, okay, and then you try to threaten violence with me and Preston, right, and you want to spit on your ex-girlfriend, that's not a class act type of person that I want to work with. Okay. And, anything that wants to be said so he can get subs and views, that's on him. So, I don't have anything to do with him ever again. And like I said, I put in the hard work and the energy, sacrificed my Michael Jordan rookie card. I put in the time, the energy, and the effort. And it's all about being honest. And if you can't even be honest with your own fans on really what happened, then obviously that's on you. So, like I said, if you want to go and support him, go right ahead. But there is never going to be a reunion. I am never going to work with that guy ever again. Yeah, we ended up doing some reaction videos back in the day. But like I said, having some moral ground and being able to be a hard worker and not quit. Like I said, I've been doing this for 10 years. All right, 6 years on YouTube. And like I said, I take a lot of pride in everything that I do. So, like I said, it's just sad that people have to come down to that particular way and people's true colors come to surface. Okay. You know what I mean? Like when you're going to say, oh, I'm still part of this, or we're only not recording because I moved away. It's all fucking lies. Okay. So, you can either believe the bullshit or believe the truth. And that's big facts. All right. Tommy was very surprised and humbled that I have his jersey. I bet. Once Brady's in the booth, I don't want to punch him anymore. LOL. Giannis in the building. What to do? Let's see here. Let me see the Instagram. But it is kind of annoying when you get people that tell lies about things. You know what I mean? Like, dude, you're not coming back, man. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing that's going to happen to make you come back. You know what I mean? Especially if you're going to threaten violence because you're mad that your girlfriend left. And then that was like the breaking point for you. And then you're frustrated with everything else that's going on with your life, with your job and all the people that you have in your life. I mean, fake as fake can be, you know what I mean? That's just the bottom line. And there is no love. There is no reunion. And I'm glad not to have that person in my life ever again. That's facts. Heads up, next Sunday is the Coca-Cola 600, one of the main races in NASCAR calendar. I think I'm going to do it. Like I said, I'll probably have to have Johnny Thumbnails make a thumbnail for me for the race. But I definitely want to watch the Coca-Cola 600, and hopefully you'll be able to make it, Jameson, and we can get Riggs and STL and a few other people in the building, and we can definitely do that. That's facts. Let's see here. Yeah, NASCAR and NHL. I mean, obviously with the NHL playoffs being on, I mean, sometimes if baseball isn't going on, it just gives me something else to watch. And yeah, I'm definitely trying to get into that a little bit more too. That's facts. You're good at play-by-play, but suck at the color. I mean, color is one of those things that's easier. You just need to be able to read the offense and the defense and, come up with certain things with, facts and whatnot. It's a lot of reading, that has to, be involved with something like that. So. Dumb question, but what's color? So play-by-play, obviously, you're first down and 10, and you're going over, the play-by-play, second down and 20, loss, sack lunch, you're going through all that. Then after the actual gameplay, then the other guy that does the color commentary, he's the one that chimes in like the Tony Romo, like, pre-snap. He's coming up with the predictions on what the play is going to be or what's going to happen, coverages. He comes up with interesting facts, maybe about guys, with the research that he did, where he went to high school, where he went to college, maybe he's like Matthew Stafford, going to high school with Clayton Kershaw, stuff like that. Some maybe facts that people don't necessarily know. And that's color commentary. So that's a little bit easier because what you're doing is you're just kind of chiming in. All right. You're chiming in obviously there, but the play-by-play definitely is much, much harder. That's facts. Players, coaches, stories. Yep. Exactly. There we go. Yeah. And that's why, when they don't have to, worry about the play-by-play, because, I mean, for guys like Jim Nantz and obviously the guys like, Joe Buck, they're used to it because they've been talkers and they have the gift of gab, you know what I mean? And it just comes natural, but you do have to do a lot of preparation and research as well. It's not something where you typically can just go in and just get it done. I mean, some people are a little bit more talented than others, but that's where the color guy usually has to do a little bit more research, because then they're having to come up with trivia, questions, random facts, just to kind of keep you on your toes with everything there. So big facts. Yeah. It's crazy, man. When anyone brings up, the past, it's annoying to me. You know what I mean? When lies are told, you know what I'm saying? Just so you can gain some ground, and act like, the NWSF is still like a thing. It's like, you're not a part of it. It's done. It's just one of those things. It's like, I wish some people would just move on with their lives, let alone have to badmouth and stuff. Like, if I ended up posting the messages, all right, on screen of what he said about me and Preston, and and we showed that to all those people that follow him, he would lose every single sub that he has. So, you know what I mean? And I don't need to go to that extreme because I'm not that type of person, but it's just very sad when someone has to go to that length to be so dishonest and disloyal. So, but it is what it is. And I imagine we're still going to get people that don't watch this channel regularly that will be asking about that. But I mean, it's already been a couple years. There's not going to be a reunion ever. It's crazy. It's crazy to me, man. Unbelievable. So I will have to watch the Blues on Tuesday, Sarah, even though I know nothing. Hey, you don't really have to know anything about NHL. It's just watching something, that's on. And then you can, because obviously the rules with, certain things like NHL, soccer, and some of the other sports, it's a little bit harder to follow if you don't know what's going on with, line changes and all that. But then, obviously, all the little kind of schematics and everything that's going on. But I don't think you really have to know everything about NHL to enjoy it. It's fast paced. There's going to be some big hits. There's going to be some fights. And then you can just kind of enjoy it for what it is. And then the more you read and the more about, the players and the teams and the history, and then it gets you a little bit more interested in the sport as well. Right. So right now, I think I still have it right now. I got to check to see what the Dallas and Calgary, I think it's intermission. I think they're going to the third period because I got the Chiefs and the Bills on right now. So let's see, take a quick look. I'm going to take a peek here. 109. I'm looking at the NBA scores here as well. So let's take a quick look. Let's take a peek. Is this one an intermission still? I think it is. Because right now they're just showing highlights, but I don't have the sound on. So it's 2-2, end of the second. The Stars and the Flames. Rangers won 4-3. And obviously that's really tough for any of the Penguins fans like Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, big Pittsburgh Penguin fan. Obviously we know Sidney Crosby is one of the best players in the world. And I know there was some questions with his injury status in the game as well. Let me take a quick look here. And I don't even know if Crosby even played. Did he play? Yeah, it looks like he did. But I don't think he was 100%, and that's probably a big reason why they lost. That's facts. Celtics versus Heat Tuesday night. Yes, I can't wait to be able to watch that. That's going to be awesome. And then obviously we're going to get the Mavericks with Luka. That's good for Luka to be able to get his name out there. I don't think anyone predicted the Mavericks were going to get there, but I don't see them keeping up with the Warriors in 7 games. I would assume that one will be over in like 6. Shit, it might be over in 5. I don't think they're going to sweep, right? But then in the finals, I would assume that it is going to be Celtics, versus the Warriors. But, you never know with the Miami Heat. They might be able to string out the games a little bit longer. But I think with the Celtics, the defense, and there's the way that they've been rallying, I would assume that's what we're going to end up getting. But we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I think it's one of those things. If you have like a favorite player, a favorite team, if it was something that, that you did, when you were a kid, or, at some point where you were just, that was your team and you stuck with it. I think at that point, right, you maybe would stick with it longer, at that point. But, I think at this point, go, Tyreek, the 10, the 5, touchdown, Chiefs. But like I said, if you don't watch it on a regular basis, it's going to be hard to get into. It's like NASCAR, baseball, anything else. If you got a favorite driver, if you got a favorite, team like Team Hendrick, Hendrick Motorsports, if you have certain guys, favorite baseball team, favorite players, it's going to be a lot more interesting to you. But if you don't have a favorite team or a favorite player, very, very hard to kind of get into the games if you don't have those guys that are involved. That's big facts. I mean, I give everything kind of a try. I really do enjoy NASCAR. And I'd rather watch NASCAR than, NHL. I mean, I like baseball because of my dad. But if it wasn't for my dad, I probably wouldn't like it baseball as much. But meeting Griffey and meeting Koufax definitely made a big difference in my life. And, having those guys there definitely was very, very big, for me. And, like I said, it's like I already have the love for basketball and football, but now with the NBA, it's not as exciting to me as it was, obviously in the 80s and 90s. But as we're ramping up now to the Western Conference Finals and the Eastern Conference Finals, playoffs in general is better than regular season NBA. So it's easier for me to get into it because it was my number one love when I was growing up as a kid. NBA was always kind of at the top with the NFL, but now MLB and NASCAR have kind of taken over the NBA love that I have. But, I still try to watch as much as I can. That's facts. But I guess it just depends on how long you've been watching it. You know what I mean? If you've been watching it for, a little while, if it's been something a part of your life, all the way through. So, but yeah, lots of games and everything to go over. Let's kind of go over some of the scores and take a quick look. Obviously, we know Saints fans are ecstatic because of Jarvis Landry. And that's obviously a big thing for them to be able to stack that chip. And then also, what else did we have? I know Melvin Ingram. Then we have that news as well. Obviously, the Dolphins get that. Peace. I didn't think he was going to be. I didn't think he was going to be coming back to the Kansas City Chiefs, but I guess Miami is really trying to make a push to bolster that pass rush as well. But 2-2 looks like the end of the second of this, so we got one more period left to be able to see who's going to come out on top. And let's go here. So today's games, obviously, you have this, the Celtics 109, Bucks 81. They win the series 4-3. And then the Suns get mollywopped by 33 at home in Game 7. No surprise, CP3's on the team, and then you lose. It just never fails. Seems like it always happens every single year. I don't watch it on a regular basis, but every once in a while, I might tune in, for a little bit. But I'm not going to watch it consistently. Is that something that you watch? I like speed. Like even my girlfriend was like, I had NASCAR up. It was the last 30 laps, of the race. And what are you watching, NASCAR? I love it. I just love the speed. The haters, they just want to say, oh, it's just going left. It's just going left. And to the normal person, it may seem that way, but obviously if NASCAR and kind of how everything works in the NASCAR world with racing in the Cup Series, you got to have a good team. You got to have good spotters. You got to have a good pit crew, and the pit crew is very essential. If the pit crew isn't very good, you're not going to be able to find a way to get in the winner's circle at the end. NASCAR Cup Series at Kansas, man, if I lived there, I would have went. Kurt Busch, number 1. Kyle Larson, number 2. He had a chance to actually win the race. He hit the wall, battling Kurt. Kurt didn't put him in the wall, but he was just trying to get past him, and he couldn't. Kyle Busch, the other Busch brother, got 3rd. Denny Hamlin 4th, and then Christopher Bell at 5th. And then if you look at the standings, Chase Elliott is still number 1 with 475 points. Number 2, Ryan Blaney, 423. Kyle Busch, number 3, 417. And William Byron in 4th at 415. So it's been crazy. I mean, a lot of people have been winning races. It hasn't just been like 1 or 2 or 3 guys. There's been a lot of different winners in races. So that makes it a little bit more exciting because back when I started watching like on a consistent level, it was like Jimmy or Jeff. Jimmy Johnson or Jeff Gordon, like every other weekend. You didn't really have a whole lot of room for those other guys, like the Greg Biffles and the Matt Kenseth. Some of these guys would win from time to time, but it was pretty much dominated by Hendrick Motorsports for the longest time. But now it's kind of cool to be able to see like different guys win the race every single week. And I'm definitely excited to be able to see what happens there. And I just enjoy the speed aspect of it. Just the cars going 200 miles an hour. And it's just fast paced. I mean, when they have cautions and whatnot, then they have to slow it down, but I truly do enjoy it. I loved it when I used to work with my old boss, Ed. He has the same name as Al Bundy and Ed O'Neill. And, he was a warehouse, manager boss guy, and he was really into it, and he got me into it. And when you see someone that has passion for whatever it is, a sport team, NFL, NASCAR, it sometimes gets you to want to be on that same passion level. And he was just so passionate about it. I got interested, and I was like, okay, let me give it a shot. I mean, I used to love Dale Earnhardt, the Intimidator, right? He's my favorite of all time, but I never would really watch races like all the way through. You know what I mean? Like I would occasionally catch the beginning, maybe the end, and then I would do it, race to race here and there, nothing too crazy. But now it's like I really try to watch as much as I can. I'm not going to watch all the races, from beginning to end, but if they're on and I don't got anything going on, I'll try. And I do enjoy it very much. That's facts. Yeah, the cars are super cool. Keeping up with the speed of the game is the main reason. Yeah, I mean, obviously the speed of the game with, hockey, it goes very, very quick. So, I mean, you have to really pay attention a lot to what's going on there. But, I mean, the fast pace, obviously of hockey, I think it's why people do like it, going up and down, through the ice, just like NBA up and down. Football's pretty fast. I mean, obviously they have huddles and whatnot, but obviously for college football and NFL is definitely the easiest to watch, I feel. But it all depends on if you have, favorite players and fan bases and whatnot. So, oh, baby. Well, appreciate you guys. I love you guys very, very much. The best fans on planet Earth, the Fanatic family. Hope you guys had a great weekend. I know Holly did. I mean, I'm still in shock, that Holly ended up meeting Tommy. Like, it happened. It freaking happened, and you're wearing the Chiefs Kingdom shirt, as you should be. Amazing. I mean, like I said, it just puts a smile to my face. I mean, unbelievable. Talking about putting it into the universe. And, and I don't think there's coincidences at all. You know what I mean? Like, the universe listens. If you're a good person, things happen. Great things happen to good people. And that's facts. And I couldn't think of a more deserving person to be able to meet their idol and then get a picture than Holly Hundo. So congratulations to you. Again, that'll be something that you'll never forget. And like I said, hopefully, down the road, maybe you'll be able to talk to him about Florida Gator jerseys. I know that wasn't really something that probably was on your mind at that point, because you're just so in shock that you're meeting him right there. But if you ever get a chance to meet him again or you talk to him, I mean, maybe there could be an opportunity for one of his jerseys, Kansas City Chiefs, or like an official one, or maybe, something that you could purchase, or maybe something he'd gift you, or you never know. I mean, like I said, he could say he's an everyday average Joe, but to be able to have a fan that gets as giddy, meeting someone like that as they would be giddy meeting Patrick Mahomes, that's the way that you acted, and that's the way I would have acted too. So I was going to say, I imagine you screamed or probably were just like, oh my God, is this really happening? You know what I mean? And to have you guys be the only ones in the store, that's almost like unbelievable too. You know what I mean? So I love you too. I appreciate you guys very, very much. Yes. Yeah. And like I said, it's like even when I, went to the baseball game and, it's like, I knew I was going to get a foul ball. It's just like, if you put yourself in a position to win, you know what I mean? You obviously, they can say you have to have a little luck, but I think really talking it into the universe, and if you're a good person and you do good things, the universe recognizes that and bounces back all that, good energy that you're putting out there and that positive vibes. And then the amazing things that don't happen to everyday people, they end up happening to people like us if you end up putting out that positive energy. And it's amazing. It's amazing. Right. My brain wasn't working quite right. I thought of about 5 things I wanted to ask him about that. I just wasn't right. I imagine. But I mean, as you look back, I mean, you can go to the games and you could sit front row, but that encounter that was so unexpected. I mean, and you got a picture too. It's not like he was like, not going to take a picture. So, I mean, you could have just met him and, obviously we would have took your word for it, but to be able to get like an autograph or to get a photo, how cool is that? And obviously when you're a pro player, I mean, I imagine there's not a lot of people that probably ask, Tommy to take a photo, let alone recognize him. I mean, unless you're a hardcore Kansas City Chief fan like yourself. But yeah, I couldn't have thought of a better person for that to happen to. How awesome is that? Matt in the building. What to do? All right, what do we got going on here? All right, I'm going to turn the hockey game. All right, I got the Chiefs here. What game is on NFL Network next? Chargers and Raiders is on next in 17 minutes. So at least they got some NFL games now. So now the schedule is out. Now they're going back to showing games, which is awesome. We got USFL, Pittsburgh Maulers and the Gamblers. I don't think anyone's really watching USFL now. I mean, with all the playoffs going on, it kind of got left in the dust. Like, it was cool when it first started, but I think the lack of scoring and the lack of talent, I don't think really people watch. Like, I'll watch, just for, I guess, like, nothing else on. Maybe I'll take a little peek or whatever, but here, let's go here. It's on ESPN2. I'll just watch it on the big screen. All right, and I'm going to get out of here. So how's everybody doing? Matt's in the building. How's that weather there in Hawaii? I hope everything is good. Matt, did you hear about Holly Hundo meeting Tommy Townsend? Pretty sweet, man. Pretty freaking sweet. Yeah, I give it a try. I mean, I watch here and there, but I mean, now with like hockey playoffs, NBA playoffs, wrestling, baseball, MLB. I mean, there's a lot more, activities and other sports that I would rather be watching. I mean, NASCAR for me too, but yeah, definitely that Coca-Cola 600. I wouldn't get embarrassed. I think it's awesome. You got to think, I mean, like, out of anyone that you could meet, right? That's like your number one. I think it's awesome. You know what I mean? Like, you could have went a whole lifetime and had that never happen to you or to anybody. It's almost like a movie scenario. You know what I mean? Nobody's in the store. It's just you and him in the beer cooler. You know what I mean? Just you, him, and the guy at the register, the owner. Oh, man. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Kicking, yeah. Yeah. You got to have a good kicker and a good punter. She said, if you don't got a good kicker and a good punter, I'm not interested. If it ain't Butker or Tommy, I'm not interested, she says. I don't blame you. Special teams is big. Special teams is, I mean, you got to have special teams. And obviously it might be one of those things that's the most, underrated thing in sports, because obviously we give all the love to the quarterbacks, right? Deservedly so, right? You give all the love, to the big time players at wide receiver or tight end, right? Or you're going to give love to someone that loves the cheeseburgers and the chocolate cake. That's just the mastermind of the team. That ends up getting you the Lombardi, right? But to get there, to win the games, and in the NFL, it's so competitive, most games are decided by 7 points or less. Yeah, there's blowouts, and sometimes games are decided by 1, 2, 3. So if you end up missing a field goal or 2 or 3, or missing a field goal and a couple extra points, that could be the end of your season. So it's very critical, and it's like the only position in sports, especially for kicker, that if you miss something, just like one, like everyone's against you. I mean, unless the fan base loves you and they can give you a little bit of leeway, but you can miss 1 or 2, and you're almost like, all right, this guy's done, off the team. People don't really understand the pressure and how hard it is to be a great kicker, let alone a good kicker, average kicker. I mean, there's different levels to it, and it takes a lot of mental strength and fortitude, but also technique, and time put in to be able to have the good placement and the good rhythm to be able to make kicks. And the same thing goes for punters too. You got to be able to gator chop it all the way from the top to the bottom. You got to be able to have good ball placement. You got to be able to make it happen. And obviously, if you've seen like the good punters that are in the league, like AKA Tommy Townsend, you got to be able to put the ball within the 20, sometimes within the 10 or within the 5. Because if you start a drive on the 20, I mean, you only got to get 80 yards. But if you get a monster punt, it's on the 1. It's a 99-yard drive. And let alone there's a chance for a sack lunch for a safety. And more than likely, they're going to force, either a run so they don't get a safety and they punt. Then you get the ball around the 50 and that other team is going to end up scoring. So that's all about field position. Sometimes people play, checkers and other people are playing chess. And I think that the elite guys, that are in the NFL that play, either punter or kicker, they're playing chess when everyone else is playing checkers. And it's very evident on the guys that are a little bit better than the others. And that's facts. How cool. How cool is that? Still can't get over it. But hey, the universe was with you. The universe was with you. And hey, if we talk about it enough, I mean, eventually it's going to be money and it's going to happen. Cheers to you. How cool is that? Like, I saw your post and then you sent it to me in the DM and I was like, oh my, I was just like, I almost started screaming like a girl, like, just getting her first quinceañera or something, or just like having her first big slumber party. Like I just couldn't like contain myself. I was like, oh my God, did that really happen? And it did. And it did. Salute to you, Chiefs fans and Holly Hundo. Awesome. Freaking awesome. Hey. They do. They do. Yeah. 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 And obviously you can see like the Florida Gators, they're starting to have a lot of talent. So like obviously with all these pieces on defense and kicking, some of the offensive players, might not be as good, at wide receiver or running back or quarterbacks and whatnot. But obviously you can see their special teams, history is very, very good. So that might be something that even though I follow the Gators, obviously since, being a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan, I always try to see what they're up to. But I think I'm going to do a little bit more research and analysis over the years because it kind of shows, if you're getting a lot of these guys that are coming from the same school, what do they got in the water over there for the Florida Gators compared to everyone else, in the country? So I'm definitely going to be following their special teams for kickers and punters from that school. And if someone is going to be highly rated from the Gators at a punter or kicker, best believe they're going to be pretty fucking good. That's facts. I'm good. Like I said, I've been, trying to do the walks. I'm trying to be able to eat as, healthy as I can. But again, it's a challenge. Sometimes I haven't been doing the, hamburgers and, doing all that like I used to. I think at one point, like in March, with COVID and everything that was going on, I looked at like my spending habits and it was insane. I think I spent like $1,300 in a month, like on like Grubhub, for like breakfast, lunch, dinner stuff for like either me or the family. That's a lot of money. You know what I mean? Like that was way too much. And then I looked at it to see what I'm at, I think for this month, and it's only like a couple $100. You know what I mean? So it's not a lot at all. So it's not going to be definitely where it was there. But I mean, it was getting to a point where instead of even going to the grocery store, just like ordering meals. And if you're doing like 2 meals a day, that can add up with all the delivery costs. But I was like, man, I can't be spending money like that. I got to just be able to, buckle down and try to get more fruits and more vegetables. I'm eating more salads and whatnot, trying to walk a little more. It gets challenging because I think with my palate, I don't like to eat, the same thing over and over and over again. So I like to have the different flavors and mix it up. But I think that with the salads, they have the Santa Fe salad that I can buy at Safeway. It's in one of those like circular containers. It's got a good dressing in it with a little corn and like chicken. Little bit of cheese, not too much. It tastes really good. It's like $4 or something. And once I eat that, normally I was like, this isn't going to fill me up, but it actually fills me up pretty good. Where it's like, if you eat until you're stuffed, that's how you get overweight. If you just eat until you're content, you know what I mean? And you're not like bloated, then you'll be good. And then I can just go for a walk with Paisley and kind of walk it off. Last night, I went for a late walk since I didn't stream. I took a walk around like 9 or 10 p.m. last night. It was the first like late night walk that I went with Paisley, but it felt good. No one was out. It was just me, Paisley, and the street lights, me listening to E40, on Pandora, and it was good. It's good to be able to get that exercise and that energy in. So, yeah, maybe he mentored him a little too well. But obviously, punters, kickers, placeholders, you got to kind of look in. I'm going to have to do some research and look at all the kickers and punters. And maybe that's something that you can do for me too, Holly, just with your interest in, McPherson and Tommy and all the players that they got. But maybe we can look into seeing how many players that they do have that have been drafted into the NFL from kicker and punter. Because McPherson is already a top 3 kicker. I mean, he already blew all the records out of the water. We already know Tommy's one of the best punters from the Gators as well. But, I mean, besides Butker and Justin Tucker, I think McPherson is right there, in top 3. And some people might have thought he might have been even better than Butker last year, maybe top 2 or number 1. So definitely exciting to see maybe where that program goes and what they got going on over there for the Florida Gators. That's facts. The Space Kitty. We're talking about the universe. Yeah. And like I said, I mean, sometimes people can say, ESP, or it's luck. But like I said, when you continue to show off, and the skill set, you know what I mean? Where based on whatever is said and then that shit happens, after a while, it's not luck. You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to believe in the universe, you know what I mean? And some people have that gift. I'm not saying that I'm a time traveler. I'm not saying that I'm Marty McFly with the sports almanac, but there's been a lot of things that, certain people are right. And when you're right a lot, it makes people kind of wonder. And like I said, to be able to get the Julio baseball was an amazing time. I already got Kiki Hernandez, baseball when I was with my dad. And I predicted that, if I had to get past a grandma or grandpa and get it, and let alone I was sitting next to a 90-year-old grandma and grandpa. The grandma left for like 3 innings after I got the ball because her purse was wrapped around my leg when I got the foul ball. She probably got a little scared. But there's little subtle details. I don't know how I can predict those things sometimes, but it's just it just comes to me and then it happens and it's just eerie. But getting the Julio foul ball, being able to hopefully one day be able to meet him and get that signed would be awesome. But, shout out to Julio for doing big things today, beating the Mets, who are a World Series favorite. He went 4 for 4. His whole family was there. And I don't think that's coincidence either. Sometimes, when your family's there, there's pressure to do well. But if you just let the game come naturally to you, which he did, they ended up beating the Mets. It's the first series the Mets have lost all year, and it's the fucking Mariners that did it. And Julio was a big part of it. Even blasted a home run, and he went 4 for 4. So it's awesome. I still haven't got my jersey yet, which is just fucking stupid, right? I ordered the jersey right when he got called up, and I still haven't got it. I'm going to be getting it sometime between now and July. He's not getting called down. So, you should obviously send it to me. He started off in the lineup 9th, 8th, 7th, very low in the lineup. He was batting 063, 125, and now he's getting closer to that 300 average. And now he's actually one of the better players on the team. He's still got, J.P. Crawford in France and these other guys that are a little bit better. But for being a guy that's a rookie coming up, it's big and very exciting. And sometimes, when you have that belief and that faith, then the magical things happen, like meeting Tommy Townsend or me getting a Julio foul ball. So, you got to talk it into existence, baby. Yes. Yeah, I don't like eating the same thing over and over. So basically the opposite. I don't know how he does it. You know what I mean? Just to eat pepperoni pizza and the gas station chicken and the fingernails. You would think at some point, the fingernails aren't going to taste good. The pepperoni pizza, that's it. If that's, I guess, what you like. But I like to experience, life and just be able to different types of foods and whatnot. And it's just kind of cool to be able to experience different cultures and stuff too. If you've never had Indian food, or anything like that with curry, you don't know what you're missing out on. You can always go with the safe things, but you got to take risks, sometimes in life, and you got to be able to get out there and try something. Because if you never try something, you never know. It might end up being one of your favorites. And I'm always open, to trying food, and I'm not trying to limit myself in life. I'm always trying to, do the most that I can and being open-minded. And if you're open-minded, sometimes greatness will happen to you, and you'll find yourself in awesome situations. That's facts. Hey, research project. I would like to see, what we got there, how many NFL players from kicker and punter have come from Florida. And obviously, if you got, Tommy Townsend and you got McPherson already, that's a pretty good backing. And I imagine they're going to continue to keep getting more and more talented players to go there. Tommy's brother, Johnny. And back, see, there you go. So what is it about Florida? And like I said, it's that connection. I don't know what it is, but the big reason that I'm a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan is the Florida Gators as well. So this Florida Gator connection that I have with Tampa Bay and you got with the Chiefs, it's just crazy. You know what I mean? Because like I said, when I started watching them, around the 90s, and they had Steve Spurrier. Steve Spurrier was my very first quarterback at Tampa Bay in 1976 when they were an expansion team, and they went 0-26, and they were horrible. And then he ended up being the head coach down there at Florida. So there's all these kind of weird, kind of ties together of why I am a Tampa fan. But like I said, besides the Oregon Ducks, that's the team that I always kind of keep an eye on. I know every year is different, and they're not going to win championships if they don't have Spurrier or Urban Meyer that they did. They're going to have that right, that special coach, to be able to get there. But very crazy to see the talent there. Let me see here. I got to go through my recordings. I got all these shows that are coming on. So one sec here. In 2 minutes, I got all these other recordings going. Simpsons. All right, hold on. I think I might have to go put this on here, and I might have to watch Bob's Burgers. I know the Bob's Burgers movie is coming out, and I'm going to watch that. But I got too many things on the DVR, and if I don't delete one, then it is going to not work. So hold on here. All right, Bob's Burgers. I gotta. Okay. Come on. Hold on. God damn it. Okay, Bob. Okay, I think I got it now. All right, Bob's Burgers next. All right, Bob. All right, Wicked Tuna, Riverdale, Simpsons, Wicked Tuna, Family Guy, Simpsons. Got to get my cartoons in. That's a big part of my life. That's facts. It's why Carrick won't let Republicans turn back the clock and outlaw abortion. Carrick Flynn, Democrat for Congress. Protect Our Future PAC is responsible for the content of this ad. Harassment. Pierce. I like Alec Pierce and Jelani Woods. Yeah, it's going to be crazy. I still am wondering where, I mean, you're still going to need some help at wide receiver to see where it all plays out. And I don't know what other options are left. You know what I mean? And obviously, the Saints keep stacking chips with the pieces they have. But, I mean, there's still time to add pieces to that roster. But it is going to be exciting to see what the Colts players do, as well as the Titans players in the AFC South. Yeah. The early start times. Yeah. I mean, it all depends on, I mean, you know, with the scheduling and everything they've got going on. All right, Bob's Burgers is coming on. Talk about mental health. And we do mental health Mondays, but I'm telling you, you know what I mean? When you like have something that like, you know, is like a Bob's Burgers or, you know, a Simpsons or a King of the Hill, I can't describe the way that it makes me feel because I'm still, even though I'm 40 now, even though I don't look it, I'm a big kid at heart. And oh, wow. Tina is like in high school. Oh, wow. This is wild. Oh, they're doing like some kind of like musical thing. She's fantasizing. Oh, but yeah, it's just so cool to be able to connect to something like that. And it always puts me in a good mood, just like when people come to the stream, you know, no matter how good or bad their day is going. At the end of the day, you know, I always feel with a purpose that, you know, I'm hanging out with the people that I want to hang out. We can talk about life. We can talk about sports. We can talk about movies, TV, whatever it is. I know that Highlander just came back on, and the girlfriend was watching a little bit of that, but we're watching Better Call Saul. And I didn't realize that show was as good as it was. Obviously, if you watch Breaking Bad, you realize that show is amazing with Walter White, right? But I don't think I ever realized that Better Call Saul, you know, covered all the other characters in the show. And I was actually like really surprised. And we're trying to watch those episodes, we're kind of binging it and going through that because we actually never watched Better Call Saul, the one about the lawyer in there. But let me throw a photo up. But it's very, very interesting and it's very entertaining of a show. It's facts. Better Call Saul. Yeah, and he goes through a lot, obviously, in his life with the show. Let's see here. Look like the Terminator, and they are the Terminator. I like the movie where the robot just has a face and the rest of her. So all right, let's see here. But I'm always trying to give you guys, you know, on what's kind of going on in my life and what I'm watching. But yeah, definitely surprised on how good the show was. I knew it was going to be good, but I didn't think it was going to be this good. And it follows like his whole life and his journey. You know, when he started out to be kind of legit, and then going, you know, being legit, and then being a little bit questionable with some of the choices that he makes. All right, 820-435. Let's see if I can find this one. Oh, Bob's Burgers. Always a great show. All right, where are you at here? There you go. Yeah, and it's crazy. Like when I don't do, you know, recordings, I usually try to do them almost every day. But I know when I miss a day, you know what I mean? I kind of feel off a little bit, you know what I mean? Sometimes I get a little bit off when I miss it, but yeah, this is definitely a good one if you're looking for something. Obviously, you have to watch Breaking Bad all the way through. And then you start to introduce these other characters that Saul has in the show, but it's very, very good. It's definitely worth a watch if you're looking for something to binge. I mean, obviously, I watch a lot of different programs, but yeah, I'm definitely surprised on how good it is, and I'm definitely going to keep watching for sure. Oh yeah, they always do new seasons. The new episode is on right now, and like I said, they're on season. I watch it every. They're on season 12 already, believe it or not. So I've been watching every season for the last 12 years of my life. So it's still going. Oh my gosh, Daria. Oh, that's and Beavis and Butthead, the old school. Wow. Did you? Oh, let me check. Did you? Oh my gosh. Look at you. Your phone is going crazy. What are you doing? Cartwheels? Oh my gosh. What kind of beard does he have? That's what happens when you meet Tommy. The phone goes all directions. Oh my gosh. You didn't have any idea you were recording? Hey, that's cool that you did, though. How cool is that? Oh my gosh. Kip in the building. What to do? Thank you. Running Snippy. Yeah. Wow. How awesome is that? I will. Oh, good stuff. Yeah, it looks like you were probably spinning it in your hand there. That's hilarious. Good times. And he was just by himself, huh? Well, at least you didn't go into stalker mode and try to follow him. We got a photo, so I mean, the best thing besides a photo would have been, an autograph or whatever. But I think photo might have been better, at that point. So that way, it's not just proof, but then you have that picture forever for that memory. So. Yeah. Yeah, just grinding it out, man. Just grinding it out, dude. Yeah, just watching a lot of sports, reading a lot, doing a lot of those things. Just grinding it out. How's everything going for you, Kip? Everything going good for you? All right, Bob's Burgers is going on. I got to go back to the hockey. One sec. All right, commercial break. Gary Barnage. Yeah, you'd want something beer. I mean, the photo was perfect. And plus, you're just like, I mean, you're probably just, your mind is racing going like, because I mean, he could have just said no, not to be like mean or whatever, but you could have asked for the photo and, he could have just, he could have just not talked to you or, just denied a photo. So at least he was cool enough to do that. And there was no one else in the store. You know what I mean? So maybe that was a little bit better too. He got in, he got out, you got in and got out, and probably were shaking and with excitement and whatnot. So yeah, very, very cool. I mean, I know like when I met King Griffey Jr. and Koufax, and I've met a couple people, over the years and stuff. And I remember when I met Rick Smits, at the Blazer game and stuff, and I went up to his hip when he's like 7'4" when I was a little kid and stuff. But the Griffey and the Koufax were like the most special to me, and that's really what made me kind of Northwest Sports Fanatics and being that hardcore rabid fan. So he ain't coming to Philly. If he doesn't come back to Tampa Bay, he's not coming back at all. And he's trying to make it sound like he's not coming back or it's, but if Tom is like, dude, I need you one last season, you know what I mean? I don't see how Gronk says no. So if I had to put money on it, I would say Gronk will come back. I just don't think he wants to work out. You know, I don't think he wants to do like any type of training camp or anything like that. He just wants to be able to, kind of just party it up and just enjoy his life with his brothers and his girlfriend. And I think when the time is right, pretty close to right before when the season starts, maybe a couple months before. And then I would assume that he'll end up signing, and then, we'll end up getting our guy. I mean, and if not, then we can use that money that we were, saving with Brady's kind of restructured contract. Maybe we can get JPP or Ndamukong Suh to come back, because obviously those would be key pieces to get. If Gronk isn't going to come back, then at least we can get a couple of guys on the defensive side. So we'll have to see. A little disappointed, but I don't think he really had a whole lot of loyalty, going from the Chiefs to the Dolphins. I mean, it was a good pickup for you guys when you got him, and he was pretty productive when he was there with your team, in spot moments. But I think obviously bolstering the pass rush, Miami is trying to build something. And I don't think Tua is the guy, but they have a lot of supporting cast. So it's just a matter of just beefing up the O-line, with Armstead, beefing up the defense, beefing up the running back room, which they have. They really have a nice team, and it wouldn't even shock me if Miami gets second in the AFC East over New England, and Jets obviously being in fourth. Like, I think New England's got the coaching, but they don't have Josh McDaniels. You got Belichick, but it all depends on Tua. You know what I mean? And who's going to play better, Tua or Mac Jones? So Mac Jones. I mean, we already know that he had one of the better rookie seasons out of all those quarterbacks, but I mean, I don't know. But Miami is trending upwards, and they have a lot of picks like Philly. So if they keep hitting on their picks and they keep grinding it out, sooner than later, Miami is going to get in as a wild card, and Philly might win the division right out the gates. I mean, obviously, if you're looking at some of their players like Jordan Davis, I mean, I saw a picture of Jordan Davis and Fletcher Cox, and Jordan Davis is like one of the biggest mofos I think I've ever seen. Like, he's an amazing fucking player, but his size on the field compared to even some of the big guys in the NFL, it's something crazy. Let me see if I can pull up that photo that I saw. Let's see here. See if I can find it.
If I talk, I'm kind of nervous when I take tests. This thing is like so hard. Sorry. Okay. You're in a test.
I'm looking to see if I can find the photo.
Do you know what it is? Yeah, they have the shells and they sort of stick their head.
But he's a big boy. Yeah, I can't find the photo. But I found this one. So to give you kind of an idea, let's see.
I'm sorry, can you start again? I was thinking of something else. Oh my gosh. I'm kidding. I heard. Shall we continue? Sure. Just adjusting something under the table. Don't even worry about it. Well, the eye thing is off now, so I gotta fix it. Yeah, go ahead. I'm just dealing with a different thing, not a weapon pointed at you. Okay, focus. Now, describe only the good things that come to your mind.
All right, check this out.
My mother? Yeah. Let me tell you about my mother.
Gene, was there something you wanted to say about Tina? Oh, just how much I love her. Me too.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to go get beer or to the dispensary, but I'll go tomorrow morning. But it's all right, Probably better that I don't drink beer every day. And usually I've cut back a lot, so I'm not trying to drink as much during the streams. But when you do stream for 4 to 8 hours, you have to usually sip on something. But maybe I can find some other kind of alternative. All right, where is this photo? Yeah, but Jordan Davis gives you that. I mean, if you look at his height and his weight and just like his overall size, I mean, he is just a monster out there. I mean, he gives you that Aaron Donald kind of Warren Sapp. Like he's a big fucking body, big and physical. Eagles definitely got the sleeper in the draft. I mean, anyone that was picked past 10, this was going to be an ideal piece for like the Chargers, the Ravens, the Eagles, and getting A.J. Brown obviously was huge too, but I think the impact of Jordan Davis is going to be phenomenal for Philly moving forward. That's facts. What a cool photo. You know what else is a cool photo? This one. Oh, yeah. Holly and Tommy. It don't get better than that, baby. Awesome. Salute to you. Salute to you. That's exactly what I'm thinking too. Just wants to avoid the preseason stuff. Doesn't want to, go through that. Air Brews, watching a classic Brewers game. Robin Yount. All right. Going back in the Paul Molitor, going back from the old school days. Awesome. What are you watching? You're not going that far back. You're going 2011. You got to go back to like when I was a kid. Go back to like the 80s. You know, the 80s and 90s. That old school Brewers back in the day. Colts won them. Okay. Matt Payton. True or false in a cover 3 defense. The DB's eyes are to the QB, and they're only one high safety in cover 3 is his own defense. Matt Payton has been playing too much Madden. Change the name back for the culture. Air Whitey. There you go. There we go. And you just got to go from one team to the next, man, and just keep it moving. Malik Willis. I like him. Like I said, I think it's going to be a transition, and we're going to see where Ryan Tannehill falls, maybe Tampa Bay. Because like I said, I didn't want him when, it was going to be like free agency time. And those were my top 2 guys, Tannehill and Brady. And obviously we got Brady this year, but I don't really know where, if Brady retires and goes right into the booth, I think that would be my ideal guy to have. Because I don't know, Jalen Hurts, like all the Eagles fans were like, Jalen's not good. But now you got all these great players surrounding him. I think that they're going to find out that Jalen is actually better than, I think the Eagles fans were just wanting too much too soon. You know what I mean? Like, you weren't even supposed to make the playoffs last year, and Tampa kicked your ass. But what did you really think? You thought you were really going to beat Tampa? Let's be honest. You don't have a team yet. You got to have a full roster to be able to, win a playoff game, and to get to that point, you just barely snuck in. So give it a couple years of building the foundation. And then when you actually look at the team, you'll know when your team is good. It's like when the Eagles went to 4 straight NFC championship games with Andy Reid. You knew they were good. If you don't have that gut feeling that the roster is fully there, then you're probably not that good yet. You know what I mean? It's just common sense. You just have to look at the roster, look at the depth, look at your starters, look at the bench, and you'll know in your gut when you're championship worthy or you're not. And you can't give this like blind faith when you're not that good of a team. And then you get into the playoffs and you get your ass kicked and everyone's just blaming Hurts. Hurts is like Dak. It's like a Dak 2.0. He's very likable. He's a hard worker. Obviously the teammates really go ham for him. And I think he's a great fit. You know what I mean? But if they decide they don't want him and they want to get a quarterback, they still have 2 first-rounders next year. And there'll be some guys that they can go after. But I think it would be smarter is to keep developing the quarterback, keep putting weapons around him. And that's going to lead to true success. Maybe an NFC championship game sooner than later, but it's up to Philly to decide if they want to start over with another QB, but then that means you're starting over the process with another guy. But I think that, he is good enough to be the guy. That's facts. Change the name back for the culture. Do it, baby. For the culture, baby. Right? The old games. Yeah. Matt Payton. Zach Ertz. So bad it hurt Zach Ertz, Michael. I thought he was top 3 for a long time. And then obviously he got a little bit older. He got a little bit nicked up. Then he ended up going to the Cardinals. But I would think right now, top 10. I don't think he's outside the top 10. He was top 3. But now, you got to look at who's playing right now. You got Travis Kelce, 1, right? And then maybe Mark Andrews, Darren Waller, George Kittle, Kyle Pitts. You got all these other guys. But probably somewhere between 6 to 10 is where I would rank him. He's still good enough to put up good stats. You know what I mean? But a different quarterback, going from the Eagles, going to Kyler Murray. Kyler isn't really that reliable at the end of the season in November and December, but we did see once he got transitioned over there, he was able to make some big plays, but definitely somewhere between 6 and 10. You got other guys, that are going to be battling, for the spot. You got Pat Freiermuth from the Steelers. You got boy on the Lions as well. There's a lot of guys that are ranked, I think, in the top 10 that kind of fluctuate and they kind of go up and down. But I would say somewhere probably on the, 8, 9, 10 range. But he was top 3 for a long time. But he's nowhere near, Mark Andrews, Darren Waller, Kittle, Pitts. He's not on that level anymore. But he's still like a second tier below those guys, which is still good. If there's 32 teams and some teams have 2 or 3 tight ends, it's not like he's ranked 30th. You know what I mean? I think top 10 is still pretty good, but he is getting a little bit older. Yeah, somewhere in that range. Oh, yeah, definitely a Philly legend. And then his wife, obviously, is a professional soccer player. So that family with their kids are definitely going to be athletes. Yeah, TJ Hawkinson. Yes, from Iowa, your Hawkeyes. And then Noah Fant, but we'll see what Noah Fant does. But Hawkinson, I think, is better. But Hawkinson gets hurt a lot. So, I mean, it just depends on if guys can stay healthy or not. So,
Listen to me, please. You don't want to bring me in for wiping.
yeah, but also, Kip, you're biased, right? It's that Eagle love that you guys have. I don't know, 7. I think there might be other guys that might be slightly better, and there might be some rookies also. You know what I mean? But I don't. 7's a little high. It's not like he's throwing up 100-yard games and scoring once or twice every game. You know what I mean? When players get old, you know, you just got to get to that reality. Unless you're Tom Brady, that sometimes you dip a little bit. You know, he's still a good player, but I don't think he's 7. I mean, I think closer, you know, that 10 to 12 range, I think is a little bit more accurate. You know, because there's going to be other guys that are going to step up and that are going to be younger, faster, have better hands. I mean, when he was on the Eagles, he was a legend. And again, he was top 3 for a long, long time. It was like Kelsey, Kittle, and Ertz, but he ain't top 3 no more. He ain't top 5. You know, it's usually on that back end, which is still good. I mean, whether he's 7th, 9th, 12th, I mean, does it really fucking matter? I mean, he's still going to be able to make some plays, but he's just not as impactful or consistent as he was. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think OBJ is going to go there. You guys have a certain culture for players that you guys are looking for. And I don't know. I just, you know, it'd be nice for you to be able to get a player like that. But, you know, with the Colts and their organization and the way they run their team, you know, it just doesn't seem like it would be a fit for OBJ. You know what I mean? If anything, the best fit for OBJ would probably just go with the Saints with Jarvis Landry and go back home with all the other LSU players, like obviously Honey Badger. You know, he went there. And if you're, you know, friends with a lot of the guys that you went to school with, right? So if you end up going there, that makes the most sense. You know, Honey Badger's there. Now Landry's there. You know, the number one option for OBJ. I mean, you already won a Super Bowl with the Rams. I mean, just playing with your friends at that point with the Saints. That would be the most logical destination for me, for OBJ to go to. But the other one would maybe be the Buffalo Bills. You know, if OBJ ends up going there, to give Josh Allen, you know, that extra piece. Von Miller's already there. He was teammates with Von. Maybe getting OBJ and then having, you know, Von Miller there would be like kind of the cherry on top and getting that big impact kind of plays, just like they got with the Rams and Stafford. And obviously Von on the defensive side, that's where I could see OBJ going, either the Saints or the Bills. But I don't know if they have money that they can give OBJ, but I think that would be the most natural fit for both of those guys. If he wants to win a Super Bowl, then he's going to go to the Buffalo Bills. If he just wants to play with his friends, he can go to the Saints, and then maybe they can overachieve and then make the NFC Championship game in a year or two. So this is kind of my feeling. I don't know. That's a good question where TY goes. I don't think there's a lot of interest right now because he's getting a little bit older and whatnot. If you can bring him back on the cheap and he wants to come back, that's fine. But bringing a guy like Cole Beasley in could help. I could definitely see him. That's a player that I could see fitting in. And I'm not necessarily saying that the Colts only like Caucasian white players, but their organization, you know, if you look at who they have, who they like, you know, there's certain, you know, teams that kind of gravitate more towards like the Caucasian players. The Colts and New England are 2 of those teams. Now, they obviously have plenty of the brothers out there on their rosters, but if you look at their organization and the way that they draft, the way they get free agents, they do primarily like Caucasian players at certain positions more than other maybe teams. It's just facts. If you just look at the roster, look at how they break things down, the community and everything. And I'm not saying that they're a racist team by any means for the Colts or New England, but as you know, with New England, Belichick loves the white wide receivers. You know what I mean? So Cole Beasley going to New England would make a lot of sense as well. It's just, you know, for whatever reason, they kind of gear towards those type of people. So, you know, they're still going to take the brothers if they're athletic and they're a good fit there. I mean, you guys have had great pieces like Reggie Wayne and Marvin Harrison, you know what I mean? But it just seems like there's certain teams that kind of gravitate towards those athletic Caucasian guys like a Cole Beasley or an Amendola or, you know, a Wes Welker. It's just, you know, and then they repeat that over and over and over again. So that's facts. But yeah, Cole Beasley would be a good fit though, for sure. Ooh, Green Bay offense and Cincinnati Bengals defense. What are we sitting at right now? I think we're sitting at what, 7? Is that where we're sitting at? I know we'll still end up getting a good number at the end of the day. I don't know if Cyberpunk will be in the building, but I imagine we'll end up hitting a good number. I never really get too worried about it. You know, I'm just trying to have fun with you guys and grind it out. And usually we'll have some goats. Obviously, Holly's got some issues with her bank that she's got to settle with. So Make sure you get your bank taken care of. Obviously, for just your normal purchases, not necessarily just me. Obviously, if it's not allowing you to buy things like groceries, that can be a problem. So you definitely want to be able to get that done first. Julio as well. Yep. Julio would be a good fit. Cole Beasley would be a good fit. Bringing T.Y. would be a good fit. But it just depends on how much money that you're dishing out. Now, if you can get Julio, Cole Beasley, and T.Y. all on the cheap, that's going to make your team even better. And like I said, the Colts could be possibly a dark horse, if they can get guys like that and they can stay healthy to make an AFC championship game run, let alone trying to win the South competing against the Titans. So, because we know the Jags in Houston aren't going to be able to be there. Like we had my boy Toby, you know what I mean? Toby is a Jags fan, and he was like, oh, what do you think? He's like, everyone's saying that we're going to win against the Commandos. And I said, everyone and you? Because no one thinks that the Jags are, let alone going to win game 1 against Washington. And, he's saying that maybe if we beat Houston twice, I don't even know if that's possible. I mean, you've been the worst team in football the last 2 years, and you might be the worst team 3 years in a row if this Trayvon Walker pick doesn't work out. And I know that's probably tough for a fan where you saw Bortles and Fournette and Jalen Ramsey, Calais Campbell, Bouye. I mean, a lot can change in a smaller market. You can be like one of the best in the NFL and then 3 years later be like dog shit. You know what I mean? So it's tough. You got to rebuild. Tampa, prior to Brady and Gronk and the rest of the people that we've had, they weren't a very good destination spot. But now people are at least considering, playing for Brady. And even post-Brady, I think we're going to have opportunities to get players to come to Tampa based off the success that we've had. You know what I mean? All right, so end of the third period. So it's going to go to overtime. So multiple overtime games in Game 7 on the NHL side. Ooh, I forgot that I got Bob's Burgers that I'm watching, though I'm not finished with it yet. All right, so I got 5 minutes left. And then I got to go to, what do we got here? NBA basketball, Mavericks and Suns. No one wants to watch that. Okay. But I think I want to watch that Raiders-Chargers game. I can go back, watch Mariners and Mets, which was good. Let's see here. I can't believe we beat the Mets. That's just awesome. And they almost blew it, too. Right there at the end. They had a big lead, and then they had bases loaded with Pete Alonso up. And I was like, oh, no. All right, here's number 2 game. So the number 1 game was the Bills and the Chiefs. We know that. Now this is number 2. This is Week 18, Chargers and Raiders. Okay, I'm watching that. I love when they show the old replays of games, even from last season. Super exciting. $7. Let's get to $100. Let's do it. Yeah, you couldn't even buy. Oh, man. Yeah, you have to do that. I had to go buy dog food again today, and I need to go get Paisley at Petco. They have like supposed walk-ins because her nails are really long, and she's done, with her diaper situation. Like everything is good now, and then we're gonna get her fixed next month. So hopefully that doesn't cost too much, from our local vet that we take her to. Hopefully it's just a couple $100. But it wasn't really too messy or anything like that. And obviously her behavior changed a little bit more lovey. And obviously, anyone that goes in heat and their emotions are going to change a little bit, but she's still the same loving dog. But yeah, I definitely need to try to go get her nails clipped and trimmed up and buffed because they're way too long. And obviously when she went into heat for the first time, obviously I had to, we had to wait. And so hopefully I can end up going in because every time I go to the local Petco, they're never in the front. They're always in the back. I'm like standing there waiting, and I never can get a hold of anybody. So there's this other place in Sherwood up the road from my house, supposedly, that will do it. So we'll see if I can get her nails done and clipped and buffed tomorrow. Because obviously if she's running full speed and jumps on you or is wiggling around, I mean, you can get bloody really quick. Anyone that's got a cat or a dog, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Sometimes when the cat and dog like spazzes out and they're just, just wiggling around, I mean, they can catch your face or your arm. And I've gotten pretty bloody from her and the nails and whatnot. So, but yeah. And I had to go buy the dog food too. And I know how that goes. I mean, if you got a cat or a dog, and especially with the Holly and the, her Victor, who likes to sploot all day and all night, just relaxing all day and all night. They got to eat though. And, I buy like a mini bag of dog food, not like a large one. It's $20 and it probably lasts less than a week. So, I mean, the dog food for a puppy, it goes pretty quick. So you definitely it's a lot of costs that are involved, but it's worth every dollar. That's facts. Oh, way too early. Way too early. We got to still see what's going on in training camp, see how players develop, who gets injured, who doesn't. But I don't think, there's plenty of guys on the defensive side, Hutchinson and Thibodeau, and who knows, maybe even Trayvon Walker makes a difference. Touchdown, Chargers, Austin Eckler. But I don't know. I have no idea how things are going to pan out, for all the teams. Maybe Jordan Davis does something. There's a lot of quality players on offense and defense, but I'm not really too sure. Way too early to decide. So she's good. Like I said, she's no longer in heat. She's no longer in that mode anymore. So no more diapers, no more having to worry about that, which is good. Just need to get these nails clipped and do that. And obviously, it costs a lot. Anytime you have a kid or if you have a pet, sometimes maybe you don't realize how much it costs to be able to maintain, a cat or a dog or a pet, not let alone a kid. You know what I mean? But Paisley is pretty much my kid. Besides, I have 2 kids. One is YouTube, and one is Paisley. So that's my love, and my grind. And yeah, but it's so worth it. It is. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's like crazy how big that she's getting. I almost can barely pick her up to put her on screen. You know what I mean? To go from the little pup, that I had, like this, just, and it's just crazy how big she is now. And now she's like this. But, the love of my life though, definitely saved me. And, talk about mental health, that one single thing that besides you guys and just the grind with the channel, it's definitely been Paisley, and that's definitely made me mentally stronger than I was, having something like that in my life for sure. I know. It's people are, the ESPN and fucking, NFL Network love doing that. Who's going to be the first pick in the draft? And they're going over all the quarterbacks. Can't we just let it sink in for like the players that we got for this draft? You know what I mean? But sometimes they're just really desperate for content. So, you know what I mean? They're going into like next year's draft. Like, why are we even talking about that when we just had the draft? Can't we just like develop the players and see what we got? There's still free agents that haven't signed yet. Can't we just focus on, this 2022 season rather than talking about who's going to be the first pick in 2023? But the cool thing is that the draft is going to be in Kansas City, right? Does that mean that you're going to go? Holly, are you going to go to the draft next season? Because I believe it's going to be in Kansas City, right? That would be amazing. Chiefs fans are going to represent. If I was going to, I've never been to a draft before, but if I were to go, that would be an ideal place to meet up with a lot of the Chiefs Kingdom people, and it would be an awesome experience too. Lots of photos, lots of fun, lots of video. I don't know, maybe. Ooh, that's rough. I know you were talking about there was some kind of issues with the health. Prayers up for your dad. Well, we'll see if Chief will be in the building at some point as well. And then, hopefully everything, is okay. Obviously, it's always scary when you have family members that end up having some kind of disease or some kind of surgery or something that's going on, and definitely is scary. But prayers up for your dad. I don't know why people can't we just soak it in first to see how I want to see what Thibodeau does. He got his number. I think it was from like Graham Gano or whatever. He had to pay the money, but it was like for charity, which was a cool thing. So he got his number 5. I'm excited to see what he does. Giants will still be booty, but it'll be exciting to see what you can end up getting with Evan Neal from Bama on the line, and obviously with my boy Kayvon Thibodeau for the Ducks. And then just seeing the rest of the talent, with the Jets and all the players that they got, and obviously seeing all the great draft picks, for all the teams that we love rooting for. But you're gonna go. Maybe I can. If I have enough money and I can, end up making it happen. I don't know about necessarily hotel, because I got a lot of fans and a lot of friends that they've said that if I ever, go to their, state or their hometown, I got a place to sleep. You know what I mean? I can always stay in a hotel and I can always do that, type of thing. But obviously hotels and motels will cost a little bit extra, but always being able to, stay at a friend's house or apartment or condo or whatever would help save a little bit of money if you can spend it on other things like merch or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking that would be a really fun place to be able to do something like that. So for sure. It's a National Tight End Day. Yeah. We don't really know. I mean, you can do it based off name recognition, but just because someone is a big name in college, that doesn't mean that they're going to pan out on the NFL side. Carr, going long, going deep, and then the Landry comes out on the field. Raiders 10, Chargers 7. The number 2 game of 2021, Week 18. The Chargers and Raiders is on NFL Network right now, which is awesome. And then overtime, Dallas and Calgary are on my computer. And this is the full game. Wow, they're just doing it one after another. So instead of doing it from 10 to 1, they're doing 1 through 10, I believe. And then they're doing the Bills and the Chiefs 2020 AFC Championship game. That might be, I guess, number 3. And then what are they doing? Oh, so they're just doing those 3 games. And then Good Morning Football. They still got Kay Adams' name on there. So is it going to be Rachel Bonetta? I guess we're going to find out here on Monday, because I don't know if I haven't seen anything with Colleen Wolfe. So I assume Rachel Bonetta is going to be taking over for Kay. There goes the ratings. I mean, people are going to still watch because it's Good Morning Football. But to lose Nate and to lose Kay, I mean, I don't think anyone gives a shit about Schrager. But if you lose Kyle Brandt after that, I mean, the whole show is kind of taking a whole nother dynamic. So, but we'll see. I'll still be watching Pat McAfee and Colin and Joy over Good Morning Football. Every once in a while, I'll tune in for a little bit, but it's not the same. Yeah, maybe I can make my way, because I do want to go to the NFL draft, obviously with Birdman and all the fun that he had, and I could represent Tampa Bay. I know I'd be able to get on TV for sure. You know what I mean, with the gear and the merch and whatnot as well. But yeah, it would be really fun to be able to represent for Tampa out there, and obviously just be able to mingle with some of the fans. I mean, I'm not going to be able to see everyone, but I mean, it would be great to get Odin's son, because he's on New York. I'm in Oregon, and if somehow we can end up just meeting in the middle, there for the draft, would be amazing. Be a lot of fun. Yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. You gonna go? I mean, it sounds like, I mean, if we got like a year to plan it out, you know what I mean? Like, I'd have to fly, and it's not like I'm afraid of flying or anything like that, but maybe it could be a nice moment for NWSF to be able to meet. It would be an awesome road trip, you know what I mean, to be able to meet up with you guys. And I mean, we'd have some good content for the channel, and it would just be a lot of fun. It would be a lot of fun, obviously, just to represent for our teams, but to be able to, hang out with some of the GOATs too would be really exciting, because I know a lot of us, I think, would, we talk and we hang out almost every day, but to be able to actually like meet each other face to face, hugs, and just being able to talk football and pick each other's brains would be awesome. So Gronk is just waiting. He's just, being patiently waiting, and he's not really committing just yet. And I get it. I don't think he's already at a point where I think he's already accomplished, I think, everything that he could accomplish. But bottom line, if you got someone like Brady, asking, hey, you know what I mean? I need you. And we definitely need him. I mean, if we want to be able to try, to get there and win a Super Bowl again, we need Rob. I mean, that's a big part. Even though he might be a little bit older, you know what I mean? He's still arguably the best tight end, maybe one of the best ever. I mean, you got guys like Tony Gonzalez maybe at 1, but after we reflect Gronkowski's career, obviously Kelsey's career, you know what I mean? We'll see where they're at, numbers wise and whatnot. And they're going to be up there with Tony. And obviously Shannon Sharp is in my top 4 as well. You got guys like old school guys like Mike Ditka and all these other old school guys that are very good. But I mean, based off talent, touchdowns, yards, Shannon Sharp is probably the most underrated. Gonzalez is probably the one that was the most feared, based off the Chiefs and the Falcons. But Gronk and Kelsey are 2 of the best that have ever put cleats on. So I'm excited to see, where it all plays out. Gronk's got a lot more touchdowns than Kelsey, but I mean, Gronk's kind of at the end of his career. Kelsey's still got a little ways to go to catch up. So let me go here. I got a good Gronk photo. New one that I haven't posted before. Nice one. Clean. But I think it's pretty much he's just waiting. It's like, I don't want to work out. You know what I mean? I know there was one thing where he said that, when they were doing the COVID and they had to do like workouts, like with Zoom, So he actually did workouts in one day and changed his shirt and then just recorded, different workouts. So he only worked out literally one day and just switched his shirt, but then sent in the video each day of him wearing a blue shirt, a pink shirt, a yellow shirt, a red shirt, even though he just worked out one day instead of working out for the 5 days on the Zoom. Pretty smart, actually. And he didn't get in trouble or anything. But yeah, I'm assuming that, we need him. We got some guys in the tight ends in the draft just in case he doesn't come back. But I find it really hard to believe when Brady left some money in the restructuring of his contract. That was a big, kind of, hey, we need a few pieces, all right, if we want to end up being on top again, okay? We're going to need Gronk. We need Sue. We need JPP. And if we can't get all three, I know we definitely could go for this piece here. And I'm obviously, I want defensive guys. I know Sue's 35, but he can still be an impact, right? And I know, Vita Vea, and I got some other guys that can, step up into the role and play together. But, JPP and Sue, I'm not sure if we can actually win a Super Bowl without those guys. Those are big key contributors, even at the older age that they are. But like I said, if the Rams decide, for whatever reason, injuries, they don't get there, and the Bengals don't get there, who's the next team logically that will get there since the NFC isn't as really deep as the AFC? It's the Bucs and the Saints and probably the Packers, Niners. Those are like next in line. So I like my chances. I like my chances. I know Kansas City maybe lost a few pieces, but I think that they feel still pretty confident in Veach we trust and Andy Reid and Bieniemy that they could still get there too. So you never know. You never know. Everyone's talking about Buffalo Bills. I do like the Denver Broncos too, but we're going to have to see how Russ adjusts. But there's still going to be, Chiefs and Bengals will be in that mix with the Broncos as well as the Buffalo Bills. And just because you're favored doesn't mean you're going to end up there. But usually there's a little bit of foreshadowing. We've seen Buffalo get so close. It's like they're on the cusp. Like if any team is on the cusp, it's them. And they couldn't get past Kansas City. Maybe now they finally can. But if they get past Kansas City, what happens if they end up playing like a Denver and Russ goes off? You might not be able to get to that pinnacle. It might end up being Denver because I could definitely see Denver winning a Super Bowl in the next couple of years, and they might even win it this year. But I'm just hoping that Brady, for my sake as a Tampa fan, this might be my last opportunity of being great for a while, depending on if I get Tannehill or someone else. So I want to try to win the Super Bowl this year, or at least try to get to the NFC Championship game, and at least, have Brady go out on top if possible before he goes into broadcasting. But that's neither here or there. I don't really know how it's all going to play out, but we'll have to wait and see. But I know if it's going to be Bucs Bills, we're going to win. If it's going to be Bucs Broncos, we're going to win. But if it ends up being another team, who knows? You know what I mean? And Green Bay hasn't really proven that they can win in the playoffs. Niners, we got to see if it's Jimmy or Trey Lance. And the Rams got the best team on paper in the NFC, but based off history, it's really hard to get back to the Super Bowl after you've already been there, win or loss. So there's a lot of injuries. Uncle Mo, you got to be healthy in December and go 4-0. That's a big part of it. And just as good as the Chiefs were and the Buccaneers were, we fell short. And there's a reason why that maybe a team like New England, right, was the last team to do it in 03-04. Was there cheating involved for them to get there? Maybe. You know what I mean? They've only won those Super Bowls in the early 2000s by 3-3 against the Rams. In 01, 03, it was the Panthers by 3, and 04 against the Eagles by 3. And that was the last time that we've seen a team go back-to-back. So if you're doing it based off statistics, history, analytics, that means that the Rams and the Bengals aren't going to get there. Maybe they'll get there the following year, but that leaves the door open for teams like the Chiefs and the Buccaneers to maybe get back there since they didn't get there last year. PP. JPP, not JPP. Hey, I can say it whatever way I need to, JT. JPP. JPP. Oh, baby. That would have been a funny video. Like someone's there, like in a referee. I mean, you couldn't plan it out, unless you already knew the player. You know what I mean? But someone dressed up as a referee and they start throwing the flags on the ground, like 10 of them. Penalty, Holly Hundo, excessive hugging, Tommy Townsend. Yeah, but also if you're a player and you watch a lot of film, sometimes people can go in depth about, coverage and things like that. And some people, even hardcore fans, don't know all of the analytics and the terms and whatnot. Like, you can learn a lot by playing Madden and just, watching tape, or if you're playing in high school or in college. But a lot of people don't understand like the in-depth parts of coaching and, the different coverages, on what the players see, on their blind side, cover 2 to cover 3 to nickel to dime to quarters. You know what I mean? There's the blitz coverages, zone, man-to-man. Like, there's a lot of terminology that's very extensive, and some people know it and some people don't. Even hardcore fans, we know that. The bank problems. Hey, but even though you're might having some bank issues, I'd rather have you meet Tommy Townsend and get the picture rather than possibly donating to me today. You got a memory for life. I mean, like I said, I know a lot of the fans of you. We're all friends and family here. We're excited, obviously, for the opportunity that you got. But I mean, I almost felt like it happened to me. Like, even though I didn't meet him, but it's, as much as we talk about him, it's a part of the channel's daily routine. It made me feel really, really good inside. You know what I mean? Because I've been really lucky with meeting athletes and having special shit happen to me. Same thing with Preston and Swaggy P. It's like, I feel if you're a good person, you're not a liar or cheater, honesty, loyalty, respect, and, you give the shirt off your back, you're a good person, you do good deeds. I mean, the universe listens, and they take care of those people that put out that positive energy. Because I guarantee if I was, like I said, maybe like my former partner or someone else that maybe has character issues, you're not going to have the same type of things that are going to happen. When you end up being a good person, the truth comes out, over time, if you're a good person or if you're fake. You know what I mean? It definitely comes out into the open over time. That's facts. Q39 barbecue. Oh, man. Yeah, that would be awesome. I mean, you guys can get me some barbecue while I'm out there. You know what I mean? Like, I've never tried KC barbecue. I mean, let alone I've only been to Oregon, Washington, California, Japan, Illinois, obviously for work, when I got to see a Bulls and Warriors game, even though I was watching the Pac-12 championship dressed in apple green from top to bottom when Herbert was playing against Utah. They're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I was actually going to stay in the hotel room, and I wasn't even going to go to the game. You know what I mean? Because there was like a company function. I was just going to, watch the Pac-12 championship, but I watched it on my phone while I was in my seat. Because, I mean, it was just a regular season game. Some of the players on the Warriors were hurt. I didn't really care that much, but obviously me being a Duck fan, I mean, it just so happens that we were in Chicago at that time. And then, we partied late that night, and I got a picture in front of Wrigley, got to see the bar scene. And yeah, they party out there. They party out there in Chicago. That's for sure. Don't think I would live there, though. It's a little scary with all the crime and the shootings and all the shit that happens out there, the murders and whatnot. Because I think the most murders, and shit happen, it's like in New Orleans, right? And obviously New York and Chicago. I think those are like the 3 top places. Obviously, it depends on population and the gang activity and all kinds of other shit out there. But yeah, there was a moment where things could have definitely got a little spicy. You know what I mean? Like when I knocked on one of the doors that I thought it was a Lyft or Uber with my friends that were in it, and it wasn't. And a bunch of people got out of the vehicle, and I was like, oh, great. What's going to happen here? But, luckily nothing happened. They just got back in the car or whatever. But, yeah, definitely a kind of a scary place, but a fun place to visit for sure.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees are another reason banking with Capital One is an even easier decision than
Prince Fielder. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
I'll take Barkley.
Yes. Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet? Okay. Slowly.
Antonio Brown. Dude, he's just like Kanye, though. You know what I mean? I think those two, they link together, work together. It's like they both need to be on meds. I mean, you're both talented and you're both great. But over time, I think it's like you sometimes need to look in the mirror and be like, maybe I do need to be on some meds. You know what I mean? So, Bill Nye, the science guy. That's awesome. Yeah, Bill Nye was also on one of those shows, those crime shows that I used to watch. I'm trying to remember the Blind Spot. And then one of the characters in the show, that was her dad, and he was on there. But Blind Spot was an awesome show, kind of like an up-paced FBI with a lot of shooting and crime. Very cool show. If you guys ever watch it, it's no longer on TV anymore. Ended a couple years ago, but Blind Spot was very cool. And Bill Nye was actually the dad of one of the agents that was on the show. Very cool. Yeah. Memphis and Baltimore. Yeah, there's a lot. But obviously, New York, I mean, and New Orleans, I mean, they don't call it the murder capital for nothing, out there, and the NO. But Chicago, I mean, there's some crazy stuff out there. TO, I don't know about that. I know that Sean Kemp has a lot. Obviously, we had a conversation about talking about Sean Kemp. And, Sean Kemp, I think, I don't know the exact number, but I know he had like 15 or 16 kids with like 14 or 15 baby mamas. After the Seattle thing went, he got a little bit heavier set, went to Cleveland. And yeah, that's just kind of wild to me, to be you pumping out kids like that. So. Milwaukee. Well, obviously we've seen the shootings there too. I mean, you've seen a lot of that stuff going on, obviously, with the one kid, the Rittenhouse kid. And I don't know what it is with Milwaukee and like Colorado and certain places, but I don't know what it is, man, but it's something in the air there. You know what I mean? It was sad to be able to see that after that Milwaukee loss, that you ended up seeing some shootings and whatnot. And then they had the shootings, in Buffalo, where like 10 people got murdered in the grocery store. It's just really, really sad. What our world really comes to with, kind of senseless, activities that go on like that. It's very, very sad, but it is what it is. What can you do? I don't know if you can really predict, those type of things, if someone's just got a screw loose and they're going to go after it like that, then that's what's going to happen. So Eckler, touchdown, Chargers. Another touchdown by Eckler. Officially the winningest in MLB history, the Cardinals. Said Adam Wainwright and Yadier Molina reached 203 wins as a battery, passing Warren Spahn and Del Grandal for the most team wins by a battery in MLB history. What does that mean? Does that mean like as a pitcher-catcher combo? I don't think I've ever heard that terminology before, and I'm a sports fanatic. Miss or ma'am, Holly, and her post on the Twitter. And I appreciate Sarah and Holly, anyone, that ends up reposting, my tweets or doing something. I know Jameson Meza does it a lot too. It helps, whenever you can bring in people to join the Fanatic fam. We're going to get haters. We're going to get people that troll. We're going to get people that aren't a part of this channel, bringing up my former partner or, bringing up stuff that's not true. But it's always nice to try to be able to bring in, new faces and new people. But the Fanatic family, I think, is special. It's our own little gang. And of course, I want us to be able to get bigger, but it's all about quality people. You know what I mean? It's like we have so many things that are going on in life right now and things get tough. And obviously, I think with mental health Mondays and just being there for each other and being able to talk about sports or life or TV or movies, it's nice, to be able to have that connection with the fans. And, I couldn't ask for a better bunch than you guys. That's facts. $56 seconds left. Chargers 14, Raiders 10. And this game is still in overtime in the hockey. 2-2. I wonder if Dallas is going to end up winning. I don't know why, but maybe my Uncle Mo, maybe the ESP, maybe something tells me Dallas might be winning this game 7 in OT, but we'll see. Gang banging. This is crazy. Is there is there a lot of gang activity in Milwaukee? I mean, it doesn't really seem like a place that's going to have a lot of gangs compared to other places in the country. I mean, where is the shootings coming from? Is any of it gang related out there? I mean, what's the deal of the people in Wisconsin? I mean, isn't it all about cheese curds out there and Packers and Milwaukee Bucks? What's going on out there? Which second player can make a big leap? Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, there's a lot of guys that are going to be stepping up quite a bit. I mean, besides maybe second-year players, but just someone that comes off the top would be Jalen Hurts. Obviously, I think that he's already proven that he's a pretty good player. You know what I mean? But obviously, with all the additions, there are really no excuses now. So I'm interested to see where he goes. Yeah, Quiddy. Yeah. 2 hours and 12 minutes in, Dallas and Calgary tied up 2-2, game 7 in OT. Calgary's at home, but you never know. It might have the same feel as like Pittsburgh game. Hockey's a little bit different than NBA, MLB, and NFL. Rangers did win at home, though, so we'll see if the Flames can find a way to win at home, too. But maybe Dallas can do kind of the Dallas Mavericks thing. You know, Dallas Mavericks won on the road, and they found a way to blow out, right? Phoenix. Maybe Dallas can find a way to carry that Uncle Mo, and they can win on the road against Calgary. We'll see. All right, Michael. Have a great rest of your night. I'll see you tomorrow. Is it? What do you mean by that? Like just like Mexicans and the blacks and the whites, like just depending on where you guys live, it's segregated that way? Like the different areas and different like neighborhoods and whatnot, parts of the city? $7 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. Let's try. I mean, I still think, I know that Cyber usually does the graveyard thing, but I'm pretty sure that today might be his day off. So I don't know. He's usually sleeping or doing something else, but you never know. You know, once we get to that first hundo, usually everything is downhill from there, but pass incomplete. Landry on the field. 14-10 Chargers. All right, I'm going to flip back over to the hockey because there's only 7 minutes left. So let's go there. Oh, Family Guy. All right, what's on ESPN 2, I believe. I got the basketball game. When there's barely anything on, 2021 World Chase Tag Championships. Is that what's going on? That's when ESPN is hurting for ratings. That's sad. Lacrosse in college. All right, where's ESPN 2? It's supposed to be World of X Games, but I think the hockey game is still on here. There we go. 27 shots for Dallas, 58 for Calgary. Obviously, Calgary is probably the better team, and they're at home. We'll see. See if they can feed off the fan base or if Dallas can represent for the Mavericks and the Stars in the same night. I mean, when's the last time you've seen 2 Game 7s? Both teams on the road. Oh, that almost got in. I don't think I've ever seen a Game 7 by an NH. Oh, that was almost in. Wow, that should have been in right there. Holy shit. The net was open too. Woo. That was close. My goodness. No stick, no problem. Woo! Pujols makes first pitching appearance of career. I didn't see that part of the highlight. Man, Pittsburgh fans must be sick. I'm as Pat McAfee will probably be talking about it, especially when you go to a 7-game series. That's going to be tough. All right, here we go. Crowd is into it. 5:50 left in OT. I mean, any Game 7 that you lose is going to be really rough. Ooh, the ref almost got body checked right there. Nothing on. Let me check. Oh. Let's see. Nothing on the Venmo side. Nothing on the Cash App side, but I still got faith. I still think that we can end up getting to a good number. We got quality people. Usually just takes one person to kind of get things going, but we'll see. I'm going to keep grinding it out. Broadcasting Tetris. ESPN has really gone down the crapper. It really has. Yeah. Well, Madden is pretty. Oh! And Calgary wins. Wow. Wow. Well, I guess they don't have that luck like the Mavericks did. And now all the Canadians are jumping for joy. Calgary wins. Calgary wins. Oh, that's tough for the Stars. That's tough. Game 7. They got the Mavericks, but hey, I guess you can't get them both. Because I don't know if I've ever seen two teams win on the road in Game 7 in two different sports. In NHL, I mean, that might have been a first, and it didn't happen. Wow. Big win for Calgary. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Madden, I mean, they have Madden tournaments and whatnot, but I mean, unless you play Madden, you're probably not going to watch. I mean, those are the only people that really watch those things, is that if you're an avid Madden player yourself, and then you want to play online, or you play online and then you want to watch some of the greats play, or you're watching entertainers play. But I could think of 100 things that I would rather do than watch Snoop Dogg or other people play Madden. I mean, I'd rather play it myself. So yeah, that was awesome. Big. That would have been a lot of pissed off Canadians, I'll tell you that. Okay. All right, back to football. Back to football.
Lady, these grocery stores are old.
Pretty sure the male version of this is better.
I might say the same thing about Ghostbusters.
I can watch a little Mariners and the Mets. Okay, put it on there. And then let's go to football. USFL football. I might take a peek. Let's take a peek. Maulers and gamblers. I haven't really watched a whole lot since like week 1. Now commercial about hair loss. What's new? All right. Chargers and Raiders. All right. I'm back on football. So as a Madden player, we don't watch that shit. The game is butt cheeks. Yeah. Shout out to the GOATs. Appreciate you guys very, very much. Wow. God, it's going to be so interesting to see how the AFC West plays out. Everyone improved. And if they want to say the Chiefs didn't improve as much as maybe some of the other teams, I'm pretty confident that they're going to play some good football next year. I mean, we've seen Devontae Adams and some of the additions that the Raiders made with Josh McDaniels. Chargers did a lot on the O-line. Herbert is going to have a breakout year. I mean, like I said, he's already broke all the records for touchdowns, passing, and yards in the first 2 years out of any player that's ever played in the NFL. He's number 1. So I think that they have a chance to win the division. And, if they can get past this like injury curse that they have and the bad coaching with Staley, maybe they can find a way. But I mean, you got to be able to prove yourself. And, the Chiefs are kind of the proven team until proven otherwise. We got to be able to see how it goes there. But Raiders, Chargers, and Broncos are definitely coming. And it'll be interesting to see what Russell Wilson brings, because obviously with him, Denver is a contender. You saw how many times that Seattle got to 10 wins and Russ made the playoffs every year except for like once, with a garbage O-line that was like worse than the league and garbage defense, besides the Legion of Boom early on when they actually were winning Super Bowls, a Super Bowl title, or, being able to get to a Super Bowl or an NFC championship game. But then after the Legion of Boom and Marshawn Lynch left, to be able to keep the wins up, Denver's supporting cast is much better than Seattle's. So it's a matter of time before Denver, because I don't know if the Raiders are going to win a Super Bowl, but I could definitely see Denver getting one. And then we'll see what the Chargers do. And obviously the Chiefs, if they can get back to, being the great Chief Patrick Mahomes that we saw in the past. And I'm excited to see the competition, because obviously if you have great competition, it's going to bring out the best. I mean, you can't be forcing footballs anymore. There's not going to be a lot of leeway. You know what I mean? You got to really make sure that you're, cross your T's and dot your I's. There's not going to be a lot of wiggle room in that AFC West. It's going to be fun. Absolutely. Chiefs. There we go. Thank you, man. $3 for my boy Air Whitey. Now we're at 10. That's better than 7. I'll tell you that. Thank you so much. Yeah, if it wasn't for Air Whitey, we'd be at 0. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. And the grind is real, man. You know what I mean? Sometimes you get to a very, very high number within, we were at what 500 in like an hour and 45 minutes like 3 weeks ago, and sometimes you'll go hours on end. I just gotta keep grinding it out, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Air Whitey, going through the ups and the downs. Obviously with his favorite teams, but you know what? There'll be another time for Milwaukee to get back on top with Giannis. You better believe that. Shout out, man. Appreciate you. No good. Throw up a nice Giannis photo for you. And I'll get like a Brewers one for you. Here we go. No, it's tough, being a Milwaukee Buck fan, but hey, that'll end up making you smile all day. Okay. You're not going to be able to win a Super Bowl. You're not going to be able to win an NBA championship or an MLB pennant every year with your favorite teams, but no one can ever take that moment away right there. And I mean, you got to think you did something really groundbreaking too for a small city, right? No one ever thought that Giannis would be able to do it with the team that they had. And, to be able to have a small market team win the NBA championship was so cool. I mean, that obviously gives motivation to someone like Damian Lillard, Dame Dalla, instead of jumping ship and joining a super team, just trying to stay in Portland. Obviously, we're going to need help. If we get like Zach LaVine or if we get some other guys, to come through, it'll help. I don't know if Blazers will ever win, a championship. I mean, unless you got guys like Giannis and Dame pairing up, then they would be one of the best duos in basketball. But, it definitely gives Dame some motivation, that, hey, I can win a championship on a super team, or I can stay on this team and never win and have the respect, or maybe someone will eventually join him that is on Dame's level that we can end up being competitive and we can, make a Western Finals again and not get swept 4 games and down like when we played the Warriors. But when we got there, it was a really good bench that we had, a lot of depth that we had on that roster. That's facts. Thank you. Appreciate you, Air. Yep, I know. It would be Giannis. And I think Giannis would want to play with Dame too. Elliot in the building. What to do? Let me get you an old school photo. I'm going to get you an old school Brewer one. We'll leave it on this for now, and I'll get you a...
Saying, hello, fancy a nice chat. Then we talk like 2 old friends about sticky buttons and all the savings you could get by bundling your home and car insurance. Is the real secret eye contact. You feel that? We just had a moment. Who'd have thought it?
Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance.
When times get dark.
The Gary Sheffield era that never was. What could have been.
For help with food and other resources. Call 211 or visit 211.org.
He's a great quarterback. This quarterback in football right now. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's Tom. I like that.
Maze all the time and some of the stuff like that. It was something I had never experienced. Describe your attitude. I said beast mode.
Beast mode. Marshawn Lynch is a national treasure.
The most moisturized curl in history.
I miss Marshawn Lynch and LeGarrette Blount. Those guys are like the closest thing to Mike Allstott for me. So it's like I love watching big physical backs like that can just run over you. I mean, Derrick Henry is like the next thing. I mean, that's like that. But, I mean, there are not a lot of them out there. Definitely could have played in like the 80s and 90s or in past eras. Where are you, Gary? I know you're in here somewhere. Where are you, Sheffield? Touchdown! Oh my gosh. I remember having his Topps rookie card with the braces. What could have been with Gary Sheffield from back in the day. Old school, man. Fuck, crazy. Future star, Gary Sheffield. Old school. My goodness. That's a lot of memories right there.
You know, one of the things we talked about early on here was the fact that Herbert was going to have to be really patient in this game, and that's.
So I found a cool Robin Yount one.
So far, only 4 of his 20 passes beyond 10 yards. So the Raiders have been doing a nice job out there, just sort of keeping things underneath them and not giving up those big plays.
Yeah, they held Keenan Allen pretty much in check, and Mike Williams hasn't been that big of a factor yet. So sooner or later, they hope that that's the case. Meanwhile, you've got the ex-Charger Denzel Perryman, who was picked up by Carolina, then sent to Las Vegas before the season began. And KJ Wright, the longtime former Seattle Seahawk.
Good old Robin Yount. Sliding into third. Okay. I see you. You're eating KFC. I wish I was I wish I was gonna be like, you're gonna eat something different, but that doesn't surprise me. Elliot. How is it? Better than gas station chicken, I bet. All right, Kip. I'll talk to you soon sometime. Like I said, come through the room anytime that you can, brother. Oh, yeah? Hell's Bells. I think I remember that. I'll throw a photo up for you. You throwing some donuts for me, helping me out. I appreciate you. I'll leave you with Giannis for a second, and I'll get you a Hoffman. Oh, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. It's crazy, you know what I mean? I was so into baseball cards, over the years. Baseball, basketball, football. And it's just cool to be able to kind of reminisce, about some of the names, even from just a few years ago. Most of these photos are too small, though, for Hoffman. Like, really tiny. Trevor Hoffman coming out to Hell's Bells was electric. Yeah, most of these photos are just kind of crappy quality. This one's kind of decent. Let's see if I can find this one. Yeah, most of these files they're just too small, too grainy. They look too shitty. Mick's 18th birthday, nice. Tell him happy birthday for me. Oh, I found one finally. I knew I was gonna find one if I kept looking. Those first 12 or 13 that were just like shit. Here we go. I got you one. Happy birthday, Mick.
so many times you'll see the inside pressure and then him coming to the outside. They just want to set up his speed. And they just were never able to get the full package in because of so many different injuries on this Chargers team.
All right, where are you at? Here we go. I won't give up. You know, I'm always a grinder. I'm going to keep looking always. There we go. Little Brewers love. Little Giannis. 18th birthday. I mean, I still feel 18. 18 to 21. Right, 17-14 Raiders. Third quarter, 8:07 left. Field goals up. And it's good. Go back to see if I can catch a little bit of the Mariners and the Mets. Oh, this is USFL. Camera angles are kind of cool on the USFL. That's one thing they got going for them. I mean, besides their audio being like 10 times louder than any other network. All right, what do we got here? 7-5 Mariners, top of the sixth. Can't believe we beat the Mets 2 out of 3. Julio's whole family was there. He went 4 for 4. It's awesome. Even blasted a fucking homer. How cool is that? Maybe I'll watch the rest of that. I'll flip back and forth. It's nice. You know, it's nice when you end up having something to watch. Ooh, nice grab. Oh, that's a name, Uneski Betancourt. My God, I haven't heard that name in a long time. You are? All right, I need to get some water. No beer in the house, but I'm going to get some water here real quick. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Should be like 1 minute.
One of the biggest reasons that we've been successful is that we've had such a great relationship with Home Street. They feel small when you're dealing with them because they're so personal, but they have the resources of large banks. Every time we've tried to do something, they've stepped up and helped us finance it. And it's not something that I've experienced with other banks.
Clearwater Casino Resort. Life's a game. Live it up on the waterfront. Clearwater Entertainment presents Performances at the Passage. Enjoy live music overlooking Hagen Pass every Thursday evening in July and August. Only at Clearwater Casino Resort. Tickets are only $15. Make $79 and include a pair of tickets to the Performances at the Passage concert. See the complete lineup and book your stay at clearwatercasino.com.
Julio Rodriguez with as an impressive a home run as you ever want to see. So take a look at our Northwest Chevy drive the game. That was sweet. That's awesome. That was special. All right, he came back with a couple of good comps. The size-wise, center field.
I think center field, I thought of Dave Henderson, Hindu.
Right. God rest his soul.
Yes.
Good guy.
Yeah, great guy. Great career.
Yeah.
By the way. But I think maybe Josh Hamilton.
Over that short period where he was as good as anybody.
Yeah, 6'4", probably weighed about the same, he could really run. Tremendous power.
That's right. We saw him make some sick catches down in Texas.
Yeah.
It is good. They had some good years before substance abuse stuff got to him. J.D. Davis, Robbie Ray. He's getting some serious support, folks. 7 runs on 12 hits.
It's tough on the offense last couple of days with the pitching, but today, nice breakout for him.
A couple of big innings. 3-run 4th, 3-run 6th. There he has been
pitching the 63 is that right?
All right, I'm back. I am back. All right, 7-5 at Mariners. Ooh, a big swing and a miss. Let's probably go back to the football game.
Tackled by Perriman, because Perriman back in the game. Second down and 3.
Yeah, that little tempo coming out of the Chargers here too. They're ready to pick up the pace.
Trevor Hoffman. Yeah, he played on a few teams.
Fastest offense in the league, only Jacksonville.
Elliot, you're old as hell, dude. 19 in July. I wonder if I'll get my jersey of Julio before your birthday. I fucking love it, man. I'm going to be the first one to say it. I think that the Saints are Super Bowl contenders. I think that, picking up Landry was awesome. I mean, obviously, when you ended up getting, Michael Thomas hopefully being healthy, and you got the AK-41 situation, and, Jameis should be good, but obviously bringing in Honey Badger, that was huge, right? And then Landry signing didn't really surprise me. It's all the LSU boys, they want to come home. So if you can get OBJ, and he can be that last piece, the cream on the crop, I mean, I could see that happening, you know what I mean? Even for like not that much money. But I think Buffalo Bills and the Saints would be the two destinations that I would want to go to if I was OBJ. It's either I want to play with my best friend and try to help the Saints get to an NFC championship game, and try to go that route, right? Or go to the Buffalo Bills and play with Josh Allen and Von Miller and then try to win a Super Bowl. So it's either one or the other. But yeah, I think it's awesome, man. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, it's not awesome for Tampa Bay Buccaneers or the Falcons or the Panthers. But, I mean, as far as the Saints and the representation, you guys, your wide receiver room went from, like, crap to one of the best in the NFL in a matter of 6 months. So, pretty sweet. Pretty sweet for you guys. I can't hate on that, And it's funny, too, the Buccaneer haters – and like I see, people, how people are just haters and they like to talk shit. Like I saw this one, the incredibly biased Bucs fan. It was like Russell Gage over Jarvis. Like, we know Gage is decent, for a third option. But just, for what the Saints are doing, it's like people never want to give credit to another team or another player. They always have to come up with some other example or talk shit instead of giving credit where credit's due. But I guess that's how it works. When this world, there's just so many people that love to shit talk, complain, be negative. And I feel that we try to bring the positivity and to recognize talent is everywhere, even if against your rivals, because at one point your rivals might be your teammates, at one point or another, just like the Donovan McNabb situation or the Carson Wentz situation. You never know for that guy that you explicitly hate and think is garbage on that other team. And then 5 years later, they're on your team. And then are you going to be that same guy? Probably not, so, but I love it, man. Congratulations. Dude, Saints fans are probably ecstatic. Don't know if it's going to be good enough to beat the Buccaneers maybe in the playoffs. You guys already have our number in the regular season, but I definitely think it turns you guys into a Super Bowl contender with the Rams and the Buccaneers. I think those three on paper look good. You got to put probably the Packers and Niners as far as playoff teams, but Super Bowl contender, I would go Rams, Buccaneers, and Saints. And then obviously you got the Bills, Broncos, Chiefs, Bengals, obviously on that side. And there'll still be some wiggle room for Raiders, and Chargers, and Chargers could make it. You never know. But, Raiders and Colts and Titans are kind of on that second tier. But I would probably say Bills, Broncos, Chiefs, Bengals, Chargers. Those would be my five as far as what I can see right now on paper based off the development. And then I would go Rams, Buccaneers, Saints. And then if you want to throw Packers in there, you could do that as well. Or maybe like the Niners. So, yes. Yeah. Man, Richie Sexton. Man, lots of guys. Yeah, because they're stupid. They're stupid. Yeah, you're definitely going to win a lot of games. Like I said, as long as everyone stays healthy and, you play good football and Jameis, because obviously if Jameis gets hurt and then you got to go from Taysom Hill playing tight end to quarterback, then you're going to be in trouble because he's not as accurate. He can't throw the deep ball. He fumbles a lot. He's just, even though he was good at BYU, I think it's clear him being the gimmick guy every once in a while on third down, maybe doing an RPO, being the tight end with good hands might be better for you guys. Adam Troutman ain't good enough. And obviously Jared Cook is no longer there. He's with Herbert, right? But Taysom Hill using as athleticism as a red zone threat at tight end would be great for you guys. So you don't even have to worry about that. And then you got Michael Thomas and AK and Landry and Olave, great offensive line. Dennis Allen's a good coach. I think he's going to, he was a great coordinator. I think he'll be a good coach. Defense is still lit. I mean, I don't really see, it's just haters. You know what I mean? I'm a Buck fan and I can even give credit, but I think they're a Super Bowl contender. And if you don't think so, I definitely think that they're going to win somewhere between 10 and 13 games, just like the Buccaneers. I think we're both in that same mix. And that same thing goes for the Rams. Rams should be winning, somewhere between 10 and 13 games. Their schedule is incredibly tough. But if the Rams slip in any way, you know what I mean? Who is next up? Buccaneers, Saints, and Packers and Niners. We're going to be the next teams that have a chance to, take advantage. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be on Memorial. What day is Memorial Day weekend? Is that 2 weeks from now? I have to look at the calendar and look at all that. Let me take a quick look. So it's not next weekend. It's the weekend after that. Because Memorial Day is on the 30th. So Memorial Day weekend. So it's going to be on the 29th. So 2 weeks from now, not next week, right? What's next week's race? Okay. Yeah, he's not coming back. Well, of course, you're getting more talent on the roster, but being away from the game, and he's not with NBC anymore, so Fox can always pick him up. But I mean, the time is already, the time is already come and gone. You know what I mean? He ain't coming back, and that wouldn't be fair to Jameis either. You know what I mean? And plus, at the end of his career, the arm was starting to become a little bit of a noodle arm. So, I mean, would you really want? I mean, Drew Brees, as far as like the mental side of it and the pregame speeches and all that, but it's got to be actually talent. And I don't think Brees would be able to be as competitive as he was, a few years ago. Obviously, it's a name recognition thing, but he'll be on TV and you guys will be just fine. But obviously, people are like, "Oh, Drew Brees is coming back." Everyone likes to over speculate and whatnot, so that's big facts. All right, 2014 Raiders. We're 2 hours and 45 minutes in. Your boys hustling and grinding. What are we at, 10? I think we're at $10. Sometimes we're at a high number. Sometimes we're at a low number. But, obviously Holly Hundo's having some problems with her bank. I don't know if Cyberpunk 53, the other GOAT, will come through tonight. Usually it's his day off, and he's usually sleeping. And maybe Anonymous Donos and other people. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I'm still hustling, and I'm still grinding. 2 hours and 45 minutes. And then we're just hanging out, just chilling. I watched a little bit of Better Call Saul and watched a lot of Simpsons and King of the Hill for my mental health over the weekend. Some good episodes there. It's just crazy how, a simple thing like taking 30 minutes out of your day, that really, really makes a big, big difference, for the mental health. It goes a long ways. And I'll be doing Mental Health Monday tomorrow. This is the end of Mental Health Week, but it's not going to be the end of mental health, here, for the channel. I'll continue to do this, pretty much for the existence of the channel. Nothing's going to change. We're going to still talk sports, NFL, NBA, NHL, college football, wrestling, all that. But we'll just sprinkle in a little bit of mental health talk, so little tips and things that we can do, stuff that we can share with each other if we're having a good day or bad day, or maybe what's working for you or working for myself. And I think it's good. You know what I mean? Because like I said, I think almost all of the GOATs, have had ups and downs, including myself. And it's a nice way for us to connect. And become closer with each other, with, talking about how things are making us feel. And it's just nice to have kind of like a support group, because that's really what essentially the channel is. You know what I mean? It's a big support group with a bunch of fans of a lot of things, sports, wrestling, whatever it is. But then we can also talk life, TV, movies, whatever else that's going on. And it's nice. I couldn't ask for a better group than you guys. Ooh, Mariota, first down, Raiders. Move the chains. Excited to see what he does for Atlanta. They're going to be a bad team, but I'm going to root for Mariota because, he's a class act. You know what I mean? Obviously, we know Desmond Ridder, is going to be doing Desmond Ridder things. I've seen him in practice. Ridder looks good. He is the future of the team. Mariota is only temporary. You know what I mean? And maybe Mariota Tampa. I don't know. Maybe I can, if he doesn't get hurt, I think that his overall, presence on the field and his reputation wouldn't be as tarnished. It's just like no one ever, questions Mariota's heart or his brains or his talent. It's just he gets injured. You know what I mean? It's just kind of sad. We know he's a good player, but he's not going to be a top 5 player at quarterback or top 10. But if he stayed healthy and had a chance to just, ball out for a team, he could be a top 20 quarterback with a chance to be top 15 in the league if he got on the right team in the right situation and never got hurt for the rest of his career. But that's pretty slim. He's probably going to keep getting hurt. It just seems like it's just almost inevitable for him, but I do wish him the success. Maybe he's a backup quarterback. Maybe he's a starter. You know what I mean? But I would take him on Tampa at some point. I mean, if I can get like Mariota and Tannehill, Mariota my backup and Tannehill as my starter, and if they had to flip-flop, I think we could do some special things on Tampa Bay with those two guys. You know what I mean? But because I don't think Kyle Trask is going to be the guy. So $10, let's get to $100. We can do it. We can do it. When do you get the information, Sarah, about your new job? Do you find out if you get the job tomorrow or you have another interview or whatever? But it sounds like things are going in the positive direction. So, yeah, Drew ain't going to be – yeah, it's too late, man. Yeah, well, the Bears, it's not a rivalry because the Bears don't win. And for it to be a rivalry, and there has to be like, Saints and Bucks, like they beat me most of the time, but at least I got that big one in the playoffs, you know what I mean? And you have to be able, it can't be a one-sided thing. The Bears actually have to be good. Like if anything, the Vikings-Packer rivalry is better because the Vikings actually win once in a while, you know what I mean? Even though the Packers heavily dominate the, NFC North, the king of the North. Right? It's not the Lions. It's not the Bears. Bears have that history from back in the day, but this is not like a team led by Jay Cutler. You don't have Devin Hester out there. This isn't the, Matt Forte ain't taking fucking carries. You know what I mean? This is not the same team with Brian Urlacher on it. Then you would be like, okay, this Bears team is kind of legit. You know what I mean? But it's not the same team anymore. TV shows really help. And I think YouTube channels and Twitch, and I mean, it helps, because I think a lot of y'all take me as like, it's like a channel, it's like you're watching it on TV. And I try to be able to give you guys the laughs and, we have good times and good vibes. And, I always try to make sure that I give you something different than any other show. But I know for me, it makes me feel good being able to put in the hard work and the energy and the effort. And like I said, adding photos and gifts and, having great conversation with you guys. I mean, it's awesome. You know what I mean? Like to be where the channel was and where it is now. I mean, it's totally different from when the channel first started. I'm really proud of all the hard work and the energy and the dedication that I put in because there's not another channel I feel like this, and it's going to keep growing. And if we get that collab with Grossi, like week 3, the channel will have a good opportunity to blow up because we might be able to gain like 1,000 subs, like overnight, because if he's got like 10,000 people in the room, and we're doing a collab and we're doing it together. I call the offense for Bucks. He calls the offense, for the Packers, and I'm on his, on his channel. Of course, I'm going to be missing out, on getting donos personally for me calling a game, but being with him and making no money and just being able to get my name out there, obviously, unless he decides to kick down some to me, which I wouldn't even need really. I mean, taking one hit on donos for a day and then linking myself up with a goat like that. And I mean, it could end up getting me, instead of like 20 people or less in the room, maybe we'll get 40. And maybe we can double the amount and get a brand new, subs to come in, and then we can get more goats, and then the channel can take off. Because obviously with the subs that I have now, no one's getting notifications, and it's just kind of like, robo, porn duds, porn accounts, and just, people that aren't, checking their YouTube thing, or getting people that are haters or whatever it is. So it'll be nice to get some new fresh eyes and ears, on the channel. Plus also, getting Tom and, Clickbait Sports to see what I'm about. Because I think that no one knows how good I am. You know what I mean? If you know me, you know that I can do play-by-play, and I've, got a good, wide range of flexibility on any wrestling or sports. It's up here. I got the voice, I got the passion, the grind, but I don't think any of the other YouTubers really know. I don't think Sports Fury knows. I don't think, Clickbait Sports knows. I don't think, because even Tom didn't even know who I was. He's like, are you a Bengal fan? So a lot of these YouTubers are kind of in their own world, doing their own thing. I always pay attention to everyone. So I already know what everybody is, kind of doing. I don't maybe watch their channels, but I know who they are. I know who they represent. You know what I mean? So maybe I'm a little bit more attention to detail than the average person. I understand what's going on, but that'll be a big moment for this channel, and it'll be well-deserved, with all the hard work and energy and effort that I've been putting in for 10 years. My time is coming, and it'll be a fantastic time. Just like when the raid happened and everything else that's happening to the channel, I'm really proud of what I've been able to accomplish, and I'm really proud of the people that we have in the room. That's big facts. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate you guys very, very much. Gang. Gang, gang,
And with no
gang.
spending limit, our purchasing wallet adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
All-Star race being at Texas Speedway. Is that going to be? Hey, didn't I say it was going to happen? Right? And my boy JD is a Warriors fan, lives here in Oregon, and I was like, dude, I predicted that it was going to happen, and I know Air and some other people want Milwaukee and other people, Phoenix Suns, all these other names, but I mean, it just seems like destiny to me that the Warriors are going to win. No disrespect to Boston, they're very good. Right. But I think they're just missing a couple pieces on offense. I mean, you're not going to get 30 points out of Horford all the time. And you're going to need that to be able to win the championship. You're going to need Tatum, Jaylen Brown. You're going to need like a full complement of a team. Peyton Pritchard's going to need to throw up like 15 or 20 off the bench. And I don't know if you're going to be able to get results like that against a team with Jordan Poole, Draymond, Clay, Steph that have been there. It's like you almost could feel that the Warriors were injured with Clay, and it was just a matter of time when they passed the Lakers and all the other teams that had all the hype, right? And then they're going back to the team that they were a few years ago when they had KD, or even previous to KD. And the Warriors look like that team. And, Boston could win, and they got, the defensive player of the year, Marcus Smart, but I think they're just missing a few pieces on the bench, and they're going to be close. But if I had to predict, I would say probably Warriors in 6. It could go, Warriors in 7. That's definitely possible. But I think Warriors in 6, and I think Warriors winning it all. I think that's really what's going to happen. So we'll have to see. Nick Ismoot, happy birthday, brother. Happy birthday, brother. See if I can get a happy birthday, Mick. I got something I'm going to pull up for you here because your boy works quick, okay? Let's see if I can do it. All right, here we go. Mick is in the building, and let's you're not going to get this any other channel because your boy works hard, your boy works quick, okay? And here we go. You ready? Let me see here. Your boy works fast. All right, got to have skills to work fast, okay? There you go. Happy birthday, brother. You're doing pretty good. Well, you'll be doing better now. Look at all the love, man. Love is good. Get some sleep, brother. School. Sense of smell. That's a sign of COVID. If you can't smell, taste, hopefully things get better. Mick, happy birthday, brother. But you weren't expecting that.
With Downy infusions, let the sun set the mood. Feel the difference with Downy.
Verizon just gave us all a brand new iPhone 13.
We've been customers for years. I thought new phones were for new customers. We got iPhone 13s too, switched to Verizon 2 minutes ago.
Ours were busted, and we still got a shiny new one.
Check it out. So wait, everybody gets the same great deal.
I think that's the point.
Now everyone can get a new iPhone 13 on us on America's most reliable 5G network. For every customer, current, new, everyone.
Okay. Hey, I got one more. Here we go. Hey, I always try to make it special. Look at that. Yo, boy. Piece of that Kit Kat bar. Happy birthday, Mick. God, we really do everything for fans here, don't we? It's the least I can do. No problem. Well, you already ate his KFC, right? All right. 2 minutes away from 3 hours. And yeah, I'm not stopping. I'm going to keep grinding it out. He says he will have to send him every Papa Murphy's pizza they have to O-Dog. Oh, man. Hey, appreciate that. Appreciate that. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, for fans that support me, you know, even if someone like Mick that may not be into, you know, sports too much, but you get a follow on Instagram, someone that's, you know, associated with Elliot is going to be a friend of mine. And hey, you know, anyone that has a birthday, you know, on the fly, if I have to work quick and make shit happen, hey, you know, you always want to make sure that you appreciate everyone, you know, for liking the video, you know, having those good words of encouragement, you know, on Instagram and, you know, even donating, even if you don't like sports that much, just being a friend of Elliot's and knowing what I'm doing and even shooting me a dono here and there, that means a lot, man. You know what I mean? I'm hustling and I'm grinding. This is my full-time job and, you know, that's the least I can do, man. Have a great one.
Your secret weapon for impossibly convenient home cooking. Get it risk-free for 100 days at Chipotle.
All right. 1 minute away from 3 hours, and your boy's still hustling and grinding it out. That's what I do, baby.
Well, the Steelers are watching this game tonight with great interest. Chase Claypool posting, "Thank you, Jags, for being Indy, keeping us alive." This trade term.
Okay, what do we got here? I got Raiders and Chargers on, and then we still got the Mariners from earlier today. I'm really proud of the Mariners from just really sucking for a while. We were really good at home. We suck on the road, and it's 8-5 right now, bottom of the seventh. They came back to 8-7, bases loaded. Pete Alonso, you know, obviously at bat, and we found a way to get him to strike out. And to win that was huge with Julio's family. This is the first time Julio's been able to play in front of all his Dominican family and friends. And for him to go 4 for 4, hit a homer, have all his family, you know, you meet up with him in the video after the game. And the Mets being one of the best teams in baseball, they're a World Series favorite. Pretty fucking cool. Julio, nice. I've never been this excited for a Mariner player since Griffey and Ichiro. So it's so cool to be able to see him struggle, but then actually hit his stride. And he's nowhere near, you know, done with the homers. I mean, he's going to be a guy at some point that will be hitting 20 homers or more each season. But his defense is really on point already. He's already a fan favorite, and it's just awesome, man, to be able to already get, you know, a Julio foul ball, you know, in Seattle already in the early part of his career. It definitely gives me the juice to keep watching, keep rooting. And I still haven't got my jersey yet. I can't wait to rock it. I'll rock it on the channel, and I can't wait to get it. But at some point, I might return it. I mean, it's already, I mean, I could have got one in Seattle. I should have never ordered it on MLB Shop. I've never had this problem on NFL Shop, but this is the first time I've ordered from MLB Shop, and they fucked me a little bit. Intercepted Raiders. But it's all good. You know what I mean? I'll get it eventually. They just better send me the right size. And I don't know if it's screen print or if it's going to be sewn. I'm hoping it's sewn, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But maybe I return it and end up getting a sewn one because I'm spending the money. I want to get a sewn one. All right, Matt's in the building. I know I saw that the Reds threw a no-hitter and still fucking lost. 6th time in history. I know Pittsburgh won 1-0. I saw the end of that matchup when I was watching NASCAR. Jameson, did you watch the race at all? I saw Kurt Busch with the Jordan brand. First win. And is Denny Hamlin like the owner or whatever? It's like a brand new team that they had, and they brought Kurt in as the main piece. So, yeah, the Reds are tanking for sure. They stink. But I did watch the end. I was thinking about just hopping online, you know, if I don't do the whole NASCAR race, but maybe, you know, hopping online for like the last 50 laps. So that way we can like watch together in like a live stream. But I would rather prefer to do the whole race, even if it's like 5 hours long. But I guess it just depends on my schedule and, you know, what I got going on and what I'm doing. So, but I hope everyone had a fantastic Friday and Saturday. I've been putting a lot of time and effort with Paisley and just grinding it out. And like I said, I appreciate you guys very, very much. A lot of hard work, a lot of energy, a lot of effort, you know, a lot of behind the scenes stuff, a lot of reading and film study and things like that. But you know, I'm grinding it out. And I'll be back tomorrow, and I'm going to try to grind it out every day pretty much, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I mean, sometimes I'll take a Friday or Saturday off, you know, here and there, you know, RKO to the haters, RK, bro. bang. But for the most part, I don't like to take off more than like a day or two unless I'm doing stuff with family, and family's important. You got to be able to make some time for the pup, make some time with the GF, and every once in a while friends too. You know what I mean? Like Marcos is going through kind of a tough time and whatnot, so I want to be able to try to make some time and hang out with him. It's not a good time for him right now, so with home life, and I think he needs to move out. He needs to get his own place. Things are pretty toxic there, and if I can find a way to, obviously I can't be his roommate, so I can't do that, but I think once he gets out of there, things will be better. Are you excited? I know Jonathan Jansen went to a game a couple days ago, I think a Cardinals game. But yeah, when you go to a baseball game, it's so much fun. You know what I mean? Like obviously you're too young to be getting the beers and stuff, but maybe get a hot dog. They'll have pizza and hamburgers and stuff there. So if you want to do that, so. Yeah, Julio went off, man. And it's like the Mets, it's like you don't expect to even compete with them, let alone win the series. It's the first series the Mets have lost all season, I believe. You know what I mean? So anytime you can end up, beating a team like the Mets, who are a World Series favorite, they got Scherzer and DeGrom, and they got Pete Alonso. I mean, it's tough to be able to even compete with something like that. We almost blew it. I mean, it was bases loaded. You know what I mean? And Pete Alonso was up. I mean, that usually means grand slam or you're fucked. You know what I mean? And to actually have a way to be able to, get a dub there, and for Julio to homer in the sixth, so cool. And he went 4 for 4. You know what I mean? So that's awesome for he was the only guy to go 4 for 4. You know what I mean? Frazier, France went 2 for 5. Winker went 2 for 5. He's the only one for 4 for 4, 2 runs, 2 RBIs, and a base on ball. And he's almost at 300. He's at 264. So right now it's France, 331 batting average. Crawford, 322. Third place on the team is Julio. And he's at 264. So, and he started off with a lot of bullshit strikeouts, and it's going to take time, but to represent for the Mariners and to give us like something to root for, it's like the Lions with like Hutchinson and obviously Jameson Williams. Yeah, they're not going to be very good, but at least you have guys. Seattle look like they could be a team that would be a playoff team starting out of the gates. We started off really strong, but we definitely have hit a skid on the road, and we're not as good on the road. But it's just awesome to be able to have a superstar like an Ichiro type of figure, Griffey, because obviously you guys know him, a Griffey, Randy Johnson, Ichiro, Edgar Martinez guy, and now Julio. It's like I got a guy, and I already got the foul ball. He's already a legend in Seattle, and it's just the beginning of his career. So really fun. First one, and then you go to a second one. Then, if you go, you got to go 2 games. Like you go to one in the evening, right? And then you go to one in like the early afternoon. And usually like when I go to Seattle, it's like, Saturday night, 7:00. And then the Sunday game is at like 1. And then go home afterwards or the next day. And, either drive home or depending on how far you are, or if you get a hotel. But it's always fun to be able to road trip like that. Like me and my boy Jay Graves. I mean, whenever I go to Seattle, I mean, it's such a fun time. Dude, we had a 70-inch TV, 32nd floor. You know what I mean? The bathroom had a touch screen on the window, like on the mirror, and then a light came up around the outside, like kind of like a border. It was almost like, I don't even know how to describe it and stuff, but like you put your thumb on this certain part of the mirror, and then it would go like from high to low. It was almost like one of those like Kardashian mirrors for makeup or whatever, but very, very cool. Everything was so high end in that room. But again, if we paid like, $300 to $400 a night, it better be, it better be top notch everything. You know what I mean? I've never had a place that had HBO and all the movie channels included, had my name on the TV, like on one of the screens through like the, actual place. It's like, welcome Orion Mikulak to blah, 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 Hyatt Motel. I was like, oh man, this is fire. And it was fucking a lot of fun, man. Lots of fun. And I know you'll have fun too. You're going to go see who are they playing? Cardinals versus who? Well, you got the knowledge, Matt. Of course, you're going to get a lot of those questions and quizzes, right? Denny Hamlin's part owner with Jordan. That's what I thought, because Denny cried. And I know that Denny's still racing, right? He's not done racing, but being part owner with the money that he's made with Jordan. And that was obviously a big, big win. And Kurt's first win for that team. It was fucking cool, man. I fucking screamed and I was into it. Last like 50 laps. Padres. Oh, you're at your parents' house. They're going to show a replay, I think, on FS1, and I might end up watching it tomorrow. But usually, I think on FS1 they do a replay the next day. Let me take a quick peek because I mean, anytime I don't watch it all the way, but I always try to. They got USFL football, PBA bowling, NASCAR Cup. It's on at 1:30. All right, I'm going to record it. It's on at 1:30 tonight. The Advent Health 400 in Kansas. All right, I'm recording it. All right, record episode. I'll watch it tomorrow morning. Even though I know who won and I watched the last 50 laps, I like to be able to watch NASCAR. It's funny, like, with baseball and NASCAR, it's not for everyone, but I really, truly, genuinely would rather watch it than the NBA. I mean, obviously NBA playoffs are a different story and it's a little bit more exciting, but I think just like the NBA and WWE have burned me so bad that I don't know if they're going to get my loyalty back anymore. Like, I know that, when WWE has a big pay-per-view, most of the time it'll be halfway decent, and NBA playoffs are better than WWE, but I think just like NASCAR has never did me dirty. You know what I mean? Like MLB, I've always had that connection with my dad with it too. And yeah, I'm sure if someone would be willing to buy Elliot the beers, I don't know, Elliot, do you drink beers at all? I mean, I know that, you got buddies and you get the free pizza from Mick and stuff, but I mean, do you really do the beer type thing or what? Is that what you're going to say? You might scare them. Oh, I was about to ask you. So I follow Eminem and I follow a lot of the rappers, right? So Dr. Dre produced Kendrick's album, and I've heard nothing but great things. What did you think about the album? Did you listen to it all the way through? I heard that it's very, very good. I heard that, compared to like any of the other artists that have been putting out stuff, in this time, that it's very, very good. But I wanted to ask you if you got a chance to listen to all of it and what you thought of it. And where can I listen to it if I don't want to pay for it? Is there a place? I mean, I know they sometimes you can get on YouTube or Spotify. Sometimes you have to pay for it. Sometimes you don't. But Friday night game, stay in a hotel, Saturday afternoon game, go home. Perfect. That's what I usually do. Friday night, Saturday, or Saturday night, Sunday, matinee, afternoon game, and then go home. It's so much fun, man. And then you always have a chance to get a foul ball, just enjoy the atmosphere. And the baseball crowd is so different compared to basketball or football. I mean, football, it's really hardcore. NFL, college football, hardcore fans. And then NBA, you have those type of fans. MLB is really laid back. The fans are passionate, but it's kind of like a laid back atmosphere, and I like it. Unless the game is really close and there's some crazy stuff going on. But I love doing the baseball. Holly says that'll do it. JT, no, not happening. Least likely team to win it out of all the teams that are left besides, well, actually, no, the Mavericks would be the least likely, then the Heat, and then Boston, and then the Warriors. But I think that the Heat and the Celtics could stretch it out to 7. I think that could, but the Mavericks aren't going to stretch it out to 7 with the Warriors. Warriors should be able to win in 5 or 6, probably 6. And then, because you got to give Luka some credit, he's a great player. But then the Heat, they have a good bench. They have a good team, but when it comes down to Boston clamping down their guys, I don't know if you can count on Jimmy Butler, to be able to come up with the big plays all the time. And yeah, I know you got Oladipo and Hero, you got a lot of other guys there, but I just don't think that the Heat are on the same level as Boston. I predicted before the playoffs started, Warriors, Celtics, and I got ESP, so, and I'm not going to be right all the time, but I feel pretty confident about that pick, and I think the Warriors are going to win it all. Yeah, last 50. I mean, it goes quick, though. If there's no, yellow flags or cautions, 50 laps can go in, 10 minutes. It's not like that, it's like you're just watching the cars go around. And, I mean, it just depends if you can handle baseball. Sometimes it's a little slow. It just depends on what what you can be open to. And like I said, I used to watch it a lot, based off my old boss, where I was watching almost every week the whole race. So for me to catch the first 50 or last 50, it's not really a big deal at all. I actually enjoy it, on the same level, to be honest. Like I enjoy NASCAR and baseball almost on the same level as NFL, college football, and AEW. Not as much, but I mean, I prefer it over WWE and NBA, I think the more drivers and the more that you know about any sport that you're watching, the more interested you're going to be. If you don't know a lot, then it's going to be hard to get into. Kind of like NHL. Like, I don't really know a lot of the players that are out there, so it's not as interesting to me. But, once you actually take the time to have a favorite team, favorite player, favorite driver, some history, then it becomes more interesting besides cars just turning left. You know what I mean? You see a little bit more than what's going on than the average hater. Oh, they're just going left all the time. It's much more than that. And like I said, I want to go because I actually think that if you go to, Daytona 500, Talladega, if you actually go to a race, it's going to be as exciting as a football game, especially if you get one RV and you're in the middle of the racetrack on the top, drinking beers, eating food. I mean, I don't know if there's anything cooler than that. You know what I mean? I like to be able to barbecue and eat food, sit on top of an RV and watch cars go 200 miles an hour. Sounds pretty fucking cool to me. You know what I mean? So I know once I actually go, I'm going to be really hooked after that. And I'm going to become like some NASCAR freak. You know what I mean? But that's definitely on my bucket list. I know it'll probably cost money, but imagine road tripping and, having like an RV and doing that and being able to check out like the Saturday race, the Sunday race. It sounds like an awesome time. Lots of beer, lots of food, fast cars. I mean, well, yeah, what's the hate about that? I mean, it sounds awesome. You know what I mean? It's like that type of environment you're not going to be able to get anywhere else. So, yeah, well, you have a lot of stuff in your family that probably prevents you to want to do that. Peer pressure is a bitch from friends and whatnot, but obviously with the history with your family and everything, I get it. How's your mom doing? I know I always try to keep up with all the fans, and when they're having issues, obviously we know that Chief's dad, had the surgery. We know Sarah's dad's not doing too well, and your mom is going through it. I hope she's doing a little bit better, at least for mental health sake, and for your mental health and your family as well. Pepperoni pizza, fried chicken, popcorn, and fingernails. All the basic 4 food groups that Elliot needs to be a strong, healthy man to get all the ladies, right, in the future, okay? You're getting into your prime, all right, pretty soon, okay? There's always people that get into their prime like athletes. Elliot is about to get into his prime, all right, with the ladies. It's like, what do you like to do? I like pepperoni pizza, fried chicken, popcorn, fingernails, and the NWSF. There you go. I bet. Yes. And the thing is, it's like you can compare it to his other stuff. You can compare it to other people. But if you're a fan of good music and, someone like Kendrick is super talented, there's always going to be haters and critics. You know what I mean? It's like people that hate on Drake. Bottom line, if you hate on Drake, right, or if you don't think he's good or he's not your favorite, that's fine. But when he comes out with something new, even people that hate him, listen, they want to, either talk shit or see if it's good or not. You know what I mean? But, someone that can rap and can sing. I mean, to me, you have goats like Tupac and Biggie, those guys are, at the top of the top. But I don't think people realize how good Drake really is. And once Drake is done doing rapping and singing, and he's just doing features, kind of like Snoop, when he gets a little bit older, then you're going to really realize like what he's actually been able to accomplish, in his career. And I'm a big Drake guy. Like I said, some people don't like him. I like a lot of his older stuff more than his newer stuff. But like I said, there's certain people that I do represent. Like I got an OVO hoodie that's probably worth like $500 to $800. That I got. Came out in 2015. The Hotline Bling is just the black hoodie with the gold stitching with the OVO, and it's got the owl on the front. It's probably the most classic, OVO item that you can buy. And I ended up getting it, I think, in 2016 or 17, brand new from the OVO store. And I can't remember if I got it in Canada or New York or Cali on the store that I got it, but it's super rare. And I still got it today. And it's one of my nicest pieces that I have that's not sport related. That's facts.
You're going to do great. At least Geico makes bundling our renters and car insurance easy.
Wait, Jay said a lot of money. Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Where are you going for dinner?
Not happening, JT. Not happening. Luka's great, but I mean, it's one thing to beat a team like CP3, okay, right? Who always chokes, okay? You got Booker and you got Ayton, but the Mavericks are not beating the Golden State Warriors. It's not happening. You might win like 2 games because of Luka, but they don't have enough depth to keep up with the Warriors. It's not happening. This is my opinion. Emotional. Yeah, I heard there's some emotional stuff, like him and his girlfriend or wife arguing and stuff and going through. There's a couple bangers in there, a couple kind of emotional stuff on there too. I haven't listened to it yet, so I don't know. Investment is huge. You know what I mean? Like I said, the more you know, the more you're willing to go dig deep. You know what I mean? And that's why our fandom in NFL and college football and me and like wrestling. I mean, I've been, in this world since I was like, 3, 4, 5 years old. So it's, it's like second nature to me. But it's always exciting to get into something new. And like I said, a lot of times, if I see someone that's excited about something else that I'm not into, like my former boss, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be in a NASCAR at all. You know what I mean? He got me he talked about it like we talk about NFL. Like he was just so juiced up, but he also was a guy that went to races. He would always go to Vegas and bring me back memorabilia, whether it be like, a die-cast car, a program, whatever it is. And then when someone shows that much excitement about something, it's infectious. And it's like, it makes me want to be able to learn a little bit. And then I started collecting memorabilia, and I got some really cool pieces. Like I got a Dale Earnhardt, like kind of artwork piece. I got, all kinds of figures of Dale Jr., Dale Sr. I mean, I got a lot of cars and stuff. And then like maybe about that 5-year span, I mean, it really got me to collecting a lot of that stuff that I enjoy. And I'm really happy to be back into it, honestly. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I can come out there and then we can go together or something. You know what I mean? Because if we go out there, and like I said, it's something that, you wouldn't be alone, and then you could experience something new. And like, it's like obviously the NFL draft, coming out there. I mean, that'd be something that I would, I haven't really been out too far to too many places, but if the NFL draft is going to be out there and we can meet up with a lot of the people, on the NWSF family, how cool would that be? So yeah. It'd be cool. It'd be cool to go. And like I said, I've never been to a race in person before, even if it's just in the seats or whatnot, but I think it would just be a lot of fun. I mean, drink some beer, watch some cars go fast. Yeah, sign me up. And I know most of the teams, and like I have more knowledge on NASCAR than, NHL and stuff. So that's why I think I'm more into it. I was already really into it like 20 years ago, and I have to learn some of the drivers, the new guys that are dominating now, but there's still a few of the old guys that are still doing it. And yeah, it's one of those things. I need to get out there and do it. Yeah, but that would be cool. I would definitely go, and that would be something that we could do at some point if you don't already go before me. Travel to the U.S. That sounds like fun. JT's like, they just lived in an RV. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, RV parks and stuff. I mean, you're not paying for a house or a mortgage or anything like that. I mean, traveling the U.S., it sounds kind of cool. Mom's surgery went good. She can't walk or do anything. Well, make sure you do something special for her. You know what I mean? Make sure you, try to cheer her up a little bit. Maybe watch some TV shows or something with her. You know what I mean? Or get her some food that she likes, and something like, any little thing that you can do definitely goes a long ways. Especially if, she can't really go out and do something. So, if you can go out of your way and, try to find something, maybe a movie to watch together, even though if you don't spend a lot of time doing stuff one-on-one with her. I mean, I imagine that would go a long way for her. Or trying to get her one of her favorite foods, and maybe if you don't have the money, but maybe, she can buy it and you can get it for her or something. You know what I mean? Just doing little things like that go a long ways when someone has surgery or someone's not doing too well. Food can cure a lot of things. You know what I mean? Like everyone gets happy with food, and I'll tell you what, you can be really depressed. TV shows really help a lot, but food definitely can help too. That's facts. But I'm glad that she's doing good. Sounds like she's not doing mentally too good, but maybe you can help with that. So. I know when that hotline bling, that can only mean one thing. Oh, now I got to do the photo. I'll show you. The hoodie is nice too, as far as like style and whatnot. I mean, we're talking about the it's the most stylish hoodie that he's got. I mean, it looks fire too. Every time I wear it too, I mean, it's a standout piece. And it's super nice quality too. Like with the stitching on it, like I've never seen stitching this good, but I mean, usually if you're buying a hoodie for like $250, $300, well, it's like kind of the price that they had in the OVO store, but now being a collector item and being so rare, it's like Supreme stuff. It sells out really quick and people buy it and then resell it on eBay and other places for profit. But I mean, I'm telling you, it's probably the nicest quality hoodie. And I bought it almost like, when people buy expensive jackets and whatnot. But it's a head turner. I'm definitely a guy that likes OVO stuff and Supreme stuff, but I mean, it looks clean. The stitching is so good. And then obviously for, you know, him being with the OVO brand, right? And then you can see the O in the eye, and then V in the nose, and then O in the eye. And that's obviously for October's very own. And he was born in October. And it's just a fire hoodie, man. It's just so clean and simple. And the stitching is remarkable on it. I mean, like I said, it's one of my pieces I don't wear often. I probably only wore it like 5 times, and it's mint condition. And even if someone offered me $500-$600 for it, I wouldn't sell it, because you're not going to be able to find another one unless you end up getting it on like eBay or something. So it's fire. Well, I think I think my ESP is good, because I mean, I haven't got a Super Bowl winner wrong in 21 years. So if you haven't been following me in my predictions, like I told obviously Holly in Kansas, you know, obviously Rock Chalk Jayhawk. I mean, if you just watch me and the things that I say and the predictions that I come up with, I'm not going to be 100% right. Not anyone is. But I'll tell you what, there's not very many people that predicted the Eagles that were going to win the Super Bowl against Tom Brady in 2017, let alone I said they were going to win big by 9 or 10, and they did. So I'm not going to get exact scores right. But as far as the winners of, you know, NBA, NFL, MLB, NBA, I'm usually pretty spot on with those things. So, and a lot of people do pay me money for bets, and they make bets on, you know, sport betting platforms, or they'll end up giving me, you know, liquor or Oregon Duck merch or Tampa Bay stuff in return, fantasy football stuff. You know, I draft teams for people, but I think my ESP is already proven. It just depends on how long you've been here on the channel. But I mean, I don't think anyone else has been able to get, you know, 10, 15, 20 Super Bowls right. I mean, Super Bowls are a big thing. Obviously, it's tough to predict games, especially with the point spread and whatnot. But if it's just straight up, I feel I'm pretty confident in what my abilities are. And sometimes it's just film. Sometimes it's research. Sometimes it's just, you know, knowing the squad and you thinking of what could happen, what will happen. So, but people do it all the time, man. I mean, my boy Swaggy P, he makes $1,000 bets. You know what I mean? So you know, I'm not going to point anyone in the wrong direction. I mean, I got people that make big bets. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to end up, you know, steering someone the wrong way. Nice, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. After hours. Dan Marino. Let's go. There we go. Bang. Testing to see if I can send a super chat. Dono train. Maybe it worked. There we go. $10 from Holly. Let's go. What are we at? $20 now? Hey, sometimes when you start off a little slow, then you know that you're going to end up having someone that takes care of you. And it looks like that we have something in the back pocket here. Let's take a quick look to see where we're at. $10 after, you know what, 3 some hours. Holly always is going to step up and show the grind. And hey, you know, Holly's a goat. Mick obviously went to bed. Happy birthday, Mick. We got to do special things. But talk about the person that had the best day of their life. Holly Hundo and Tommy. What a great shirt. That Grateful Dead Florida Gator shirt too. So you can tell the Florida Gator love runs very deep. I feel so happy that you made your dreams come true with that. And I don't think that's going to be the last time that you meet him. And again, he'll remember you. And maybe, remember we talked about talking to meet him and about the Florida Gator jersey and, you know, Tommy Townsend's mom and all that. Like when you have good vibes and you talk it into the universe, that's the type of shit that happens. Like when I said, I'm going to go get a foul ball. Boom. I got a Julio foul ball out of anyone to get a foul ball when I'm actually watching that Mariners game, right? It could have been anybody. You know, on the Royals, it could have been anybody on the Mariners, but let alone, I mean, I could have had probably 3 baseballs that game, you know, based off our seats. And I had one go off my finger in the 3rd inning, right? But it was just like thrown into the crowd after the inning ended. I'd rather get a foul ball. And there was 5 opportunities for me, right? 1 hit my finger, and then the other 3 kind of were like 5 seats to the left or the right of me. And the only one out of those 5 baseballs that was a foul ball that wasn't thrown into the crowd after the 3rd out was the Julio foul ball in the 9th inning. And I went to go, you know, try to go take a piss and go to the bathroom, and the bathroom was full. I went back down. The guy in front of me, he decided to leave, and boom, it happened. It hit the rail, bounced in his seat. And the wife told him, and he couldn't believe it. And, I don't believe that shit was luck whatsoever. And like I said, I feel that if you talk shit into the universe, you can make shit happen. And if you're a good person, you get rewarded. And it looks like we got a big dono. We got a big dono, anonymous dono, and a big one too. Talk about, when you're sitting at a low number and you always have faith, whether it be a Holly Hundo, whether it be, someone like a Shepard Williams, someone like a Cyberpunk, you never know where it's going to come. And you just know that if you're a good person and you grind it out, right? You can be at $10 and then you get a great donation. Air did the $10, a 7 and a 3. Okay. Then you got a 10, Holly, kind of doing the $10, seeing if she can try to start the dono train. And guess what? It worked. It worked, baby. And let's see what we get here. Oh, baby. Big one. And we're talking big ones, and we ain't talking Aerosmith. Oh, baby. Thank you so much. Let's look at this. How big of a number are we going? Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes, you just know that you keep grinding it out, right? And people will take care of you. You know what I mean? Mental Health Mondays. There we go, baby. Huge. Thank you so much. And sometimes it all takes just one person to get the dono train started, or a little bit before, a little bit after. And hey, appreciate you guys very, very much. You go from $10 to $20 to almost 200, just like that. Thank you so much. And like I said, the hustle, the grind. And like I said, whenever, I talk to people, and if you can make a difference in someone's life, that's really what it's about. Like I said, I've always talked about, doing nice things for nice people. And if you put out that positive energy, good shit happens. Me getting the Julio foul ball, Holly meeting Tommy Townsend, and like that some of those opportunities seem like so crazy. Like, how could that happen? But, if you are a good person, you put out that positive energy, and it's not about how much money you have. It's not about how many cars you have, clothes. Of course, those things are nice. You know what I mean? But a lot of times people work really hard for those things. But again, the biggest flex in life is that when you're dead and gone, and people can reflect on your life and say, hey, this guy or this girl made a huge difference and a positive impact in so many people's lives. That's what I want people to know me for, not just being, this YouTuber or, amazing fan, you know what I mean? Just having those connections and building those positive bridges with people. That's what it's about. You know what I mean? Being able to put the money where it could be used in a positive way, being able to be a positive influence when everyone is so negative on planet Earth. Just the negativity and just the dishonesty, and everyone's just always just angry and dishonest and negative, and just negative energy, with fans and teams and rivalries, and just, bringing a positive light and being able to enjoy greatness wherever it's at, wherever it's in the room, on your team, on the rival team, and just being able to see a different perspective. And I feel that, with the people that we have in the room, the people that watch the show, being able to be there and making a difference. Bang, bang. Let's go. Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Anonymous. I appreciate you guys very, very much. Gang. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. 10 went to 20 real quick, baby. Let's go. Bang, 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 bang. Let's go. What Modern Family? Nice. I actually saw that on the TV, and I was watching a little bit of it. It was like when Lily was getting a little bit older, but I was watching Simpsons and King of the Hill primarily. So American Idol. Nice. Usually with the stuff that I have to go through my boxes, but most of the stuff that I have was like Dale Earnhardt or Dale Earnhardt Jr. I mean, those were the guys that I kind of rooted for. I mean, I have a Jeff Gordon autograph, one of his rookie cards. It's like from Trax. It's like, I bought it long time ago. It's worth about 100. If I get it graded, it might be worth like 2, maybe 3, because it's in really good condition. It's like maybe like a 9 or a 10. But I don't have a whole lot of Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson stuff. Primarily, I have Dale Earnhardt and Dale Earnhardt Jr., some Michael Waltrip stuff, because, obviously of them being on the same team. It was always like Dale Jr. and Michael Waltrip together with the Napa car and whatnot. But yeah, just a few of those. I don't really have a whole lot, but I have a lot of other NASCAR pieces of memorabilia. I have McFarlane's, where it's actually the figures of the guys. I mean, one of these days I can kind of show you what I got, and they're pretty cool. I can actually show, hold on. I'll show you what I have. I can show you, just pull up a picture. But I'll show you how cool. I mean, cars are cool, right? Cars are cool. But when you end up, I'm a figure guy. I'm a toy guy. So obviously with toys are like a big part of my life, right? So I'll show you this. And you can tell me, you can definitely see why people would want these. They don't make them anymore. They only did them for like a couple years. Obviously probably not as popular as the NFL, MLB, or NBA ones. But I love these. Right when they came out, this is when they got their contract for NASCAR, MLB, and, from starting lineup. And I do have some starting lineup NASCAR stuff too that I like as well. But take a look at this. Look at this. And I own this and a few others. But look how cool this is. Look at that. Series 1, Dale Earnhardt, mature collector, right? It's got the pose. He's got the stunner shades. It's got a little base. I mean, that shit's cool, dude. You know what I mean? Like, that is cool for me. Like, as far as like, I can get a die-cast car. I can get like Hot Wheels and stuff. And, I got a bunch of these too. And a bunch of Dale Jr., Dale Sr. This is cool. You know what I mean? It is just like a regular McFarlane for an NFL player or MLB or NBA, but it's NASCAR. And I got quite a few of these, and they're fucking cool. And they had variant, versions of it, ones with glasses, no glasses, rare figure options. But that's the type of shit that that I like. And other than that, I have those, and I have another cool one where I have a Coca-Cola. It's a die cast. It's like a vending machine, right? So it's just like when Coca-Cola had Dale Earnhardt and Dale Earnhardt Jr., their image on a Coke machine, and it's metal. And you open it up, and it's got like a little like a Hot Wheel car of the driver in the inside. But when you close it, it looks like an actual vending machine, and it's like probably like that big. I wonder if I can find a picture. I bet I can. But they're so cool. And I got Dale and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Let's see. Yes, look at this. Look at this. I own this right here. This is from 1998 too. So cool. Check this out. I'm a very unique collector. I have to be able to see something that I think is unique and different. And if I see something unique and different, those are the type of items that I go for. I mean, that's a standout piece. But look at this. You can tell me that this isn't cool. Okay. Check this out. Get out of here. Look at that. Look how cool that is. It's like a miniature vending machine, and that's what they look like, when you went to the stores back then, right? And then boom, you open it up, and it's got like a little die-cast car in there, and it's metal. Fucking awesome. You know what I mean? I had a card shop around here that would sell NASCAR stuff, so I was always looking, for stuff that I could buy, and I mean, that's the type of shit that I look for. Unique items. I can always buy die-cast stuff, but I like finding the unusual, different stuff that maybe the normal, typical NASCAR guy doesn't have. And that's why I'm a collector. I'm always trying to find those fire items. Pretty cool, man. One of these days I'll have to go through some of my boxes so you guys can kind of check out my collection, but it would probably take forever. I'd almost have to start maybe a whole nother channel to do something like that. But that's the type of shit that I'm into. JTs, I've been watching you for 25 years. Well, I'm 40 years old, and I didn't have a channel until 2017, so... Well, I think he's going to remember you. And if you are sitting front row, right, and maybe when you go to a game, he'll be like, oh, it's the lady I met at the liquor store, right? And then, if you end up meeting him, maybe you can end up getting, a football thrown to you. Maybe you can get an autograph. Maybe you can work your way in there and, maybe get something of his that no one else would be able to get, wristband or glove. It's just building that relationship and having that experience and stuff. Because I remember how many people are going to meet Tommy Townsend and say, hey, I actually have your jersey. You know what I mean? And most people don't. Let's be honest. Most people don't own a punter or a kicker's jersey. No matter how hardcore you are. And that's what makes you really special, that you can showcase special teams like I showcase defense and O-line. You know what I mean? Everyone out there is like, oh, quarterback, wide receiver, running back, tight end. That's like 99% of America. Okay. But then you do the special team side, which is awesome. And then I do the defense and the O-line side. So, it's always cool to be able to showcase those other positions. So no, it's not. No, it's not. It's all good. Yeah. If you get a little bit of a hug and you get a little bit of that physical contact, hey, I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean, I saw the video, you spinning your phone. Hey, I mean, it's spinning around, but it's good memories that you'll never forget. You're just going to hang out and wait for him. Let's go. Shout out to all the goats in the room, taking care of me. It shows you, you know what I mean, that, if you just have faith and you grind it out and, that you're going to have people that, take care of you. Not everyone is going to be able to donate all the time. Sometimes people will donate, sometimes people won't, but other times people will step up and, being able to make a difference. And hey, to be sitting at $10, for 3 some hours and then get to another 10, if it wasn't for air, we wouldn't be at anything. And then we got 7 and 3, and that got us to 10. Holly did a 10er because her bank is right now with, obviously kind of playing tricks on her. So I didn't expect her to do anything tonight, and boom, got it to go through. And hey, Elon Musk is back. Hey, 165. That's a big dono. You know what I mean? That's huge. I mean, usually you're not going to get too many people that throw up the big donos like that. There's maybe about 4 or 5 people, and thank you so much. 185 in donos. Maybe anonymous is Tommy. Wouldn't that be crazy? You never know. You never know, baby. It's awesome. Elon Dusk, because he's sending them at 1 a.m. Hey. Oh, you got the skunk life. Jake Paul gave me, hey, Jake Paul, there's a lot of them out there. There's Jake Paul gaming crabs. You got Riggs, but usually people come in and, they'll do the dono because they know I'm going to shout them out and give them recognition. But there's you never know who it's going to be. Hot Wheels, Matchbox. I like the old Hot Wheels from like 69 and 70 that first came out. If you can find them with the cardboard, they're very cool. Hot Wheels are a big part of my life too. And when I was with my ex-girlfriend, not with the girl that I'm with now, but I was with another one, and I got her and her son to kind of collect some of those with the, different options of rare figures and whatnot. There's a couple names for some of the rarer ones, the treasure hunts. Those were like the rare Hot Wheels. I remember going to Toys R Us and flipping through hundreds of Hot Wheels trying to find that one treasure hunt, because treasure hunts were worth more. So instead of paying $1 for a Hot Wheel, you pay $1 and the car might be worth 20 or 40. You just have to take some time and look through, and if you know what you're looking for, you can find them. But the old ones with the cardboard, they're so cool. Let me see if I can show you a picture of some of the old stuff. Like, I'm not going to buy a lot, but every once in a while, if I see something that's old that has the cardboard in it, maybe for a couple $100, one of the rare ones, obviously, is going to be like the surfboard in the back. Let me see here. They have all kinds of stuff. Hot Wheels. Let's see if I can find the Volkswagen. Like here, I'll show you a picture. And some of these are incredibly rare. Even ones that are out of the package go for an insane amount, hundreds to thousands of dollars if you have stuff from like the 69, 70 era, which when Hot Wheels started. But you can also get stuff from the 80s that is just so like my childhood. And, I went to my mom's house and I found some of the Goosebumps books, the Alf doll from 88 from Burger King that's in mint condition, like all kinds of stuff. But there's some really cool ones that are on eBay, and some of them are marked up a little bit, but I like the ones with the cardboard still because I'm a collector and I want good condition stuff. But this is one of the rarest ones that you can get, and it's worth a shitload. Look at this one. And even ones that, I'm educating you guys on collectibles. So, but like right here. But if you get like the Volkswagen in this particular color and it comes with the surfboards, I mean, if you got it, if you got it in the package, I mean, you're rich. You know what I mean? But even ones that have, the surfboards included, and if it's out of the package in pretty good shape, people pay hundreds to thousands of dollars. But I like the ones that have the cardboard on them still. Let's see if I can find one here. One sec. And I'll show you an example. And most of the figures from back then are out of the package, but every once in a while, you'll find ones that are in the package, and they are just so cool. They're so, it just brings you back to like this old school time. Here, I'll show you one. This one right here is going for what? This one's going for like over $2,000, and I don't think it's worth that much. There's like a Hot Wheel book that you can look up. But just to look at the package and the way that it looks now compared to, you know, what they look like currently, like in the stores. I love the cardboard packaging in toys. Sometimes the package is worth more than the actual toy itself. Just the artwork on it, and it just brings you back to a simpler time. And people didn't realize that these were going to be worth as much as they are, and they're so cool. Let's see here. S1. Take a look at this. And then delete a couple files. Got too many. Okay, here we go. I had to delete some files to make room for this one. But the packaging is just so cool. And I think Hot Wheels are a part of anyone's childhood. You can be a girl or a guy. I mean, you can play with Barbies and whatnot. But I think most kids at one point or another had at least a Hot Wheel. You know what I mean? Or played with a cousin or someone that had Hot Wheels or some kind of fucking play set. And, you know, they were a big part of my life growing up. And a lot of kids, there was a big part too. Now, if I knew they were going to be worth as much as they were, I probably wouldn't have opened mine up. Or I would have bought two, or got my parents to buy two, and I would have saved some of these, because some of the ones that I played with when I was a kid, they're worth like $500 to $1,000 now. I'm like, oh my God. And I had like one that was like some kind of Ford Bronco with a snowplow attachment that I played with all the time, with the doors open, and it had the plastic snow plow attachment in the front that was like orange. It's worth like $600. I'm like, fuck, I shouldn't have played with that. But you know, I mean, I had good times playing with the toys and whatnot. But when you realize things are going to be worth that much money. But as a kid, I kind of knew value more than most. But take a look at this. Tell me that's not cool. I mean, they got little, you know, cases for some of the figures, but look at that. It's like 1969, you know, like when they first came out. Cardboard is cool. Colors are cool. Comes with like a little collectible, whatever the hell that is, like a little wheel thing, you know, button type thing with a little Mattel, and it tells what the car is. I mean, that shit is awesome. For me, being a collector, you know, being able to try to grab one of these, you know, you don't have to buy a lot, but just having one, you know what I mean, and having it in the package could be a little bent, whatever, you know what I mean, but that's just a part of history. And that's a big part where I like to save a lot of the toys and sports cards and posters and Sports Illustrated, because I don't want shit to get ruined and go in the dumpster or get, you know, thrown away. Like, you want to make sure that you're keeping the history alive. And I love this type of shit, man. Old school toys is just so cool. And I mean, the package is awesome. I mean, it's one thing to have you know, something like this and know it's worth like $10,000 or something. But I mean, just to have something like in the package, I mean, it really shows you how things have changed over the years and how cool old toys can really be. Pretty awesome. So you get a little piece of me with the collecting, because it's like my favorite thing to collect, you know, wrestling figures and other things, but very, very cool stuff. Let's see here. Chief in the building. What to do? Matchbox, 24K gold Earnhardt cards. Awesome. I love Dale. He's my favorite by far. Florida Gators Barbie doll. No way. Really? That's awesome. You got to post some of this stuff on Discord. If you're a collector of anything like toy related, I would like to see it. You know, even if it's out of the package. Most people have stuff that's out of the package anyways. But if you got anything, football, NASCAR, Hot Wheels, wrestling figures, I would like to see it in the Discord. Please post it. I mean, we can always share, you know, photos of our collectibles and whatnot, but that is very cool. Matchbox, nice. And a lot of people lose a lot of that stuff in the move. Parents throw it away. My parents just never touched my shit, so I still have stuff just, you know, laying around, but I still kept a lot of my stuff. Chief in the building. What to do? I'm grinding it out, baby. Yeah. How is your dad doing? I always have to say that no matter who I'm talking to. You know what I mean? That shit is very important to me. Our parents and our family members are the backbone of who we are. And I hope that he's doing well. Chief, did you see that Holly ended up meeting Tommy Townsend? Did you see that? I don't know if you have Twitter or Instagram that you follow on a regular basis. I know you're on the Instagram, but you're probably not on Twitter that often. Did you get a chance to see? Did you get a chance to see that? Man. I'll pull it up. I don't know if you got a chance to see it, but I mean, we've talked it into existence, man. You know what I mean? Pretty incredible. Okay. I mean, we go from every show, we always got to show Holly a little love, right? And, she's a good person, would give the shirt off her back, and for Tommy, let alone me or anyone else. Okay. We always try to make sure that we're talking it into the universe. And I guess the universe was listening because, I think it was Friday night, on Friday the 13th, something magical happened. And look at that. How amazing. I mean, every time I look at the photo, I can't not smile. He's got a good sense of style. Holly's got the great Chiefs Kingdom shirt on. Amazing. Salute to the Chiefs Kingdom. And is it even surprising that it happened? I mean, as someone as amazing as Holly Hundo. And the funny thing is, he doesn't even have any idea who Holly is, and what presence she has as a good person, obviously representing on all these other YouTube channels like Grossi Posse, NWSF, and all the others. Pretty fucking amazing. And I wouldn't want it to happen to anybody else. So well-deserved. Awesome. I'm telling you, ESP is real. Talking shit into the universe is real. Trying to be a better person than you were the day before. That shit sets something into the universe with those good vibes. And that's facts. A Fruit Loop set of NASCAR cards, new one. Ooh, show me. If you have Discord, on the Discord, we do a lot of sharing of items in there. And like I said, if you guys could post some of that stuff in there, that would be awesome. Yeah, you were twirling your phone. Holly. That's so awesome. I meet Tommy Townsend as the phone's twirling in a 360 position for 55 seconds. Awesome. Yeah, and like I said, as being a sport fan is one thing with the jerseys and shoes and everything, but the toys is definitely my favorite thing to collect. Of course. I mean, I know sometimes, hey, I want to be able to, show that off. I mean, that's especially if you're, someone that, is a part of this channel, you're such a big part of the channel, and we always have fun here, and you know what I mean. And I was actually just talking to you about you a couple days ago, with friends, and and the girlfriend and stuff, and just saying how blessed I am to have someone like you to back me, and to be such a positive impact on the channel. Because I think people look forward to talking to me, but they look forward to talking to you just as much as me on the channel, and for everything that you do for Grossi and the Grossi Posse. And then when you rated the channel with Grossi, and we had 620 in donos, which is the most I ever had on the channel last October, and we've doubled that since then. And you did 320 out of the 620. The least I could do was ask you to be my mod and be a part of this channel, which I didn't know if you would accept or not, but I thought it was the least thing that I could do for your generosity. And it just makes me feel good that we're able to build a friendship and a bond, and being able to do this show and help each other out with mental health and share different things and stories and whatnot. And I just feel really blessed with the goats that I have on the channel. And you know who you are. There's quite a few of you that have really made a big impact for me to be able to do this full time. And I truly do genuinely enjoy, the opportunities and the things that happen in your guys' lives. It's when something good happens for you, it gets me excited. I'm always going to be that positive guy, and I want my team to win. You know what I mean? That's really what it's about. We have a special community, and a special group here, and anything that, positive that happens to somebody in the room, it makes me feel like it happened to me. And like I said, I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very much. And it's not a coincidence that happened. You know what I mean? And you said you've never been to that liquor store before, but something told you to go in, and then you go into the store, and it's only you and him. I mean, it's you can't even write that up as a movie. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? With everything that's gone on, and literally it's only you and him in the store. And you got to think, how long would have Tommy been in that liquor store? 5 minutes or less? So you're talking about in the universe, if you could have been anywhere right? If you could have been anywhere on, in your hometown, anywhere, and you had a 5-minute window, 5 minutes or less, maybe 3, if you didn't stop him, if you would have grabbed beer or liquor and went out. We're talking 5 minutes or less. And in that 5 minutes, the universe told you to go in there and you got to meet him in that 5-minute window on planet Earth. I mean, pretty amazing stuff. You know what I mean? It's like you might have met him down the road, maybe somewhere else at some other Walmart or some other store. But I think things do happen for a reason. And I'm really happy that happened to you. That's facts. Ooh, Hose B, look at that. Fruit Loops. And can you open the box, or is it one of those boxes that you can't open? Because sometimes when they have the little tuck in with the cardboard, you can gently untuck the slit and then you can pull the stuff out. Or is it one of those things that if you take it out, it gets ruined? Ooh, look at this. All-Star Game, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Very cool. Ooh, I like that. All-Star Game from what? 2001. Ooh, I love die-cast stuff. I just like toys and just stuff in general. When I was a kid growing up, I didn't have a lot. I wasn't rich by any means, middle class to poor. You know what I mean? I had some stuff, had a Nintendo, Atari. I mean, I had some stuff, wrestling figures, but I wouldn't consider us rich by any means. And I don't know. I just have this real affinity and like love for collectibles and toys. Fucking cool, man. Yeah. Anyone that wants to post stuff on there, please do. Very cool. Yes. And like I said, whenever you see stuff like that here, I'll show you another one. Like when you see stuff from like the 80s stuff is very cool because they got like ambulance ones and really cool stuff. But check this out. Sometimes I get bored and I'll go like on eBay and I'll just type in, like Hot Wheels, 1980 or 88, and you just see what they look like. And they're just so cool. Let me see here if I can find just the old school look of some of these things are just so neat. Let me see here. I'm going to go 1980. I'll go 85 because that's around when I started getting them when I was 3. Hold on. And I got to go to highest priced. Yeah, like Japanese ones. DeLorean. Oh, wow. It's a Set Japan Hot Wheels Back to the Future and Protectors. Oh, those are kind of cool. Okay, I got this. Check this out. Hold on here. Where'd it go? S. Okay, check this out. You're not going to see shit like this nowadays. It's just not the same stuff anymore. You know what I mean? Hot Wheels don't have the same kind of. I mean, you're always going to have them like Legos. They're always going to be eternal. They're never going to end. There's always going to be kids that have Legos as well as Hot Wheels. It's like it's eternal shit that will never be boring or old or dull. It's always going to be collectible. It's always going to be worth money. All right, check this out. Fucking look at this thing. This is a fucking 4-pack from 1985. Look at this. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, this is like, it's just so neat. I mean, if with the cardboard too, which ones did I have? I had the bottom right one for sure. I had that one. Special pack, buy 3, get 1 free. I had this one in the top left with the snowplow in the front. I had this one, but it was red and black. So I had that one. And then I had the one in the bottom right, the little bug. I had that one. And I think I might have even had this one here on the left, on the bottom left as well. I did not have the top right with the Jeep, but I definitely had this one up here with the snowplow. That's the one I was talking about earlier, but I had black and red and a version of it if it wasn't this exact one. But they see how it's a little yellow snowplow in the front. It's detachable. And then I definitely had this one on the far right and maybe this one here on the bottom left too. Cool stuff. You know what I mean? Like it really brings me back to my childhood, nostalgia. And I love stuff like this as a collector. I mean, it gets me giddy. Like maybe when Holly ended up meeting Tommy, you know what I mean? The giddiness that she has, when she ended up meeting him. I mean, I feel the same kind of way whenever I find stuff like this. That's facts. Pretty cool. So you guys can kind of get into my brain on how I feel and how I think. but I'm always going to share with you guys, you know, the cool of the cool. Let me see here. Yeah, anytime. So it's just an honor to have you, not only a part of the channel, but just to be able to get to know you a little bit, and you to get to know me. I don't know if you ever thought that the connection would be like this, you know, when the day that Grossi raided, and Grossi even donated himself, which is pretty rare. And I've seen raids on the channel where they donate very minimal amount. It's more of just like getting them subs, or, you know, being able to say hi or whatever. So all the comments were so positive. And I remember, you know, when the raid happened, I was like, collab, you know what I mean? And no one called me out and said, oh, this guy sucks. Or, you know, they were all like, every single person was like, yeah, you should collab with this guy, which was really cool to actually hear the positive remarks from the Grossi posse, who only knew me for like 45 minutes or 30 minutes when that whole raid type of thing happened. God, look at you with the collectibles. I love it. Awesome. Love that stuff, dude. Yeah, but it's an honor. Yeah, the thing is, though, she didn't have a pen on her, and to be able to have a picture, you know, taken would have been better at that point. An autograph is going to come. Like if she's sitting in the front row and, you know, he's there, maybe she gets there early in like a pregame, you know, getting an autograph on the jersey, you know, with maybe like a silver Sharpie, you know, or gold. You know what I mean? That's what you'd want to go. Don't do black. You want to do something that kind of stands out, and silver Sharpies really are nice. That or gold, you know, something of that nature. And you probably will end up getting an autograph from him. I would probably say that's almost a guaranteed thing, you know, at some point, you know what I mean? Like, and you might run into him again. You never know. I mean, like I said, the universe is in your favor, just like it is with me with the ESP, baby. You feel me? Two autographs, right? But what if you get like a glove, you know what I mean? Or like a wristband or something, you know what I mean? On your way home from the chiropractor from an appointment when I hadn't been for months. And you decided to go in there. And like I said, that gut intuition, sometimes that happens, you know what I mean? Where you just have this feeling, and maybe you don't realize what's going to happen, but there's something that's directing you, like, you know what I mean, from the universe, you know, and you had a 5-minute window and you cashed in, and so awesome. So awesome. Yes, I think we all are. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and like, you know, my dad and my mom really were never an influence. It was that one kid, Jake Rosenberg. He was the Niner fan, the Giants fan, San Francisco Giants, and he had all the starting lineups, a huge Hot Wheel collection. His dad was like the prototypical like car dad, Novas, and like, you know, he was working underneath the cars and fixing them up, and we'd be playing basketball, you know, in his front, you know, area with the basketball hoop, or we'd be playing catch with the football and doing like all the sports and whatnot. And that kid was like the biggest inspiration for me, because I was like, he was the only kid that I knew that had more than me. Like, you know, as far as like the toys and the sports card, his sport card collection was bigger than mine. He had more starting lineups than me, and he definitely inspired me to not open up my stuff, even though his stuff was open. But I could see the potential even at like 7 years old. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, if I keep this could be worth money and be really cool later when I get older. And I had that like hustler mindset at like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, even though that I was still playing video games and playing with my wrestling figures and, you know, doing the regular thing that other kids did. But I had that kind of grinder, like hustler mindset. You know what I mean? Like, wasn't like a drug dealer or anything like that, but, you know, I had the hustle, you know, and the grind. And yeah, it was fucking crazy, man. Fucking crazy. Yeah. Is that the Chief channel that you typically go in and watch? I mean, a lot of times, you know, you can be, you know, positive or negative, but you have to kind of take what the player is comparing them to, other people on the team, sometimes you just got to be able to get the version of the player, you know what I mean? Unless it's just a complete bust, then that's one thing. But 185 and donos. Let's get to 2. Let's do it. Lightning Tips is now following me on Twitter. Let's follow back. Usually if you follow me on Twitter, I usually try to follow back. And there we go. All right, 32-29 in overtime. Raiders are up. It's nice to have NFL, to have something on, to be able to watch, when you're grinding it out. Defense at the beginning, yeah. Middle of the season was great. Well, obviously the running game had some struggles early on, and obviously Mahomes was forcing it, right? And also plays on the schedule on who you're playing. That has something to do with it too, because sometimes you have a rough month. You know what I mean? Where you're playing playoff team after playoff team, and people like to overreact. So it's like if you play 4 playoff teams and you go 1-3, and you're normally a good team, and you're losing those 3 games and winning only 1, people are, like to be overcritical on things sometimes, because anyone can go 4-0 when you're playing the Jets, the Giants, the Texans, and kind of the Jags. Like, it's easy to be like, but what does that really mean? It's like you beat up on the teams that you're supposed to. But if you're playing like Buffalo, you're going against like Broncos or Chargers or, teams that are either in the division that are tough. I mean, sometimes you're going to have a bad game or play bad. You know what I mean? So they're analytical and critical. Shep, my boy, what it do? I missed you. It's been a while. How are you, dude? How are you, Shep? My dude. Hey, Shep, I've already showed the photo a couple times. Dude, Holly met Tommy Townsend. Can you believe that? We talked that shit into the universe. ESP is real. If you're a good person, you have positive vibes in the universe. And she actually met Tommy. Like, how cool is that? I mean, I'm never going to let that down. I mean, it's just one of those things. We talk about him every fucking show. And we probably give this guy more love on this show than he even knows. You know what I mean? Let alone, he just thinks he's a regular average Joe, like he said to Holly. But, we treat him on here like he's like a big figure, maybe like a this. That's pretty much how we display him on the channel, right? And you're looking, and you have this happen. Oh, my God. Awesome. What a sense of style. Both of them. Great shirts on both. Man, what a day. What a day. 2 goats in that picture, I'll tell you that. Awesome. And it was Friday the 13th, so now you can never say Friday the 13th is unlucky, because obviously it's very, very lucky, and you deserve it. Awesome. Well, I got to be able to show Shep. Obviously, he hasn't been in the channel for quite some time, so. Got to. I got to, especially if I haven't been online for a couple days. We got to be able to make the most of today's show. 32-29, Raiders. How you doing, Shep? How's life treating you, dude? What's good with you? Shout out to the goats in the room. Appreciate you guys. 4 hours in on a Sunday night. So it's 1:46 or 2:46. It's 11:46 here. Shout out to you guys. You guys are fucking awesome. And we're going to be getting into Mental Health Mondays, which is technically Monday everywhere but here. I got 13 minutes before us to get into Monday. And I'll be streaming at probably 7:30 again. And then we'll be grinding it out for probably 4 to 8 hours like we typically do. And let's take a look at the slate tomorrow to see what we got going on. I want to see what's on the slate here. And awesome to be able to show these collectibles on here. A lot of Dale Earnhardt Jr., a lot of stuff on. Ooh, that's fucking cool. 24 karat gold, like some kind of box. That's fucking neat, man. Anything like NASCAR related or Hot Wheel related or Matchbox, awesome. Love seeing that kind of stuff. All right, let's take a look at tomorrow's slate. Mariners at the Blue Jays. We got Cardinals and Mets. Ooh, that'll be tight. Braves and Brewers. Dodgers and Diamondbacks. Okay, so we got that. Then let's take a look at NHL. What do we got? Anything there? Nothing on the NHL side. We got to wait till Tuesday. And then we got the Lightning and the Panthers at 4. And Blues and Avalanche. And Avalanche might win it all. We'll have to wait and see. And that starts at 6:30. Okay? And let's take a look on the NBA side. Is there anything that we're going to see? Nope. We got to wait till Tuesday. So we got Celtics Heat on Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Mavericks Warriors. So not a whole lot of sports tomorrow. There'll be some baseball to go over, and I'll do that. But let's take a quick look here. Luka all smiles after Mavs demolish the Suns in Game 7. It's that Chris Paul curse. I'm telling you, if you got Chris Paul on your team, you're fucked. It's like one of the best players ever, but you can't win. It's just like I almost want to compare it to Aaron Rodgers. It's like no matter what team you're on, no matter what the situation is, and Chris Paul's sake, he normally is hurt, like in the Houston series and all the other series before. He always gets hurt or they choke. Celtics win on the road, 108-95 over the Bucks. I predicted Warriors and Celtics in the finals. It looks like I might get my wish. And then we got Warriors 110, Grizzlies 96. That was on Friday. Celtics 108, Bucks 95. Sunday, then we got Celtics 109, Bucks 81. That was obviously Game 7 tonight. And then Mavericks 123 on the road, Suns 90. And I knew Stephen A. Smith when he said Suns were going to win by blowout, 20, 30 points. I was like, they're not going to win because Stephen A. is always fucking wrong. If you're talking about the guy that's the most like unintelligent and wrong motherfucker on planet Earth, it's Stephen A., especially with NBA. And it's always funny when Stephen A. talks about NFL. I remember watching something last year, and he was bringing up a player that wasn't even on the team anymore. It's like, dude, you're on live TV. You're supposed to do research. And the guy wasn't even like on the team, or he was like on IR, and he was talking about him being like an X factor. It was like a Hunter Henry type of situation or something. It shows you some of these guys, they definitely don't put in the time and the research. They just get paid, and they're like in their own world or whatever. I guess when you're making like $5-10 million a year and you're already rich, you probably don't give a shit about putting on a good show. But talk about a guy that doesn't know fucking anything. Seriously. Let's see here. I'm scrolling down. Great to see you, Shep. How's life been, man? You just got back from Puerto Rico. My dude. How was that? Chief will chief. Bang. $10. Thank you, man. There we go. $195. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Appreciate you. Chief will chirp. Appreciate you, brother. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. $10. Appreciate you. And don't worry, Holly. This will be the only day that I embarrass you with the Tommy photo. We'll talk about it here and there. It'll probably go down and one of those things that we talk about forever. But I won't embarrass you with the photo all the time. Okay. I'll still keep it on here, but hey, it's a special day. We got to celebrate you and your achievement. Bang, bang. Let's go. Luka is good, but it's the Stephen A. curse and CP3. Sometimes history tends to repeat itself. That's why I kind of worry about the Chargers. It's like I know they got this amazing talent. You can argue they got maybe the most talented roster in the AFC top to bottom with all the additions they've made and how they look. But I don't like the coach, and I don't like the history of injuries that they have. So maybe they can break the trend, of being this team that's, always considered that top dog. But then they always have something bad happen to them and they fuck up at the end. Maybe this is the year they turn into the Bengals and they can overachieve. But until that injury curse goes away, I don't know. And I don't know if I like Staley as a coach. Shep. Celtics will be winning a ring this year. I don't know, man. I think the Warriors are too tough. Celtics are good. But if I had to put money on it, I'd go Warriors, man. It just seems like destiny. I mean, I think the Celtics are a fantastic team. I picked them to make it against the Warriors in the finals. I think they'll beat the Heat. I think it's going to happen. Shep likes the Celtics. Chief likes the Heat. You guys are both in the room. It's going to be a fun series. It's probably going to be more competitive than the Mavericks. I could see that one going in 5 or 6. The Heat and the Celtics could go 6 or 7 games. You know what I mean? But when you go extended long series after long series after long series, you get tired. And then at the time that if Celtics and Heat go 7 games, they're only going to make it probably 5 or 6 because I think the Warriors are going to win it in 6 in the final. We'll see if my ESP is correct. But, I think Celtics can win 2, and I think the Warriors are going to win 4. Celtics definitely have a chance because if you get to the championship game, everyone's got a chance. But I don't have the same feeling of KG, Rondo, Ray Allen, Paul Pierce. It doesn't feel like the team of destiny. To me, the team of destiny seems like it's the Warriors. And, with everything that they got, Celtics got the best D, right? And then obviously Warriors got the best O. But I just don't know if they're going to be able to match up with all their guys, Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond. I just don't see it, man. You know what I mean? They just have that depth, but you never know. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. It was great, though, even though it was work-related, but it had a lot of good drinks there at the beach, man. I bet. Yeah, a couple of y'all. For the Heat to make it, obviously you'll see Oladipo and Hero, but the thing about the Heat that worries me is Jimmy Butler because I'm not sure if he's got the ice water in his veins. He's not really like a Kobe or like a Tatum, or like a Steph Curry. He's a guy that's a good player, right? But if it's like at the end of the game and you have to count on Jimmy Butler making the game-winning shot, I don't know if I trust him. You know what I mean? He's good, but is he on that same level as like a Tatum or like Steph that has like that inner instinct, that Mamba mentality? And I don't think he has it. You know what I mean? So I think he's a good player, but I don't think he's as good as like a Tatum or like a Steph Curry. So we'll see. We will see. Chiefs usually have high expectations, and it's all about coaching and defense and injuries, always. You know what I mean? It's like they have talent, but they always fuck up. And then you have to look, okay, why did you fuck up? Normally defense. Defense always lets them down, and then injuries, and then coaching. And obviously, if you look at like Anthony Lynn was garbage. I got a lot of Charger friends, and then, and I got to tell people, like, bro, this is not good enough. Like, you know what I mean? It's like you got all the talent in the world, and you got Herbert there, but I was like, this Anthony Lynn guy's fucking booty, dude. It's like he's not good enough. And then you brought in Staley, and he's a little bit better, but I'm not sure. He might be the bridge guy because sometimes when you get guys at coach or OC or DC, it's a bridge, right? And what I mean by that is like you'll have a coach that will lead you to the guy that's going to get you to the promised land, whether that's the AFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. And Staley might be the bridge guy, unless he can prove he's Zach Taylor and he can overachieve and get past the injuries, coach well. Because the thing that worries me about Staley is that he tries to be like Chip Kelly at Oregon, going for 2 against the Chiefs. Go for 2. Why are you going for 2? You know what I mean? Just kick the fucking extra point. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like coaches that are too cute. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck do you think you are, bro? It's like you haven't won 3 Super Bowls in a row. All you're trying to do is get into the dance. And, it's just like you get out-muscled, you get out-coached. Just get it done. You know what I mean? And it's like I don't like coaches that try to get too cute out there. Why the fuck are you going for 2, let alone going for 2 like 3 or 4 times in a game? You're not fucking Chip Kelly. This is not fucking Oregon, okay? It's just very baffling to me, but, it is what it is. We'll see how it goes. Right. Sometimes you have to look at bench and you have to look at coaching, and you can just tell. I mean, obviously, if you got Defensive Player of the Year, Marcus Smart, you got Jaylen Brown, Tatum is a top 10 player. He might be top 5. I mean, he's really starting to come into his own. What do you have from the Heat? Have you heard or felt, that feeling of any of their guys, really stepping up? And you haven't. So I just don't see it happening, man. You know what I mean? It's like when you see guys that are making big individual accomplishments as an individual or a team, Marcus Smart, Defensive Player of the Year, first time it's happened for a long, long time, for a guy like a Marcus Smart to win, that's a big fucking deal. You know what I mean? And then Tatum taking his game to the next level. You know what I mean? Like, and then the Warriors, obviously with Wiggins, that shit's not even fair. And then they get Jordan Poole to come out of nowhere. There's just too many weapons, but you never know. But my ESP tells me this, so we'll see if I'm correct. But I definitely think it's Warriors and the Heat. And then, like I said, the Heat and the Celtics could go 6 or 7 games. And then, with the Luka situation, with Dallas, I see that going 6. I mean, it might even end up even going in 5 because the Warriors are that damn good. So, right. But who's got better shooters overall? You got more offensive firepower. If Steph plays bad, Clay can step up. If Clay plays bad, Jordan Poole can step up. If Jordan Poole plays bad, Draymond can step up. If Draymond doesn't step up, Andrew Wiggins. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I just feel they got too many options. And even if their defense starts to clamp down a little bit, the offensive firepower on the Warriors, it just seems like it's too much. They got too many good offensive skill set guys, and they play for each other. They're not selfish. You know what I mean? They're not looking at the stat sheet where Steph's like, I got to have 50 tonight. You know what I mean? It's a very unselfish play. So we'll see. I mean, obviously it'd be a cool story for Boston to win or for the Heat to win or the Mavericks, but what do I know? Right. But we're talking about a 7-game series. So we're talking about, Boston can find a way to win 1 or 2, maybe even 3, but you're not going to beat the Warriors 4 times. I mean, I just don't see it. I mean, it would be very cool if it happens. You know what I mean? But I just don't see it this year. Maybe if they keep rebuilding the team and keep, building it up, maybe. But, I mean, you got good players, but I just don't think that they're going to be able to match up. Of course, you're going to win games in Boston because the crowd is so lit, right? But you have to also remember who's got the most hyphy crowd in the NBA. It's Golden State. And the reason why is because they make their tickets affordable and they have a younger crowd, the millennials. The demographic is different. There's a reason why the Warrior fan base is the best based off like decibel level is because they make their tickets cheaper, right? And like I said, for the Laker games, there's only so many people that can afford those tickets, right? But for the Warriors, like I said, if you actually look in the faces in the crowd and look at the energy that's in there, they're going to have some grandmas and grandpas in there, but a majority of the fan base is under 50 years old. Okay. A lot of maybe some of the bandwagon people, maybe there's not a lot of Mitch Richmond, Billy Owens, Chris Mullen, old school Chris Webber guys, or maybe older than that from back in the day. And then maybe they're hopping on, maybe they're not the Latrell Sprewell days, and they're hopping on the Curry and the Clay and the obviously the Draymond Green thing. But I mean, Draymond, Clay, Steph, and then now on top of that, Jordan Poole, Wiggins, and then the rest and the way that they're coached. I mean, it could go any way, but that's just my personal opinion. We'll see if I'm right. Nice. Yes. And the KU. Yep. Spell cheek. Clay from 8th grade. Nice. Right. I mean, trust me. I mean, like I said, it'd be cool to, and this is me not being biased. It's not like I'm a Warrior fan. I got Steph Curry jerseys in my closet or anything. I just call it how I see it based on how the games are being played. And even if I don't watch NBA on a regular basis for all the games all the way through, I'm always paying attention to every sport that's going on. I mean, even if I'm not as hardcore as I am with NFL or college football. But like I said, I feel like I can get winners right, especially in championship games. I feel with like hockey, NFL, NBA, usually if I put some time into it, especially NFL, MLB, and NBA, I can usually get those like 90% of the time, if not better. Like I really feel I have a gauge on that, on who's going to end up winning the series long term. Now, if it's a best of 5 and you have to win 3 games, out of 5, that's one thing. But 4 games out of 7, I mean, get that extra couple games, anyone can win a game or 2 at home, but you're going to have to steal one on the road. And Boston definitely could do that if they get past Miami. They could definitely win one in Golden State, but you're going to see the passion from the fans in both places, on the West Coast and the East Coast. You're going to see it. And the Warrior fan base is incredibly loud. You're going to notice Boston's loud, but if you actually watch NBA games, you'll notice the Warrior crowd is the loudest. That's facts. And that definitely is a big factor for them. But obviously Boston Celtics and their demographic with the Larry Bird and Kevin McHale, and obviously the old school, Robert Parrish and Dennis Johnson, those old school guys like around my age, they're going to be there in the Garden. And then obviously you're going to get like the Paul Pierce and you're going to get the KG fans and the Rondos and all that. And then you're going to get the newbies, the Tatums and the, obviously the Jaylen Browns and the Marcus Smart type of fans and whatnot. But, the only way I see Boston winning it all is if like Peyton Pritchard can average like 15 to 20 off the bench. And I don't think he's going to get enough time to do that. I mean, the bench is going to have to step up. And I don't know if they have enough bench to be able to do that. And usually when you go into the playoffs, instead of playing 10, 12 guys, you play like 8. So there's usually 3 guys that get in, maybe that 4th guy off the bench, but they usually limit to about, 3 or 4 guys off the bench. They don't only play everyone. So if you have to look at the roster and look who actually is going to be playing, I just don't know if they're going to be able to step up, game for game. But it's a good sign that Boston is getting better, and this might be not their last opportunity to get there. And we'll see what Miami Heat does too. I mean, you never know, but I just don't think Miami's going to match up, to Boston all the way through. They can win a few games, but winning a few games ain't going to win you a title, Yeah, and plus it would show my ESP is correct too, Right. You know what I'm saying? You have to also take that into consideration, the fan base, the experience, Steph and Clay. And then if they play not so well, you could Draymond, he gives you that energy. And I don't see that tough guy, on Miami. I don't, you had Bam, right? You know what I mean? You got, Bam there. And who's the tough guy, for the Celtics? Marcus Smart? That's your tough guy. Draymond is the guy. You know what I mean? You got to have guys like Draymond. And if you have guys like Draymond, that's how you win championships. Does Dallas have a tough guy? You know what I mean? And sometimes you got to have that Ron Artest, Dennis Rodman, that, that guy that is that tough guy that rebounds, dies for loose balls, that X factor. Draymond, to me is one of the most valuable players because with Draymond, you're a championship caliber team. Without Draymond, you're just a good basketball team. You know what I mean? You're not winning championships without Draymond Green. And arguably, he might be the most valuable player on the team. Is he the best player? Maybe not. Steph and Clay, might be better overall to some people. But for a guy that rebounds, sacrifices his body, loose balls. Once in a while, he'll throw up a 10, 15, 20, 30-point game once in a while. He's a little bit more offensive skilled than like a Dennis Rodman, obviously for an X-factor tough guy. You know what I mean? But Draymond to me is the most valuable piece on that team because you need that heart and soul. And if you don't have the heart and soul, you ain't going to win. It's almost like, when they had Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace when the Pistons went against the Lakers. You actually think that they would have won with Tayshaun Prince and Chauncey Billups and Rip Hamilton? Fuck no. They needed Rasheed and they needed Ben Wallace. They were the heart and soul of that team because they were gritty. You know what I mean? Maybe Rasheed with the technicals, and Ben Wallace with the physicality. You need the physical bodies to be able to be like, fuck you, I'm not moving. You know what I mean? A guy that's going to talk shit and once in a while get technicals, maybe get picked on a little bit like Rasheed did. Draymond's that guy. You know what I mean? But Draymond is the heart and soul, and that's why they're going to win. So I know they've gone to half of the Eastern Conference Finals that in the existence, right? I did see that. That's not the same though. Yeah, I'm thinking 5 or 6. You know what I mean? I don't see. I think they're going to they want to get the series over as quick as possible and rest. And if Boston and Heat go 7, they're fucked because like the length of going to 7-game series. If you go back in history and do your due diligence and look at the history books and look at teams that play in a couple 7-game series, and if it goes 7 games and they make the finals, most of those teams never win. And they end up getting fucked up in the finals because they're so fucking exhausted and tired because they couldn't eliminate that other team in the earlier rounds. So anything can happen in the NBA, but I'm just feeling that the Warriors are a team of destiny. Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? And stuff, but I just think that this doesn't feel like to me, you know what I mean? Like when you have the defensive player of the year and it's someone unusual like Marcus Smart, that's a big fucking deal. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that Miami has no shot, but like I said, at the beginning of the playoffs, I said, Boston with their defense, offensive weapons can still do it. And obviously at home, it's different than being on the road, but the Warriors are a whole nother animal. You know what I mean? Yeah. And you got to be healthy. For sure. Absolutely. It'll be fun though. You know what I mean? You get to see Luka and you get to, Luka's a top 5 player. So you get to see Luka, you're seeing Steph and Clay, you get to see Draymond, so you get to see that. It's fun. And then with the Miami Heat, you get Jimmy Butler and Bam and all these other guys. And then you get the Celtics with Tatum. So at least we're getting quality teams with quality superstars on all 4 teams, which is fun. And I know Phoenix probably feels that, that they should be there, but I'm telling you that CP3 curse is a real thing. That's facts. All right, what are we sitting at on the donos? What are we at? $195. I mean, we were at $10 after like 3 hours and 30 minutes. Then Holly did a tenner, got us to 20, and then we had an anonymous dono for $165. Thank God, right? The sports gods and just the goats are always looking out for me. Okay, it means a lot, it means everything, since this is my full-time job. And we're 4 hours and 27 minutes in, so we're gonna go for another 33 minutes. And depending on if we get more dono trains going, maybe I'll go 5 hours and 30 minutes or 6 hours. We'll see, but we'll go for at least another 33 minutes. 33 minutes, we'll give it a clean 5 hours, and then we'll go from there. I got the Bills and the Chiefs playing in the AFC divisional. Right now it's on NFL Network, the number one game. And they just showed this one earlier, but I'm watching it again. And then obviously the Mariners is on the other channel, but obviously I'm just chilling, watching football and hanging out with you guys. There we go. It's always big when you have the players go back. That's big facts. CP3 can't catch a break. Talk about bad luck, curse, but it's like every time he's got an opportunity to show like, okay, we turned this team around from one of the worst records in the NBA. A couple years later, you have one of the best records in the NBA. Huge accomplishment, right? But when it comes to the playoffs, CP3 is like Aaron Rodgers. You never can get it done. And most of the time, it's not because of bad play. He's injured. Think about how many times he was on Houston and all the teams where all they needed him to do was win or play in game 7 or game 6 of whoever they're playing. And 99% of the time he was hurt and he couldn't play, and then the team lost. You know what I mean? It's just so unfortunate, you know what I mean, for shit like that to happen. But what's the excuse when you're at game 7 and you're at home and you get blown out like that? That's bad coaching. You know what I mean? Like, we know Monty and all these guys that are out there, they're doing big things. But how do you lose game 7 by 33 points? That's a horrible coaching job. You know what I mean? You got to be able to stop the bleeding, when it starts. And obviously Luka was great, but you gave up 27, right, in the first quarter, 30 in the second quarter. You only scored 17 and 10. Who gives a fuck if you scored 40 fucking points in the fourth? You were at 50 after the third quarter, which is sickening. And then you scored 40 in the fourth with no defense. You know what I mean? You scored 27, 30, 35, and 31 for the Mavs. You scored 27 at halftime. Of course you were going to lose. You know what I mean? Sickening. The game leader for the Phoenix Suns, you know who it was? Cameron Jordan with 12. And you're one of the best teams in the NBA. You went 64 and 18. You think the fucking Michael Jordan Bulls, if they had 64 and 18, would have threw up a fucking 90 in game 7 at home? There's a difference between the GOATs and the pretenders. That's sickening. 12 fucking points. Get the fuck out of here. It's sickening. I mean, you can tell who's really the real deal and who's not. 35 for Luka. 30 for fucking Dinwiddie. Get the fuck out of here. 24 from Brunson. 5 from Crowder. 6 from Bridges. DeAndre Ayton is supposed to be the second best center. You threw up 5 points. Okay? Chris Paul, 4 for 8. 10? You're a Hall of Fame player and you throw up 10. Booker, you're one of the best players in the world. 3 for 14 shooting. 11. The Kardashian curse is real. Okay? If you're rich and you're famous, do not date a Kardashian. Otherwise, this is what happens. The funny thing is the guy that scored the most points, right? He came off the bench with 12, Cameron Johnson. That's the most like sickening thing if you're a Phoenix Sun fan. 50 points after 3 quarters. I mean, and you're at home. I mean, if you're on the road and you get blown out, that's one thing. But when you're at home with the crowd behind you, how do you not call timeout and stop the bleeding? You have to be able to come up with a better game plan and move things around. You don't win 64 games out of fucking 82 for nothing, and then you play like that. I mean, it'll be tough to be a Phoenix fan. I mean, it's one thing when they had Barkley and they had that physicality, but it shows you if you don't have tough guys, you know what I mean, to be able to get the team going, you're fucked. You just can't have a bunch of finesse guys out there. CP3, Ayton, and Booker seemed like a big 3, but they fucking choked. You know what I mean? It's just a kind of part of their history. If CP3's on a team, you're fucked. So moral of the story, don't fucking sign CP3. Okay? And obviously his legacy, he might be a Hall of Fame player, right? But his legacy is always going to be as a choker. And maybe Aaron Rodgers will be in that same boat, because I'll tell you what, if you end up getting to a point where Russell Wilson wins a Super Bowl and a couple, maybe, right? the Aaron Rodgers regular season thing is one thing, but when it's all said and done, Russell Wilson's going to be considered the better quarterback over Aaron because Russell can get it done in the postseason. And Aaron, they can say, oh, it's the run defense. Oh, it's the special teams. But at some point, you got to fucking point the finger at yourself. You're at home, right? You're playing the Niners, regardless if it's snowing or hailing or rain. How do you only throw for one? You know what I mean? You're Aaron Rodgers, you're MVP. You can throw like 80 touchdowns and 3 picks in a season. That's exaggerated. Okay. And then you can barely do anything. And yeah, that's a big credit to the Niner defense and coming up with big plays, a block punt, for the touchdown. But when you're the MVP of the league for 2 years in a row and you play like that, it's definitely a big letdown. I know Grossi feels it and a lot of the Packer fans, they feel it, but that's unacceptable. You know what I mean? If you're supposed to be one of the best in the world, you don't play like that, especially at home. It's one thing if you're on the road and you get blown out, but when you play like shit at home in a game that you should be winning and you continuously lose, if you look at Aaron Rodgers' record at Lambeau in the playoffs, it's like a 500 record. It's like half and half, like 11 wins, 11 losses. What the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, we expect a lot more from Aaron. And obviously he's one of those, stifling figures in the media where some people love him, some people hate him. You're not doing yourself any fucking favors as far as like legacy is concerned. You know what I mean? Like, people respect Brett Favre more than him, and Brett Favre was on fucking painkillers the whole time. You know what I mean? That's facts. Holly Hundo with a fiver. Bang, bang. Now we're at 2. Said CP3 has been part of teams giving up 2-0 lead 5 different times. Yep. But that's coaching too. But also you have to come up and step up as a player. You know what I mean? The Godfather. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. I'm just speaking the shit that's real. I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick or be a hater, but there's just certain people that step up and certain people that don't. You know what I mean? Certain people, have the Mamba mentality and they can find a way to close shit out. And there's just some people that it's in their head. And I think CP3 losing all the time is in his head. No matter how good they are, you know what I mean? Do they really think that they can win it all? And they would have got their ass kicked by the fucking Warriors. I'll tell you that. If Phoenix would have won that series, same thing that's going to happen to the Mavs. It's probably going to be over in 5, maybe 6. You know what I mean? But the Warriors are going to try to blow them out as quick as possible, even though they got Luka and they're going to play good at home in Dallas. But if they can get it over in 5 or 6, and let's say, Heat and the Celtics go 7, that's a huge advantage for the Warriors to rest and get a little bit more healthy. And then when they go into that series, it'll, definitely go in the Warriors' favor. 200 and donos. Let's get to 3. At home. That's the worst part. You know what I mean? It's like I said, and you can lose big games on the road and people will give you a little bit of leeway. But when you're at home for a must-win game and you're one of the best teams in the NBA and you play like that, that carries over into the offseason and everyone's going to remember. You know what I mean? No one's going to take you serious. It's like when the Packers go to the playoffs, you think anyone's really scared of them? You know what I mean? You got a team like the Niners that barely crawled in, but they're really well coached by Kyle Shanahan. You think they're fucking afraid of that team? They're not. No one's afraid. Tampa wasn't afraid when we played them in that Super Bowl run. You know what I mean? And that was a year that they probably could have went to the Super Bowl and maybe won it. You know what I mean? So it's like you got to capitalize, on the team. And it shows you how important coaching and depth and being able to fix your weak holes, whether it be run defense, special teams, kicker, getting someone better than Mason Crosby. You got to be able to make the adjustments. And the great ones make the adjustments. And the ones that are average, they don't. So. I know. It's just unbelievable. But you got to give a credit to Dallas, and obviously once you start, getting down by 10, 15, 20, instead of doing your game plan and posting up and going for 2, slowing the game down, trying to get to the free throw line, what do teams do? They freak out. They start shooting 3s. They start missing. And then the other team starts piling up points. And then a game gets out of hand and then you're fucked. Sometimes that happens in the NFL too. When you start getting down, instead of, running the football and having a 50-50 balance offense, what do? You start throwing into double coverage, triple coverage. You're down by, 14. You feel like the game is over. Then you throw a pick 6 and then it's really over. You know what I mean? Like, you still got to stick to your guns even when you're down. You got to continue to run the football and have kind of that balance. That's what the good teams do. You can still, be a throwing team, and it's a throwing league, a passing league. But as you guys know, balance is everything. You got to be able to win the battle in the trenches, but having a nice, running game mixed in with the passing game, it helps each other out. If you do a pass, then you can run a draw, maybe gain 12 yards, or if you do run, play action over the top, maybe for a 50-yard bomb. You have to be able to think chess, not checkers. And that's what the great OCs do and DCs do. They can kind of read the other teams. So it's crazy. Yep. And the sad thing about him is he doesn't like to take blame for himself. It's always everyone else, not me. It was a defense. It was a run defense. It was Mason Crosby. You know what I mean? Like at some point you got to be like, it was my fault. I fucked up. And I think more people would respect him as a player. But I mean, obviously he's got a tumultuous relationship with his family, doesn't talk to his family. Seems like maybe they want, you know, some of the status and the money. And I read a thing about the ex-girlfriend, Olivia Munn, that he was with. And, you know, he's been with Danica, and you know what I mean? He's one of those guys, when I watch him on Pat McAfee, he seems like a really cool dude. You know what I mean? But he's obviously in his own little circle, in his own little world, right? And a lot of people don't like him. Media doesn't like him. You know what I mean? And a lot of people do clickbait stories on him. So I get it, why he doesn't like the media and the media doesn't like him. I get it. People do a lot of fake shit about him. You know what I mean? But he's not doing himself any favors, especially in the postseason. You know what I mean? When you're not winning. You know what I mean? Especially when you're winning MVPs. It's not a good look. You know what I mean? It's like you got to take responsibility. Like sometimes, you know, you're going to get a lot more love and appreciation from the fans and a little bit more patience if you're like, you know what? This was me today. This was me fucking in the playoffs, and I'll take full responsibility instead of being like, nope, you, not me. It was a run defense against the Niners. Not me. That was a run defense against the Bucks. Not me. That was, shitty special teams and Mason Crosby being an idiot. That wasn't me. That doesn't do you any favors. You know what I mean? So. Yep. Well, I think 90% of the country thought the Suns were going to win. But when I heard that Stephen A said the Suns were going to win by like 20 or 30, I was like, uh-oh, because Stephen A's never right. So that made me like, oh, what's going to happen? All right, man. Cheers, brother. Is he still with her? I mean, I think that they supposedly broke up, but then when Pat McAfee did an interview with them, you could hear her in the background doing dishes and laughing. So I think that they try to keep their relationship a little bit private, but I know they were together and then they broke up. And then after they supposedly broke up, I think that they were still seeing each other, but now maybe they broke up. I mean, I don't think we really know. You know what I mean? Because obviously he's such a private guy. They can say that they are broken up and maybe they're still together, but it's not like he's one of those people that's going to throw it out there. You know what I mean? But the last time I heard is the same thing with Sarah, like they broke up. But when I heard that, then also they might be still, spending time together. So, I mean, who really knows? And it's not like I'm a Packer hater or an Aaron hater. I want him to win. I would love for the Packers to win. I would love to see Grossi get excited and all the Packer fans, instead of having misery every year, for him to enjoy a championship. You know what I mean? But championships are earned. And, and I think the big problem with the Packers is they don't have an owner. And they have this whole owners by the fans. It's a cool concept. You know what I mean? Grossi's a part owner. All these people are owners. But sometimes you need stability, and you need that one owner, that one GM. You need that one head coach, the one OC, and the one DC. And I think that's the big part of their downfall. Kunta Kuntz and LaFleur, and they're going into a boardroom, and they're going over things, and pretty much whatever Kunta Kuntz says, it goes. And that's not good. You know what I mean? And that's a big part of their downfall, I feel, as well. They had a good draft this year, but I think having stability at ownership is huge, and they don't have that. So, yeah. I mean, who knows? Yeah, right. And it's not like the Milwaukee Brewers are going to be winning any fucking MLB, pennants anytime soon. So, but at least that Giannis, helped give them, something. So at least you got, something there on a championship, for the NBA. But with the Packers, I mean, it's just crazy to me. You have Bart Starr, right? Then you end up having like Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, and all three of those quarterbacks are considered three of the best to ever put cleats on. How do you only have 2 Super Bowl wins with Brett Favre and Aaron? 2, 1 each. Breeze only with 1. I mean, sometimes it's a guy called Tom Brady and another guy called Peyton Manning that ruined it for everyone else, kind of like Michael Jordan ruined it for Drexler, ruined it for Charles Barkley and the Phoenix Suns, ruined it for Sean Kemp, Detlef Schrempf, and Gary Payton on the Sonics. Michael Jordan ruined it for John Stockton and Karl Malone, for 2 years. So I mean, sometimes you have these guys that are polarizing figures that ruin it for everyone else. But it's just wild to me that they only have 1 Super Bowl. And when they ended up getting their Super Bowls, what was the difference? I'll tell you what the difference was. It wasn't Aaron Rodgers at all. The difference is you brought in a Hall of Famer on the defensive side. When Brett Favre won, who did they have? Reggie White. That was the difference. When Aaron Rodgers won, he had a nice explosive run in the playoffs, but why did they win? Charles Woodson. If you don't have that big defensive guy, you don't win. Okay. And people never bring that up. It's always been Reggie White and it's always been Charles Woodson, whether Packer fans want to admit it or not. Once you had that Hall of Fame defensive player, that is why you won. And when you don't have Reggie White and you don't have Charles Woodson, you don't fucking win. That's facts. Okay. I appreciate you very, very much. And I'll be back on later tonight. Right. But people haven't really brought that up or thought about that. When Brett Favre won, he wouldn't have been able to win it, but he had Reggie White coming over from Philly, right? Greatest defensive player, arguably of all time. You had Bruce Smith, you have a lot of these guys, but Reggie White on that team was huge. You know, you had other guys out there too, you know, doing big things, but Reggie was a big key contributor. And then Charles Woodson never gets brought up, right? But having Charles Woodson on that team was huge. And without Charles Woodson, there is no title for Aaron. It's facts. But I always like to look at those type of pieces and bring up things that most people don't see or don't want to admit. You know, we already know Aaron had an amazing playoff run. It's like, you know, when Flacco did his playoff run with Baltimore and had no picks and just went all the way through. You know what I mean? But really, what was it? It wasn't just Joe Flacco. It was, you know, having Ray Lewis and Ed Reed, that definitely helps. You know what I mean? When you have those polarizing defensive guys. Buffalo 7, Chiefs 0. All right, we got 17 minutes left to 5 hours. Shout out to you guys. See? But your boy, I've been watching football since 1985, and I don't forget. All right, I got a steel trap memory. You know what I mean? I can remember things, you know, that happened 30 years ago, and I'm fucking 40. You know what I mean? But it's always been those guys, and sometimes those guys get overlooked, which is really sad. We always bring up Brett. We always bring up Aaron, right? And they're like, why didn't they win more? Why? Well, you didn't have guys on the defense, and you didn't have Hall of Famers. You got to have those guys that are going to be impact guys on the other side of the ball. And Reggie White was it for Brett, and Charles Woodson was the guy who was a top 3 guy, just like Champ Bailey was. And obviously having Champ Bailey for Denver, that definitely helped. DeMarcus Ware, if he wasn't on the Denver Broncos, do you think that they would have been able to beat Cam Newton? And when Cam Newton was doing this, you know what I mean? Remember that? The dab and how cool that was in 2015, and everyone was doing it all the time, right? The Panthers could have won, right? But having DeMarcus Ware there, that was the X factor. That was the difference. Vaughn and DeMarcus Ware. We saw how good DeMarcus Ware was on the Cowboys, but if he's not there, sorry, Peyton, that's not a win. So even though the Broncos were the better team, but having that impact guy, it always makes the difference, especially when you're trying to win a championship. Your boy knows. See, a lot of people don't remember that type of shit too. You know, it's always offense. You know what I mean? But there's always a defensive guy that, you know, makes a huge, huge difference, you know. And I have to bring it up sometimes, you know what I mean? A lot of people, they don't remember or they just black it out, you know what I mean? And they wonder why. And then you compare it to, you know, other players. And why was Peyton Manning only having 1 ring? Yeah, you can say it was Tom Brady, but Bob Sanders was a G, right? And Bob Sanders was one of the best safeties, you know, 5'9", hard hitter, you know what I mean? A guy that made a difference. And if they didn't have a guy like Bob, there is no Super Bowl for Peyton, as great as he was. Reggie Wayne, Marvin Harrison, Peyton Manning, Dallas Clark. How the fuck, Jeff Saturday at center? How the fuck do you not win multiple Super Bowls? Yeah, you could say Tom Brady is one thing, right? But the defense, they didn't have it. But that 1 year, they did have the defense, and they had Bob Sanders, which was maybe Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, he was the most amazing player. I actually watched a Bob Sanders highlight reel like 3 days ago. And let me tell you what, I mean, if you're talking about a guy that made big plays, I mean, he was tackling Jerome Bettis, the bus, like in the backfield and slamming him down to the ground. I mean, we're talking about Jerome Bettis. I mean, there's not a lot of guys that are 6 foot and up with a big body that could do it. We're talking about a fucking guy that was 5'9", but he was just fucking muscled up. And that's the difference. You know what I mean? Sometimes you only win one, right? Is because of certain guys like that. Or maybe with the Saints. And I'll tell you, Darren Sharper, that was one big reason there, but also Jeremy Shockey. That was the X factor. Without Jeremy Shockey, Drew Brees, they don't get the ring. You know what I mean? And people never bring up Jeremy Shockey. We saw how good he was at the U. We saw how crazy he was on the Giants. But without Jeremy Shockey, there is no championship for Drew Brees. So it shows you, as great as these Hall of Fame quarterbacks are, they're not really shit unless they have these other guys to help them through. I mean, Tracy Porter made the big pick, you know, on Peyton, but you got to look at who they had on the team to be able to get to that point and to be able to take it to the next level.
Allergies just try to stop us being the greatest versions of ourselves. Allegra lasts up to 6 times longer than Benadryl. So trees, you won't take us down.
Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin, so dust, you won't wipe us out. And unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make us drowsy. So Nerf, you won't face us. When allergies Take Allegra before your symptoms take over you. Live your
Yeah, absolutely.
When the bat and foot crow, the eagles and seagulls do. It's a wasp and ooze and fly. Soon I too can take to the sky.
Mom, I'm still busy cooking.
Well, you're welcome to come and help me, Big Freya.
Mom, there's no helping you anymore.
Oh, man. Shout out to the GOATs, man. You boys hustling, your boys grinding. We got 13 minutes to make it to 5 hours. It's 7-7. Chiefs tied up with the Bills. AFC divisional game in 2021. It's me exciting as we go into the next season, because like I said, the Chiefs have kind of owned Buffalo, for the last few years, and Allen got so close. This might be the year that they get past, the Chiefs, but then also you got Denver now with Russ, and you got Herbert. We'll see what happens there. There's still going to be other quality teams that are going to be battling it out, but it's always kind of nice to see a team work hard, keep working hard, keep grinding, and then they eventually end up, getting to the pinnacle, and that's obviously the AFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. A guy, Raiders, right? But how did Eli get that? One of them was Michael Strahan, and that was a big, big piece there. Yeah, give him the boot. I love it. Haters are always going to hate. I love it, man. Jealousy and envy is real. Keyboard warriors, man. They're a dime a dozen. That's facts. Later, brother. Yeah, I tried doing it on my end, but it said I had to refresh the page. So someone always will get the big boot. Love it. Later, homie. Bang! Booted and scooted. See you later. Bang, bang, bang. Silly people. Shout out to the GOATs. Appreciate you guys very, very much. Right? Well, you're not going to win them all, right? You know what I mean? But obviously, offensive line, defensive line, running game with the four horsemen, that was a big reason that Nick Foles overachieved. They didn't have a whole lot of turnovers, but 4 quality running backs. The O-line and the D-line were better. And, obviously with the Giants, it's not like they blew them out. Anytime you play the Patriots and you play Brady, most people always remember Brady, did this, Brady did that. Brady made everyone around him better, but a lot of the players that he had weren't very good at running back or wide receiver. You know what I mean? They were kind of like middle of the class guys that he got the most out of, but also they always had a top 10 defense that never was talked about. So, Patriots defense definitely put them in great positions to win all the time, from guys like Ty Law to Richard Seymour. I mean, they've had a lot of guys over the years that don't really get the credit I think that they should deserve. It's always been pretty much Brady as the guy and Belichick. But I mean, if you really look at the weapons that Brady had over the years on the Patriots besides Gronk, were they really that good? You know what I mean? Like, they weren't really that good. If any of those players were on other teams, would you even remember? You know what I mean? So I think a lot of that does go with, McDaniels, the coaching, that Charlie Weiss, Romeo Cornell, we've gone through all the coaches and the coordinators, but really it came down to Brady, pretty much maximizing the talent, almost like Jordan. When Jordan in the early 90s, you had John Paxson, you know what I mean? You had Bill Cartwright, Horace Grant. Pippen was great, but he made those other guys that were role players stand out, with good passing, leadership, and just, believing in them. And you got the most out of those guys, the B.J. Armstrongs, the Stacey Kings, the Bill Weddingtons, the Luke Longleys. I mean, these other guys, if they were on other teams, I mean, would you really remember? And then Ron Harper was there. Obviously, Kukoc obviously was great. Everyone loved Tony, right? You had Rodman. You had, obviously, Pippen still there. But a lot of the role players ended up, really maintaining a big, big role on the teams over the years, too. Hey, haters are going to hate, man. Hey, there was another guy that came in that was talking shit too, and we gave him the boot. It's funny too, because another guy came in, was like asking if we're going to collab or whatever. Fuck no. I was like, that's never going to happen, man. I don't know why people keep you know, and then he ended up trying to reach out to me on his son's phone, and I had to block, you know, all the accounts. And it's like, dude, it's like, stop trying to reach me, dude. It's like, you already wrote, you know, to Preston how you want to try to physically hurt us, me and Preston, and then you want to spit on your ex-girlfriend. All right. It's like, dude, it's over. We're not going to record it. You know what I mean? And then to tell people on your channel that we're still cool, you're still NWSF. Fuck no, you're not. All right. There's nothing there anymore. You know what I mean? Like, you quit. Right? You thought you were better than me. You quit. And then obviously the you know, the straw that broke its back is maybe you and your girl not being together, but don't try to fucking reach out to me. And like, did you think that I wasn't going to see those messages that you sent Preston? Like, dude, we're not boys, or you know, we're not friends. It's not going to happen. You know, the haters are fucking crazy, man. You know, people would get hella jealous, and envy is real. Jealousy is real, but you know what I mean? I work hard for what I do. And, you know, you get these people that, you know, it's like, dude, he hasn't been a part of this channel for a couple years. Okay. It's not going to happen. But I just don't appreciate the lies. Like, if you're just trying to get subs and views saying that we're still cool, well, even though that's not true, just to get more views on your channel. I mean, that's fucking sad as fuck, dude. Philly Special was cool. Right. Well, Bill doesn't know how to draft wide receivers. And obviously, if you thought it was Tom or if it was Bill, it's Tom. You know what I mean? Tom is, you know, because Tom, look at all the pieces that they had with all the names at running backs. You know what I mean? Of course, you had guys like LeGarrette Blount and stuff. But I mean, if you look, and, you know, Edelman, yeah, you have some names and the Welker and the Amendolas. But I mean, some of these guys, if they were on other teams like the Lions or the Jets, you probably wouldn't even know who the fuck they were besides like Blount. You know what I mean? Like, if Julian Edelman was on the Lions, would you really fucking know who he is? Like, wouldn't be really anything special, but he always maximized the talent that he had at running back and wide receiver. Offensive line was very underrated. Defense was always top 10. And that's how you get to 10 fucking Super Bowls. And you have Josh McDaniels and you have Belichick, arguably the best defensive mind in Belichick. And then you have a top 3 OC in McDaniels. That helps. You know what I mean? And then you have Brady. And then they have that, you know, Patriot standard. But it also shows you with the micromanaging, Gronk and Brady didn't like that shit, right? And then as soon as you come 1 year later in a COVID year and you win a Super Bowl right away, my team had talent, but I just needed a couple pieces to get me over the top. And it shows you that Tom is really that great. You know what I mean? Whether you love him or you hate him, you know what I mean? That's obviously, I needed Gronk to be there as well, but it's just wild, man. Yeah, I love the haters, man. Haters are and we're going to get bigger and bigger, and there's going to be more and more haters. You know what I mean? But like I said, no one is going to outwork me. You know what I mean? I'm always going to put in the grind and the time. I have goats. Most people don't. And most people that have, you know, 20 people or less in the room would not be able to do this job full time. So I feel incredibly blessed. You know, I put in a lot of time and effort and energy, you know, thousands of hours of blood, sweat, and tears. You know, a lot of effort, you know, 10 years doing this, 6 years on YouTube. And I'm not quitting anytime soon. I just feel really blessed with the, you know, great people that I have in the room. And we're going to continue to get people that don't know me and want to talk shit to us in the room. And, you know, it'll be what it is. So, you know, all I know is that it's always quality over quantity. You know, it always is. Okay. Always quality over quantity. And of course, I would love to get to a point where we have 50 in the room, 100 in the room. But if it got to a point where we have 50 people in the room and the other 30 are kids and they're just talking shit, I would rather not have that, because I want to be able to have a good vibe for my fans that are in here. You know what I mean? You're going to have keyboard warriors. You're going to have people that are biased. You know what I mean? But I'd rather have quality people than, you know, have 50 people in the room and they're all shit talking people that are all fucking negative. I mean, I don't want that. I don't have any problem booting people or banning them from the channel or blocking them or putting them in timeout. You know what I mean? You can go do that on other fucking people's channels, but, you know, I don't want my mods to have to go working 24/7 where they can't even enjoy the chat and all they're doing is blocking people every stream that I do. That's not what the channel is about. So, and it's kind of sad because that's how some of the channels are. You know what I mean? You got so many fans and so many subs that you have to have like 20 fucking mods because all they're doing is fucking modding 24/7 and they can't even type in the chat or enjoy the chat. All they're doing is regulating a bunch of dickheads. So, you know, not here. Not happening here. Yep. And now they're never going to win. You're never going to see the Patriots win again. Not happening. Mac Jones ain't getting them to a fucking Super Bowl and winning. So, you know what I mean? Tom Brady's don't grow on trees. That's facts. You know what I mean? And like I said, I wasn't a big Brady guy. You know what I mean? Or Gronk. I was like everyone else. I'm like, don't really fucking like Dallas. I really don't like fucking New England. Spygate, Deflategate, all the fucking gates. I'm not really a fan. You know what I mean? I was more of a Joe Montana, Peyton Manning guy. But when the guy comes to your team and changes the culture, which I was hoping for, and you have fucking Jameis Winston, for Christ's sake, and then, he can't see. He needs fucking eye surgery, doesn't get it. He's like this, playing football for my team for 4 years. What the fuck do you think, And then I have a horrible team from 2008 to 2019 where my season's over in October. One of the worst organizations in football. I mean, it felt good, to be able to turn it around. And all I wanted to be is relevant. I didn't have to win a Super Bowl. That was just the cherry on top. But just to be relevant and to be considered, hey, the Buccaneers are a pretty good team. That's all I ever wanted, to have respect, not have everyone laugh at me with Jameis Winston as my quarterback, So, oh, yeah. Well, Bill treated everyone that way, right? But at some point, when you're 20 years in, you hopefully would get a little bit respect. And sometimes people get the respect and sometimes people don't. It's like Aaron Rodgers not getting the respect, from the organization when they got Jordan Love. They should have did that. There's a dysfunction right there. If you actually had an owner instead of being owned by the people, you would have gotten that call if you actually respect your quarterback. But some people respect people and some people don't. You know what I mean? That's facts. Some people respect people and some people don't. You know what I mean? And you have to understand the difference. That's facts. What are we sitting at on the donos? Sarah, are you still in the room? What did we hit? Are we at 2 exactly? This was at about 20 minutes ago. So we hit 2. That's good. I mean, thank God for the anonymous dono. And Holly's bank is a little fucked up or whatever with her card. So obviously we would have probably had more. And Cyberpunk, I think, has a day off. So he's probably sleeping and just kind of taking it easy. So it's good. You're always wanting to try to hustle and grind and do all that. So shout out to all the goats. I appreciate you guys very, very much. So what do we want to do? Do we want to end this shit at 5 hours? Or, I mean, we got enough people in the room to kind of keep it moving. What do we want to do as far as the people in the room? Should we just call it? I mean, 5 hours is quite a long time. It's 2:39 or 3:39 if you're on the Midwest or the East Coast. So we probably should end it. And then, like I said, I'll be back later today and we'll grind it out around 7:30. And then I'll do another 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hour stream, always putting in the hustle and the grind. So I would assume that's what we want, unless you got the people in the room right now, or if you guys don't want to talk NFL or talk sports or whatever, I can go for a little bit longer. I mean, obviously if we have a little dono train going, that would be helpful, but if we don't, that's still okay as well. It's just kind of up to you guys on what you guys want to do. Do we want to call it once we get past this 5 hour mark, or do we want to go for another 30 minutes, another hour? I mean, I'm a fucking grinder. So, I mean, that doesn't really bother me because I'm probably not going to go to bed until like 4 a.m. and it's 12:39 right now. So it's kind of up to you guys. I usually leave it up to you guys and what you guys want to do here at the end. You let me know. You goats let me know. What are we thinking? Everybody in the room, what do we want to do? And I appreciate all the goats. You guys are the best. I love you. And I appreciate you. You guys, best fans on planet Earth, Fanatic fam. You guys are the best. Just like Kenny Omega. Appreciate you guys. All right, we're at the 5 hour mark. Give me some feedback. Because like I said, I can end it here in a couple minutes, but we still got a decent amount of people in the room. So it's up to you guys. But I'm thinking we should probably call it. I mean, that way I can at least hang out with my dog, relax, maybe watch some, King of the Hill or Simpsons and whatnot. So, I mean, I still got another 30 minutes or an hour in me, but I feel, I mean, we got to a point where we're 5 hours in. I mean, most people are only doing like an hour or 2 hours. But if you guys want for me to stay for another 30, I mean, I could do that, 30 to an hour, but I think most people are starting to crash and get kind of tired, right? Yeah, so why don't we call it? You know what I mean? Like I said, I can always grind it out. Obviously tomorrow, it's usually 4 to 8 hours, depending on what's going on. So I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys. Shout out to all the goats, Air, obviously donating. We got the big anonymous dono. Thank you so much. Holly with a little dono train going. Chief. It's always nice that you have the support of the fans, even when you're sitting at $10, maybe after 3 hours or 4 hours, and then you can finish at 200. Only if you have fans like that, you can make shit like that happen. All right, Jameson and A Guy, Chief, all you guys, I love you and I appreciate you. Like I said, I'll be back later on today. Enjoy the rest of your night. And I got one question for you. Talk sports like us. Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Love you. Appreciate you. Gang, gang, gang. And I'll be back later today.